You guys all disappeared. I was in a meeting.
I'm hanging out.
Well, I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning, so I decided to just go to work and not go in today. So my day's almost over.
Yeah, mine's just getting started, so hey.
It'll be nap time soon. At least I hope I'm done for the day. I don't have any meetings scheduled. Nobody said they want to talk to me, so I just told them, yeah, I'm going to get right on it in this last meeting. Some shit that I'm developing. They wanted to add some things. I said, yeah, I'll get right on it. Have it ready for Monday, and I'll start that Monday morning.
Yeah, you gotta have priorities, you know?
Well, at the end of the year, they don't want people working overtime, so I said, all right, you got it.
I was up pretty early this morning, had nothing to do, and I was listening to you guys with Dogs Are Gods and whoever those weirdos were before him, too.
Wasn't that great?
Yeah, it was good audio, man. I enjoyed it.
I knew it. That's why I didn't mute those guys. I was like, no, I have to jump in now and just keep this one going. We're going to talk about spherical geometry and how you can measure curves or angles between a curve and a straight line when they intersect, and then let that go for a while. We're talking about different things, and so I said, well, now it's time to drop the hammer, and I drew a picture of a line with an arc going through it, and I asked them to give me the angles, and the conversation died.
Yeah, we had what was his name? His name began with an S. I've seen him off and on before, but he's pretty good. He has like a New Zealand accent, maybe.
Oh, Suragaki?
Yeah, that guy with the squares in his PFP.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's good. He's not a globe earther, not a flat earther kind of guy. Can't say he's a flat earther because of people around him, but we get it.
Yeah, like Bev.
Yeah, they're afraid to say it out loud. Weird, though, but anyway, it doesn't matter to me. If somebody asked me at work if I was a flat earther, I would say, yeah. But I don't go run around shouting, the earth is flat, the earth is flat, or the earth is a ball, the earth is a ball to everybody.
Yeah, that's just kind of dumb. You know, you got to live your life and just be normal.
Yeah, I do. My normal life is dealing with reality, which I have to do all the time, and part of my reality is turning reality into non-reality data that can be transformed into reality again. Data doesn't exist except for ones and zeros. So I need to make that machine, when the guy's sitting there picking his nose, we want to know what the machine's doing. So we need to turn that imaginary data, which is actually real data, just stuck somewhere around the machine. And I pull that out. We turn that into numbers. That was then my new request. Determine, let's see, what is this? Show downtime with timestamps aggregated over 1 week, and only have those be ones or zeros. And I have like numbers out the ass, not ones and zeros, because they want to use that data in Power BI. So that was my last meeting. How do I get this crazy looking numbers and data that just goes all over the place, wrangle it up into a nice ball, and hand it off? And that's what I do.
I found that people appreciate those of us who are able to think clearly and rationally and really process our world with our senses and not through some imagination complex.
Yeah, that's one good thing about where I work. You're not allowed to just use your imagination because people won't even listen to you. You cannot say, can imagine this. You can never say that I feel funny saying that if I'm thinking about being in a meeting and saying imagine this, because we don't use that kind of language. It's either is or isn't. So when I say I know for a fact I can get this, I know when this machine is grinding apart and when this machine is finished grinding apart. It's either rough grinding or finished grinding. I can tell you when it's doing it in what state. That's reality. To them, they don't know what that looks like. I know what it looks like in digital form. Now they need that digital form to be represented to them in something human readable that they can actually touch on a piece of paper and hold it in their hands, that kind of stuff, and go down the line and this and that. Because, yeah, it sounds like all companies are like that, but they're not, especially when you have machines that are not equipped to do that. Or you have machines that are so brand new, they don't even know how to deal with them, the engineers who bought the machines. They just got the machine, set it up, the program, and have guys running it. They don't even know what they ordered in the machine as far as capabilities. We have to go in there and tell them what their capabilities are. I don't know every machine in the world. In fact, I don't know any of the machines. I've been doing it so long, I can tell you just by opening up the cabinet what we can do. Just by looking at it, what we can do.
On a related note, sometimes we get to interview people like interns and things like that, and as part of our interviewing process, we have a few throwaway questions at the end that we like to ask. Sometimes they can be goofy. It's just to kind of gauge their reaction and see how they deal with something that might be a little off-putting. It's never unprofessional or anything. So one of the things I started doing was ask them how certain they are that they're sitting in a chair on a scale of 0 to 100%.
Oh my God. I'm going to use
Yeah.
that. I'm going to use that on next year on our rounds for interns.
Yep, if they say 99%, if they say anything but 100% without if they don't seem absolutely convinced that they're sitting in a chair, then I don't recommend that we take them on.
Yeah, they think it's a last minute question just for fun, when in reality, this is a question to know where your headspace is at.
That's exactly right. So, I mean, if they're a 99 percenter and they've got the mind virus, then it vitiates everything that they've told me up to that point.
Yeah, that's very good. I'm going to bring that up also. That I usually have the other engineers do the interviews. Sometimes I do them, but this year I'm going to say, yeah, I'll do the interviews, or I'll do the last interview, I should say. Sometimes, or I'll do
Yeah.
the first one, or whatever. But I'll do the last interview. If it's coming into our department, I'll do the last interview. And I'm going to ask that question because as an engineer, you need to be 100% sure of things. You can't just guess. You can throw darts all you want in the R&D box. In the research and development lab, throw darts everywhere you want. But when we ask you a question, are you 100% sure you're sitting down talking to me right now? Better not be. Yeah, I'm 99% sure. Because that will definitely, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a really good barometer of people.
You could try to even bait them a little bit into an answer, and this might actually help too test their conviction by going into narrative mode and being like, you know, some people say that reality is subjective and all knowledge is an approximation of what's real. You know, with that in mind, as we
Oh,
sit
I
here
see
having
what
this
you're
interview,
saying.
how
I see
certain
what,
are you that you're sitting in that chair on a scale of 0 to 100?
I see what you're doing there. You're setting them up for the out, so they can say 99%. And if they say 100%, they went against consensus.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because I want somebody who might be thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to be working for a 99 percenter and I'm a 100% guy. I don't want that. It really weeds people out and it gets those, it really elevates those who are clear in their thinking. And some people just suck at interviews. You know, some people are stressed out, but if they're a 100%er, I want to know.
So I don't interview people to stand. We do have to follow our standard interview process. I don't know if you guys developed one or not, but we actually have forms that we have to follow depending on what level that people are at. But we do have open spots where we can ask questions, and that's where my questions are going to come in.
How certain are you that Earth is spinning right now?
Oh, I'm 100% sure. You're out. I'm not sure at all. You're, well, then you got hope. I was just asked in the last meeting. Here's what I was asked, almost verbatim. How sure of you with the data that we're seeing on the screen that you can tell when that machine is sitting there idle, nobody's doing anything, or it's actually in process and either somebody's running a motor, anything. I said, I'm 100% sure I can tell you exactly what they're doing on that machine right now with the data I collected. And I've never seen that machine run in my life. I only walked up to it and there was nobody there. The lights were off. It wasn't even turned on. I walked up to it. We turned the power onto it to plug an Ethernet cable into it. I said, yep, I can see the tags. We gave it an IP address that works for our plant. I went home, pulled those tags in, and the next day they started running the machine. And a couple of days later, just from looking at the data, because I don't even know what the machine does besides grind tools. So I know it has grinding wheels in it. Just from reading data, we had the engineer that sets that machine, that bought the machine or whatever, is in control of it. As I'm going through it, he kept saying, yeah, you're exactly right. They're grinding at that point. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's a dressing of the wheel. Yep, you're exactly right. That's a finish cut. I said, well, I learned that from watching these tags, looking at a graph over time. I can tell you what's happening because my background is machinist. And I know what it takes, and I know what kind of power it takes to do first cuts, second cuts, and all that. See, because of what I know, these guys don't have any doubt at all what I'm talking about. Do you, Dr. Amish?
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's
When
how sure I am of things.
right when so it's kind of like yesterday when we had Britnad in here, and I'm like, I'm sure as shit that you had a mom and a dad. I'm talking to you as a human, as a man. He's like, no, you don't know that for sure. I could have been a test tube baby with two dad DNAs put together. I could be an AI.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's why he had to go.
Right. It devolves into this brain in the jar mind virus.
Did you hear the brain in the jar this morning? Or did you hear what happened when I said, okay, now you're uh when you came in here, whatever, and now what? How sure are you that you live on a ball? Either 100%, or you're 99% sure, or you're 0% sure, or 1%. He said, I'm 99% sure, or it's a simulation. Word for word, he said that.
Wow. No, I missed that, or that might have been when I was just waking up and
So
and
you've
checking.
heard me repeat that many times. This is their default, right? If it's not a globe, it has to be a simulation.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's like anything but the uncomfortable truth.
But their simulation is flat, and I pointed that out, and he didn't say anything.
I've always wondered how cool they would be if they understood that if it were a simulation, then it still measures flat. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I like simulation theory, so I'll take a flat simulation over a real globe.
They will. That's the default. They want one or the other. It has to be a simulation. So talking to you about this, maybe I will give them. I'll say, all right, you're in a simulation and it's flat. So now, where's the curve at that you guys keep claiming?
Right. Well, they know that they're backed into a corner with the globe, so they'll retreat to the simulation.
As soon as anybody but an actual flat earther steps in here, they're backed into a corner.
Yeah, presuming that they just want to, come in and troll. We get honest globers from time to time, and we know who they are. We can spot them pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, that's why you see me just sitting and listening for a long time usually. Or if my headphones aren't muted, I'm listening. Unless it's rare that I leave them open when I'm walking out of the room. I mean, I do, but it's open. It's not on headphones. So I'm always listening if they're open, if they're on. If you don't see them.
Yeah, same. Sometimes I'm listening on YouTube when I'm trying to be cloaked.
Yeah, this
Sometimes
is.
it's frustrating. You hear somebody struggling and you kind of want to jump in and help out, but sometimes it's better to let people fall and learn.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but you got to let them say the words so they trap themselves, and then they have to dig their way out. When we give them the rope of what in reality is, they still don't want to hold on to that. They want to still dig up the walls of imagination.
It's almost like you're interrogating them.
I am interrogating them. Did you hear? Were you on the one day when the guy fucking peed himself? Basically, when he heard me call, are there invisible gravity ropes pulling everything down? Oh my god. Gravity ropes. What if you guys are all fucking crazy and this and that? I said, you guys are the ones that said gravity pulls things down. So it's got to be invisible gravity ropes. I'm just looking at it from engineering. I cannot pull on something with my mind. Go ahead, Darth. I know you want to say something.
I'm just listening.
Did you get to hear all the good stuff earlier today?
Nope.
That's too bad. You would have been right in with them.
Hey, doctor, I wanted to ask you. We weren't talking the other day. What's the sun?
So when I walk outside, I see a light up there, and it moves from east to west.
Does it give off heat?
Well, it's winter time, so no.
The sun doesn't give off any heat in the wintertime? Okay.
No, the ground does.
Oh, okay. Why does it warm up when the sun comes out?
The ground heats up.
What's heating up the ground?
Heats up the air around you. The ground.
What's heating up the ground? Yeah, what's heating up the ground?
Oh, the sun's reflecting off of it. That connection's heating up the ground. Just like when it hits you. The sun itself
So
it's what do you think what do you think the sun is?
that's what I'm asking you. So the sun,
I can tell you what it's not. It's not a gas ball in a vacuum.
okay, so the ground heats up because the sun is reflecting off of it?
Yes.
So the sun is heating up the ground or not?
The sun does, yep.
So the sun does give heat off in the winter
The ground does.
because of the sun.
Yeah, but the sun's not heating up the snow. The air melts the snow because it can be bright, blistering sunny out because I have blue eyes, really blue eyes. So I have to wear sunglasses all the time. So in wintertime, I'm basically blind. So the sun doesn't melt the snow. So it's not giving off heat, is it?
Well, how is the sun heating up the ground if it's not giving off heat?
You're going to have to figure that one out.
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Okay.
So that's it. That's the globe proof. The sun is in the air.
No, I'm just asking questions. So the sun does heat up things in the summer, but just not in the winter.
Yeah, it depends on the position of the sun, how much direct sun we're getting, how
How
long
much
it's
direct?
how long it's in the sky. Yeah,
So the sun does give off heat,
it gets
but
light here now. It's seven.
it
Gets light here at
but it just
7:30
stops.
in the morning, and it gets dark at 5 o'clock at night
Right.
here.
So the sun does give off heat in the summer, but it stops giving off heat in the winter.
No, sun moves. The sun moves. Didn't you hear me say that?
Yes, I heard you say that. I also heard you say that the sun gives off heat in the summer, but not in the winter.
Well, no. What I meant was that the sun is overhead, directly overhead, almost for a lot of people. For me, it's probably. I'm going to
Sorry,
say
I had a phone call, guys. I had to jet. I'm back now.
that's all right. Darth wants to know what the sun is.
Yeah.
Yeah, astrophysicists want to know what the sun is too.
Yeah, but doctor was telling me that the sun gives off heat in the summer, but it doesn't give heat off in the
No,
winter.
I didn't say that. I said it depends on
That's
the position of the sun. How much heat's going to hit the ground.
we started off the conversation where I asked you what the sun is, and you said it's a light in the sky. Then I asked
Yeah.
you if it gives heat off, and you said
You
not
said,
in the winter. You said not in the winter.
well, then something was wrong in the question that I heard.
Okay, so does the sun give off heat?
The sun gives off radiation.
Yeah, because I can stand behind a glass window and I don't feel hotness from it.
So the sun doesn't give off heat.
Gives off
Not
radiation.
convection.
I'm just trying to ask a simple question because it's.
So
I'm
that's
asking
what I
if
meant by
I'm asking
radiate.
I'm
That's what I meant
asking if
by
the
it
sun
radiates the
gives off heat.
ground and warms the ground up. The word I
So
was
the
looking
sun.
for was radiate, and Dr.
Okay.
Amish got me the right word that I was looking for. Because I normally don't talk about sunshine, because that's up in the sky.
Right. But like,
I,
for
I would
example,
just
like,
ask you, now I
so like,
answered
for
your question,
example,
and we came to
so
the
for
conclusion.
yeah.
I said, I don't know, so now I have a question for you.
Okay. Well, hang on now. Let me explain why I think the sun gives off heat. Because no matter what season it is, when I'm in the shade, I feel cooler than when I'm in the sunlight. So I always assume that the sunlight gives off heat.
Radiates
Am I
onto your
wrong?
skin.
Yeah, the heat. I feel the heat on my skin. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, radiates.
So the sun gives off heat,
Gives off radiation. It radiates off of you.
which
That's
is
what you
heat.
feel. Sure. Do you want it to be that?
Sure. Well, tell me what it is. Like, what is heat to you? What it like?
So it's not a globe. I can tell you that's what heat isn't.
I'm not even asking about that. I'm just asking about what the sun is, and like if it gives off heat or not.
The sun's not fire. You got that?
Okay. Does the sun give off heat? I feel hotter in the sun than in the shade, so I would say yes. The sun gives off heat. Am I wrong?
I mean, I don't know if you're getting at something or what.
I'm just trying to understand what the sun is.
So are astrophysicists.
Well, astrophysicists would say that it is, a gas that's compressed by gravity, which causes, fusion, which gives off energy and heat and light. That's what an astrophysicist would say.
You sure about
But
that?
I'm pretty sure. But I'm asking you just simple, basic questions like if the sun gives off heat or not. Like, I mean, I feel like a child would be able to say yes. A child, basic child, basic understanding, no influence by scientists or the educational system or anything like that. You ask a child if a sun gives off heat, they will say yes.
Well, according to you, it's always hot when the sun is out, so we should never have winter.
No, I didn't
He's
say
asking
that.
you if you think
I
sun
didn't say
gives off
that.
heat.
I also didn't say that. I just simply asked you if sun gives off heat. You're an engineer, right?
Nothing. Engineering has nothing to do with things that are up in the sky.
Yeah, but I feel like you should be able to answer
No,
this.
I
Like,
know, but your feelings aren't relevant here.
let me ask you something. Why is it when you take a magnifying glass and you have sunlight going into it and it focuses it to a point, it sets things on fire?
Because you focus the light energy.
So the light energy gives off heat.
That's focused. You focused it
Yeah.
to a
So if
point. It doesn't come down
yeah,
to you at
so
a point or you'd burn up.
okay, so like if you focus the sun's light into a singular point, it gets really hot. So if it's not as focused, it just doesn't give off as much heat, but it still gives off some heat, right?
Heat radiates off of things, correct?
Yeah, the light. The light causes things to heat up, right?
You think light causes things to heat up?
You just said that you focus the light rays into a singular point and it creates it to catch on fire. So I think we would both agree that the light gives off heat.
You focus that light energy.
Yes, the light
Doc, are
energy.
you trolling, dude?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm just simply trying to understand basic things.
No, you're not. There's nothing basic about the sun because you haven't been able to answer my question yet. You keep trying to ask me questions. I asked you,
Yeah,
what is the sun?
absolutely. I
What
am
is
not
the
denying
sun?
that. I am asking you questions. You are right about that. No,
Okay, so now it's time for me to ask questions. Now you're going to answer, what is the sun?
I think it's a ball of gas.
So you're not sure?
Am I not sure? Like, what do you mean sure? Like, am I 100% positive? Like,
Yeah.
what?
You said you think it's a ball of gas.
Yes, because I don't want to state a fact that might actually be incorrect. So, like, I'm not a
So we can't talk
physicist.
about the sun then.
Why not?
Because you don't know what it is, and neither do I.
Uh, okay, so this simply when I say what is the sun, just say I don't know what it is.
I said it's a light. Does it give off heat? It heats the ground.
So it does give off heat. So the sun does give off heat. Okay.
Yeah, it appears to via
It
electromagnetic waves.
wait. It appears to, or it does.
Well, you're asking heat. I mean, heat can come in the form of like convection. It can come like from infrared radiation. So,
Yeah, that's where he's throwing me off, was when he's like, it gives off heat, and I keep saying it's the heat's coming from the source on the ground that we're at.
So the heat doesn't come from the sun. It just comes from the ground.
the heat is produced when the electromagnetic radiation interacts with matter.
Correct.
So where's that electromagnetic radiation coming from?
Who the hell knows?
Well, you just said that's what's causing the ground to heat up. So I'm
Right.
assuming you
We
know.
can see what the sun does. It doesn't mean we know what the sun is.
So the sun gives off the electromagnetic radiation.
That's what your globers say.
No, that's what you just said.
We're just going with your globers say.
No, I'm
I
not.
mean,
I'm
this
not.
can be measured.
I'm not asking about what the Globers say. I'm asking about what you think. You know that the world is flat, so
Correct.
I just want to know what you think. What the sun is. Now
That's a
you
light.
started off
It's a
with the light
light.
in the sky.
It's a light.
Then I asked you if that light in the sky gives off heat, and you
It
said
heats the ground.
no. It heats the ground, so it does
Right.
heat up the ground.
So what didn't you hear what Amish just said?
Because you guys keep going back and forth. So
No,
the
it's the
sun does.
same thing. He just narrowed it down for you.
Okay, so refresh my memory. What did he say?
We can see what the sun does. It doesn't mean we know what it is.
Okay, so what does the sun do?
We can measure that it emits electromagnetic radiation throughout pretty much the whole spectrum.
Okay, and that gives off heat, right?
Yeah, and electricity.
So the sun gives off heat.
when it interacts with matter.
When it interacts with matter, that's right, as Doctor points out. The
Okay.
sun isn't an oven. Do you know how an oven heats up differently than like infrared?
Well, there's electric ovens, there's gas ovens, so like depends what type of oven you're talking about.
That's right.
Yeah. So like you need a source for energy. You need because heat is energy, so you need a source for this energy. So a gas stove uses gas, which creates, and then you have a spark, which creates fire, which heats up the oven. The electric oven produces a current through rods, which gives off heat, which heats up the oven. So the sun interacts with matter by giving off electromagnetic radiation, which heats up. So the sun is the source of heat, right?
It appears to be so.
You just said that we can measure the radiation coming off the sun, so it either appears or it does.
Well, nobody can test what the sun actually is. Nobody's
I'm not
gone there.
asking about I'm not asking about what it is. You said that you can measure the electromagnetic radiation coming off the sun. So
You can
that
measure
means the
what it's doing,
source.
correct?
Yeah. Okay.
You
So
ever
you're
you ever
saying
look at
that.
solar panels?
Okay. So you are saying that the sun gives off heat, correct?
Geez, Louise, dude, do you understand what we're trying to tell you? You keep asking the same question over and over, and we keep answering it the same way over and over.
Because you're not answering if the sun gives off heat, yes or no.
You could say indirect heat. The sun emits radiation.
So it's the source. The sun is the source of this radiation, right?
It appears so. What the sun is, I don't know. What's
Well,
happening with the sun, we don't
you're
know.
okay. So you're measuring the radiation that comes from the sun, but the sun isn't what's causing the radiation.
We don't know what we're looking at.
Yeah,
Right,
dummy, you
yeah,
just said it yourself.
what did I just say myself?
We look at the sun, we measure it has radiation. That's all we can do.
Okay, so there has to be something that's causing this radiation. It's the sun.
Oh, yeah, we don't know.
What?
Nobody knows.
No one knows how the
Nobody
sun
knows.
works.
Okay, but we do know
No,
it's the
it's a
source
huge
of this
topic of
radiation,
debate
right?
amongst mainstream astrophysicists.
So we do know that the source of this radiation is the sun, right?
No.
No, we don't. But
It
we
appears to
measure the
be.
radiation. It appears to be the source of this radiation, but we measure the radiation.
Say these words out loud so that we actually hear you say them. No one knows what the sun is or does. Say that out loud.
You just said no one knows what the sun is or does.
Yeah, we
Correct.
can measure what it's doing, but that doesn't mean we understand it fully, and it doesn't mean that we understand what it
Okay.
actually is and what's causing it.
So you measure radiation coming from the sun. I just want to get some ground facts down.
I don't know why this sounds controversial to you.
It doesn't sound controversial to me. I don't know why it sounds controversial to you when I sum up what you guys are telling me.
I mean, it's not. I mean, we keep having to repeat ourselves, and it's frustrating.
I agree. It is frustrating. Okay, so how does this what are some sources of radiation? Like what else gives off this electromagnetic radiation? What else can do that?
You can take an
Motors. I measure
electromagnet and wave it in the air.
Yeah, I measure electromagnetic radiation all the time. I just walk through a shop, meters go off left and right. I can tell you how much a machine is putting out.
And they give off a significant amount of heat like the sun does, or they don't?
Yeah, we have around 500 tons of cooling per building. Yeah, they give off a lot of heat.
Okay. Can you take a magnifying glass next to these machines and create a focus point which burns something?
In a fancy way, you could do that with like a maser.
with the light, but no, just from the machine by itself. Like with the sun in the sky, I can take a magnifying glass and burn something just with the light that's coming down.
Try do this one time. Take the magnifying glass, hold it up, look through it, and look at the sun with the magnifying glass and tell me what you see.
No, I wouldn't want to do that. I don't want to burn my eyes. Are you trying to like have me burn my eyes out of my like why would you want me to do that? That's some real passive aggressive stuff you just said right there. All right, so we know that the sun gives off this heat. Okay, that's a good starting point.
What are we trying to figure out?
Good Lord, dude.
What about the moon? Does the moon give off the same amount of heat? It's another light in the sky. Does the sun give off? Does the moon give off heat? Hello?
You act like you've never been outside before.
No, I have been outside.
Then why are you asking if you've been outside?
Because I want to know what you guys think. It's very interesting.
Oh,
to
I
me.
don't
Listen,
think
we
about the moon.
see and experience the same thing as you. Okay?
Okay.
I don't think about the sun and the moon like you obsessed folks do.
Why not?
Because I have other problems to solve daily.
Such as? I mean, you're on Discord right now trying to talk about the flat Earth. So, I mean,
I'm already done
You
for the day, son.
you're done for the day. I usually see you on here
Done
at, like
for
most of the day.
the day. No more
Oh,
working
okay.
today.
So you have time then to talk about this then.
Talk about the sun? No, it doesn't do anything
Well,
for me.
you said you have no more work to do, so that means you have like lots of time to talk about random things, right? Or is this your work? Is this your job?
Yep, I get paid to be a flat earther.
Oh,
Literally.
that's cool. Who pays you?
My company?
Your company pays you to be a
We work
flat
for the
earther?
CIA Flat Earth Disclosure Office.
Oh, that's cool. So the government
Actually, it's not my
actually.
company. It's not my company. It's Dr. Amish's.
Oh. How much does that pay?
6 figures plus
doing well.
benefits and lots of time off.
I'm doing well. Dr. Amish is doing well.
Okay, that's cool. Dr. Amish is paying you 6 figures.
Easily. Easily. Easily
Can
6 figures.
I get the job? Can I get that job?
Dr. Amish, you want to ask him your question?
Yeah, we've got a few interview questions.
Sure.
All right, so you know how some people like to say that reality is subjective, and all knowledge is an approximation of truth. We live in a very modern age. So, with that in mind, how certain are you that you're sitting right now on Discord talking to us on a scale of 0 to 100?
I don't make any claims.
We cannot hire you.
I don't make any claims. I don't make any claims. You have to prove it that I'm sitting on Discord.
He lets me sit in on the interviews and then comment on it. And my comment is, we're not hiring you.
I'm not claiming that I'm sitting on Discord talking to you. I need you to prove it.
I just asked if you were.
I feel like that's. Yeah, no, I don't make any claims. I'm asking you to prove that I'm on Discord talking to you. I feel like that's like a good.
You can't get a job with us.
Yeah, I don't care about proving it to you. I want you to prove it to yourself.
But I hear
you can't even answer a question in an interview. How do you expect to fucking get a job, dude?
I, I don't know because I always ask questions, and then you guys always tell me like we don't make any claims. You need to prove it. So I thought that's like the answer that you were looking for.
This
It
never
sounds
gets old.
reasonable.
I
Maybe.
love this.
So do I get the job?
No, you don't get the job. You can't even answer a question.
Yeah, I know, but I'm like
Well, if you
that's what
say,
I feel
yeah,
like
I
you
know,
guys
I
can't
can't
do.
answer
I, I,
questions.
I, I
You just said, yeah, I know,
I
I
feel
can't
like you
answer
guys don't answer.
questions.
I
And you
feel like
expect
you
to
guys
have a
don't answer
job?
questions. So I thought, yeah,
You
because
don't
I
ask
thought
the
this is like one of
interviewer
those things.
questions. You don't ask the
I,
interviewer
I
questions
thought
when you're getting a job. Unless they say,
you
now
don't, you
it's
don't,
time for you to ask
you don't
questions.
ask what the salary is. You don't ask what the pay is. You don't ask the hours. You don't ask the like how much PTO you get, like what the benefits are. You don't ask the guy any questions.
No, we present that all up front. It's not a secret.
I don't know. I usually ask questions
That's
when
because you've never
I'm being
worked in
interviewed, and
jobs
usually
like we have.
and, and, and usually the interviewee will ask you if you have any questions. That's how like most interviews have gone for me. But it's interesting that you just don't ask any questions
No,
when you're on an interview. That's
no, you have to listen while they interview you, and then they'll say, you have any questions for us? That's your time.
oh, so you do ask questions during an interview?
Well, when you're invited to, it's like a dance.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that we now understand that you can ask questions during an interview.
You can ask questions all you want. That doesn't mean you're getting a
Yep,
job.
I
Yeah,
agree.
just don't ask
I agree.
unsolicited questions during your polygraph.
Correct.
All right.
That's what you just
So
had, a polygraph.
now that we know that the sun does give off heat,
Radiation.
that's good. Yeah, heat radiation, sure, whatever
Radiation.
you want to call
Radiation.
it. Is radiation heat?
It can be.
Is
Yeah.
okay. So is the radiation that the sun giving off heat?
Bruh.
Are you trolling?
No, 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 no. I honestly want to know what you guys think.
I unmuted Moody. He seems to think we don't know that this asshole's a troll.
I'm not trolling. I really want to know what you guys think. I honestly want to know what you guys think. I don't know why that's so hard for you
What
to
time do you
believe.
go to work today?
I'm actually off today.
You don't have a job. That's why you're off.
No, I have a job. I work 4-day weeks, 10 to 12 hour shifts. Similar to most like union jobs.
Do they believe they live on a spinning ball?
I'm sure some of them do. Yeah, most of them probably.
Why don't you start asking them?
Why don't I start asking them?
Yeah, ask the people if they think they live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber. They're
Or
going to
just
think
like
you're a fucking
just
psychopath.
I mean, yeah, probably if they start like they would be like, why wouldn't you think that? Like,
Because water boils away in a vacuum and or gases evacuate in a vacuum. That's why.
It's not like the laws of physics change for flat earthers or anything like that.
Well, the laws of physics are because of flat Earth. They just tried to make it work on a globe. It doesn't.
That's funny and true.
So it looks like I have to drive to Michigan one more time because they're not going to let the selling begin until 90 days from yesterday.
Well, at least it's a nice drive. Michigan's pretty.
Well, I'm in Ohio. I only have to cross the border, go to the weed store, and come back. I don't get to visit Michigan. Looks the same as Ohio. Detroit's not so friendly, but everywhere else is. I wouldn't drive my Cadillac into Detroit, the city of. That's for sure. I'll drive any other car that way we have, but that one.
I'm going through my
So,
camera
what's your
roll
guys'
right now.
favorite category of porn?
What?
What's your favorite?
Yeah, no.
Porn bloopers. They're the best.
I just let him. I unmiked him so that I got a reason to ban him.
That's pretty funny because I was just about to say that I've been going through my camera roll, deleting all the screenshots I've had to take of all the people I've banned for our logging purposes. It's like a trip down memory lane.
See how we do that, guys? I know what's coming. I unmuted him on purpose, waiting for him because he was sitting there all quiet. I know what's coming. So I just wait. So I got a good reason to ban. And then he goes into the ban room, gets his picture posted, and he stays there.
Yep, all the screenshots we take for record keeping purposes is kind of nice. We have a nice photo album. And nobody can say that we're power tripping and banning for no reason because we log everything.
Except our mutes, we don't need to worry about that. If you guys want to complain about that, go ahead. Go right to the top. They're going to laugh in your face. When we started this room, we came in muting everybody, and they said, "You're not allowed to do that." And we said, "We're setting a new standard."
Sorry about that. I was on the phone call with my fiance. You guys still there, Doctor?
Maybe.
Yep.
All right. So I think where we left off is that we now know that the sun does give off radiating, right?
It appears
Not
to.
again.
Well, we measure it, so it does, right? Hello?
This guy having a mental breakdown.
It appears to, and then you also say that you measure it. So if you're measuring the radiation that's coming from the sun, doesn't that mean it is coming from the sun and not it appears to come from the sun?
Well, since you can't go to the sun and take a direct measurement, it just appears that way.
Okay, so what you're saying is like the sun is a light in the sky. We
You
know
might
that
be,
we get
you might be mentally retarded.
radiation,
Did your mom ever have you tested?
but we don't. but we don't know if it definitely comes from the sun. So we just think it does, but we're not sure. Is
Put
that
your
right?
girlfriend on here. I want to ask her some questions.
No, my fiance, and I told you it was a phone call. So if my fiance is calling me, I think it's kind of obvious
Yeah,
that she's
fine.
not with me.
It's your girlfriend.
No, it's my fiance.
Does she use Discord?
No,
You should make a Discord account for her
why?
Because I
so she
want
can
to
come
talk to
talk to
her.
us.
No, that's okay.
What's the matter? You don't want to hear how much of an idiot you are in real life?
Wait. So you don't think I talk to her in real life?
I bet you don't. I bet she doesn't hear you having meltdowns.
I'm having a meltdown right now.
Dude, I'm laughing my ass off.
Am I having a meltdown?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, please
This is
control yourself.
this is the wildest meltdown. This is funny.
Sir, please.
All right, so the sun just appears to give off this radiation, but we don't know if it does or not. But
All right. Next. That's how easy that is. Because I think he might be mentally retarded. He keeps asking the same question over and over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's trolling because
He is
he's asking
trolling.
the same question and then he's acting like he also knows what like the answer is. So it's like
Yeah, he's
you know,
trolling. We know. We already
he's
know.
trolling.
We're also live streaming, so we got to keep it going. Good thing I'm not working today.
Well, he was just throwing a hissy fit. That was not good.
You seem to have all the answers too, so speak up, Sunshine. Sagan.
I'm all questions, baby. All questions, no answers.
What's the sun?
Tell us.
I don't know. You tell me. You guys know what the sun is, remember?
You tell us. You gotta fight fire with fire.
Here,
Is
check
it
this out. Sea
Go ahead.
lining. Sea lining is a type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence, often tangential or previously addressed, while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity and feigning ignorance of the subject matter.
Perfect. What's it called?
Sea lioning.
Oh, perfect.
Orf,
Yeah,
orf,
you're
orf, orf, orf.
yeah. We are in a lull. I could get in my car and just drive there now and be back by, let's see, 2 or 3 o'clock and keep Discord on in my car. I guess I could do that. I didn't charge my phone, so I'll have to lay it on the charger. I hate doing that because it just, what a bad idea in a car.
Yeah, Discord's a good way to pass the time.
I don't even remember driving the last time because I had Discord on the whole time. So there and back, it was just the only interruption I had was going in the weed store and dealing with the people, and yet I still had it on in my pocket because I could hear people yelling through my shirt pocket. It was great.
Well, you're pretty much done for the day, right? So go for it.
That's what I'm thinking. Darth Vader muted himself. So far, I've learned today globe proof is looking at the sun through a magnifying glass.
don't think we know what we're on. Like I feel like if we just zoomed out, like realistically got to zoom out, I think we'd be like, holy shit, what the fuck is this?
Can't see that far.
No, but I mean like if you could like no clip and just like keep going up and up and up. I feel like eventually you get to a point where you're like, holy shit, we are not on anything that we can imagine.
Darth, what do you got to say?
I just don't know why I was muted.
Yes, you do. Sea lioning. It was presented to you.
Sea lining?
Sea lioning.
And that's what exactly?
Keep asking questions like to like no avail, where it's like, so if water's wet, then why do we measure it? And then we answer, and then you're like, so then why does it's like there's no like, oh okay.
I said, oh, okay, a few times.
Yeah, if gravity's not real, why do things fall down? Things fall down, gravity's real. Let's see. Do things get pulled to the center of Earth? Yes. Does space-time push you down? Yes. Do things get pulled to the center of Earth? No, space-time pushes you down. Which is it? All in that same category.
I mean, I heard someone just say that I said we know that the Earth is a globe by putting a magnifying glass up to the sun, and I definitely didn't say that.
So what does the sun have to do with this room that we're in?
Because we see the sun in the sky every single day.
Everybody does.
Right. And is it, I want to know if it's part of the Earth or if it
No,
exists.
it's in the sky. What the
The
fuck
sky.
are you guys on about? It's up
Okay.
in the air. It's over our heads.
Okay, so it's
Not on the ground. Earth is the ground, right? It's not on the
Okay.
ground. So how is it connected to Earth?
Well, is it inside the container that you guys have talked about? Hello? Hello?
What?
Is the sun inside the container that you guys have talked about?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. So it's possible for things to exist outside the container.
I don't know.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if the sun's inside the container and the container's part of Earth, then the sun is part of the Earth, but I guess not.
Your is as good as mine.
Okay.
Well, you could put water in a cup. It doesn't mean the water is a part of the cup now.
I would
just
say
in the
it's a cup.
container.
I would say now it's a cup of water.
But like they're not like connected like molecularly or like I mean no the fucking word I'm thinking of.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if you leave water in like a plastic container over time, like the plastic starts to get infused into the water. So I don't know.
You're
Maybe.
not sure. You're only pretty sure. You're just making shit up again.
Am I?
So you asked to be unmuted. Is that what you're going to do now?
Well, I asked to be unmuted because you guys were saying things that I said when I didn't say those things. That's why I asked to be unmuted because I wanted to correct you. Like when the guy said that, oh, the proof of the globe is holding a magnifying glass up to the sun. I didn't say that. So that's why I wanted to be unmuted.
You'll
And
live.
I also feel that if you're going to be talking about me, you shouldn't mute me that I can't
You'll
respond.
live.
Is that fair? Like if you're going to be talking about someone
Yes,
while they're
it's
in the
fair.
room, you should at least
Yes, it's
unmute
fair.
them.
Yes,
Okay.
it's fair.
Okay. I'm glad we agree.
Are you a security guard?
No, I'm a land surveyor.
A meathead.
A land surveyor.
Yep.
Are you the one who put in here that verticals are not 90 degrees to horizontals?
You have to be more specific.
Oh
Are
no.
verticals 90 degrees to horizontals?
Or all
Yes.
verticals.
All verticals 90 degrees to horizontal.
I mean, if it's perfectly,
All. Not, I mean, kind of, maybe. All of them.
then I would say no.
Well, there you go.
Like you
Can't
can
get
have a
higher.
slope. You can
You
have a
can't get
slope
higher.
line. You can have a slope line that's not perpendicular to a level horizontal, but it still goes up vertically. So no, it doesn't have to be perpendicular.
So the horizontal is horizontal. The vertical to the horizontal, but then it's not vertical, you said?
Well, I mean, it depends what you're talking about because okay, so if you have a horizontal line that's level, but it's coming off a non-level surface, that's like a third line. That's like another line, and then you have the third line that's the vertical, and so
Okay.
you can.
All right, let's simplify this for you. I have an 8-foot level between two posts, and it's
Okay.
8 foot wide. It's level, and I hang 2 strings at each end. Are those strings vertical to the horizontal?
Yeah. At what slope though?
0.
Zero slope? Oh, then they're not vertical to the horizontal. They're with the horizontal if there's no slope.
So I mean that there's no deviation, is what I meant.
And this is a 2D object.
No, I can go out in my garage right now, put an 8-foot level up, and hang 2 strings off of it.
Okay. And like this level is
And you're gonna
100%. Like you can get this level to be perfectly horizontal. Like there's like not even like a 0.00001% off of level. It's like it's
closer than you
absolutely
can with
perfect,
closer than you can with the theodolite.
but not perfect.
Perfect enough to keep buildings standing for hundreds of years.
Okay, but not absolutely perfect.
Yeah, almost.
Oh, okay, almost. Then no, they are not. They are not perpendicular then.
Yeah, they are. If you just hang a
No,
plumb
no,
line from the
you said
horizontal,
that-
it's going to be
you,
perfectly. It's going to be perfect. Yep. If you hang
you
it from
just
the
you just you
horizontal,
just told me that the level isn't absolutely perfect though.
it is. It's level. Yeah, I
You
used the
just told
bubble
me,
on it.
but
I used the bubble
you
on it.
said it,
All 3 of them, and they're centered, so that's
and they're
perfectly level.
absolutely
Yep.
perfectly not
Yep.
not
Yep.
a
That's
single.
absolutely perfectly level. You got to go back to this again. Yep, it's absolutely perfectly level. Now what?
I mean, I feel like
Feelings are irrelevant with me.
you defied the laws of physics.
Feelings only matter when it's my wife. You got
I
it?
mean,
Or kids.
like I mean, 0% error. That's pretty cool, man. Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We hold tight tolerances at work.
Yep. How do
Yep.
you know it's perfectly level?
Level says so.
The bubble,
Yeah.
and how's that work?
You tell me. You're a land
Well, like
surveyor.
Is it
how do you
Gabby?
know that the
It's
bubble?
Gabby.
How do you know that the bubble's perfectly centered though?
Because Gabby.
Because there's lines that mark it, and they're done in a controlled environment when they make them.
Right, but with your eyes, you can just see that it's perfectly level, or do you
Yeah, there's
measure it?
there's marks on there to say your bubble needs to be exactly between here and you're perfectly level at all 3
But,
points. Center and
but
both
how do you
ends. Center
do you
and
know?
both ends.
It's
Okay, how do
perfect
you
because
know?
of Gabby.
But how do you know it's perfectly in the center? Like with just
Because of
your eyes, like
Gabby. Gabby.
but like what's gravity?
That's where it grabs things and pulls it down to the earth, and then exactly the rate predicted astrophysically.
So there is gravity?
No, there's gravity.
Gravity. And what's gravity? Like, what causes that?
Your imagination.
Can you hear me?
My imagination?
Am I
My
coming through, or
imagination?
am
Now
I-
you're coming
Yeah, I
through.
can,
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
can hear you.
So what's happening is that the model is so perfect that there's some imaginary force that you cannot detect or even identify or even say
What
what
model
it
are you
is.
talking about?
The
I'm
the
just talking
model
about.
of the world.
I'm
The
talking
world.
about doctor. No, I'm talking about doctor, 8
Yeah, I'm
foot
telling you,
level
he's
that
right.
he that he
Gravity
has on the wall. And you said
Gravity has made the model so perfect
What the hell's
that
gravity?
it's a force that grabs things and pulls it down.
This is like babysitting a nursery school.
So because of gravity and because the math is so perfect, you can use it to predict which way down is. That way you've only got one down and it's always just 90 degrees vertical. So that it's always perfect. So all of them line up. The problem is if you start bending the horizontal, now you've got too many downs. Gravity has given you downs instead of just one down. Like each person of gavities, each person has their own instance of gravity, and it won't work anymore.
I think we got too many downs in here right now.
And not System of a Down either. A lot of syndrome running around.
There's a lot of downs when you start talking about a globe model instead of a regular Earth model. We start bending the horizontal, suddenly it's like every person has downs.
okay, so this gravity that you know of is what's
Do you
causing the
deny it?
bubbles.
Are you science denial?
I've never heard of this gravity before.
Yeah, you
This is
can
the first
test it
time
right now.
This is honestly the first time I've ever heard of it. Ever.
Okay, test this, right? Grab something and
Uh-huh.
lift it up,
Right.
then let go of it. So you're
Okay.
no longer grabbing it. And something else will gravity it. That thing, you don't see it, you can't measure it, but something else grabbed it and pulled it back down to the ground.
That's amazing.
Yeah, do you deny that?
No, I agree. When you drop something, things fall to the ground. I don't
Not
deny
fall, it's grabbed. Something
that. It's
grabs it.
grabbed.
Yeah, it's gravity.
Oh, so like there's like an invisible hand that grabbed it?
Yeah, like a force. You add a force. And that force,
Okay.
you could imagine it as a hand. You could define it as a hand. But what it actually is, I don't know.
I use
Right.
invisible pulling ropes to explain it, and that makes a lot of sense. All the ropes are connected to the center of Earth, and all the ropes pull everything down.
See, this is why you know that it's
So is this
nine
rope
per.
is this rope like a physical rope that's just invisible, or
It's invisible.
is it intangible? Like you can't ever touch it, right?
No. Why are you
Okay.
questioning that? You don't question other scientists when they give you stories.
Why
I
are you
don't know that you're a
denying the
scientist.
science?
I don't know that he's a
You
scientist.
have to accept it on faith. And
No, I
because
don't.
I've done experiments and I've validated this stuff.
Do you
Okay,
want me
so
to go
tell me
put
some of
on a
those.
lab
Tell me
coat,
about.
take a picture for you? I just have to
Tell
make
me
sure
about.
my work logo isn't on it. I'll get you the lab coat. I'll go take a
Tell,
picture and post it for you, okay?
sounds good. Um, so tell me about some of these experiments you've done, Crit.
Yeah, what's the first one? Let's see if you're able to comprehend the science.
I'm how would I know what the first experiment is that you did? How would I
Okay, if you
possibly
want
know
to
that?
test for something that grabs down, what would you do? How would you change, vary, manipulate that?
You said that you've done these experiments. I
Yeah,
want to
and
know
which was the
about these.
first one? The first
I
one
have
I
no.
explained.
I have no idea which
Okay,
experiment
well,
you did.
you
I
should put
don't
yourself
know.
on mute and go back and listen to the tape because I explained the first one I did.
You dropped something to the ground.
No, I let go of it. I released my gravity, and something
Okay,
else added gravity.
and that's the experiment. That's it.
The object. Yeah, I
Right.
manipulated the object. I gabbied it,
Uh huh.
and then I lifted it up, and I
Okay.
ungabbied it. So it should have stayed right where it's at, because all objects rest. But
Mhm.
instead of resting in its new position, something else
Mhm.
gabbied it.
Okay. What was that something else?
Gravity.
No, you said something else. Gabby did it. So
Yeah,
is Gabby?
gravity.
Oh, so Gabby is gabbiting the thing. Gabby is gabbiting the thing.
It's grabbing. That's why you call it gravity.
Yeah, you're right. And you so like at first you said that you are gabbiting it, and
Yeah,
then
I can
when
gravity
you
too. That's why the
yeah
best
yeah
part, you
yeah
can change, vary, manipulate things, and you can
right
gravity different things.
right. So you said that
Some things are gabbitied and
when you
some things
let
are not
go,
gabbitied.
yeah, when you said you when you let go of the ball, something else Gabby did it.
Well, it was a
And when I
spoon.
okay, so when you let go of the spoon, something else Gabby did the spoon and brought it to the ground.
Yeah,
Is it
then
the
I
ground?
went
Like,
out and I played with
so
the
the
dog and I gabbitied the ball and I
uh
threw the
huh
ball. So then when Gabbity was trying to Gabbity it
uh huh
couldn't quite get there. And then the
right
dog caught it in the air and he Gabbied it and brought it back to me. So that way
okay
we're able to get around. We're able to change, vary, manipulate Gabbity by using a
okay
two observer dependency.
right. So you released the spoon and something else Gabby did it. What was the something else? Was it the ground that Gabby did it?
No, Gabbity it. Gabbity is Gabbity.
I'm not following. I'm not following.
Okay,
You
that's how
Gabby
you can
did it.
do it. Okay, this is how you can follow. Okay,
You
but
Gabby did
anything.
it. So you are a person that Gabby did it.
No,
When you
just
let
do
it go.
this. This is how you can do it. This is how you can follow. Okay, just look at something. Okay, are you looking
Uh
at
huh.
it?
Yeah, I'm looking at a sign right
Okay,
now.
is it moving?
No, it doesn't appear to be.
Okay, so it's stationary, right? It's not
Uh
moving
huh.
up or down, left or right.
Yeah,
Okay, now pick it up. Add
I can.
Gabby
It's
it.
cemented into the ground.
Okay, but you'd have to use something with better gravity then, like a crane or something. So how about use something where you can manipulate it, you can Gabby it, because
Okay. How about
otherwise,
this?
if you
How
just
about
try
this?
to Gabby it, you'll realize that something else is Gabbying it.
Okay, so I have a piece of paper in my hand. I'm in the car, and you want me to let it go, right?
Yeah, you can also switch hands, like Gabby it with your other hand. So let go with one hand
Uh huh.
and Gabby it with the other hand.
Now, am I gabbiting it with the other hand before I let go with the first hand, or am
Yeah,
I?
you can change, very manipulate your Gabbities.
Yeah, it's
So
called
okay,
reversing
so
the polarity.
all right, so I gabbited it with my other hand, and I let go with my first hand. I'm still holding it. So now what do I do?
Okay, yeah, think about it. What would be the next step?
I don't know. I'm asking you. This
Could
is
you
your
add another
experiment.
observer, like maybe a dog or
I'm a-
someone else who catches paper? See, all this stuff was explained to you. It just doesn't seem like you're either denying it or you're playing dumb on
I'm
purpose.
not denying it. I'm trying to recreate your experiment.
Okay, so which way would you do? What would you do next? You could add another observer, or what else?
I'm asking you. This is your experiment. I'm asking you what the
No,
next
it's
step is.
yours. You're doing. That's the best
No,
part of
it
science.
yes, but I'm recreating your
It's
experiment.
not
So what
mine.
the
I don't own the experiment. The experiment is done outside of the person. They can only thing they do is they articulate the method they use, and then other people recreate it. You can
so
own the result because that way you can compare results with logic, reason, and science, and say, "Hey, my result of this is X, Y, or Z." Mine too. So now let's debate what the possible variations of these data sets are. So if you don't even own your own experiment, you've lost all causal agent. You don't have any cause anymore. So basically what you're doing is just observing yourself doing something without any logic or reason or rationality behind it. You're just basically spiraling.
I
You're just
posted me in the lab code for him, so now he gets it.
I'm still just like we started off. You said you did this experiment. You said that you did this experiment where you had a spoon and you let it go, and something else.
Yikes. He's thinking, okay, Darth, are you me or are you you?
I'm me. So I
Okay,
have this
so
paper in your hand, and you
so
told me to
you have,
grab it.
okay, hold on. I didn't tell you to do anything at all. We gotta go step by step here because you were seriously in the weeds here. Okay, did I change, very manipulate you, or did I change, very manipulate an object in my environment? There's only one answer to that question.
You told me that.
No, I didn't tell you anything. Okay, I was talking to Radwin about how he knows 100% that if he hangs strings down from a level, that they are level and it's perfect because there's a force that grabs things called gravity.
Right.
Okay, are you tracking yet?
Yes.
Okay, who was I talking to, you or not you?
Yeah, you were talking to him, and
Yeah,
I
so
heard
not
what you
you.
said, and then I had a question about what this was, and then you started talking to me.
No, you missed it. You lost the plot.
Where'd I miss it?
Because
Where'd
Radwin was
I get it
talking to
wrong?
me too, and you just inserted yourself into the conversation because you think you're some sort of special, like, pony, and you need to be the center of attention everywhere you go.
No, but okay.
Yeah, because I described it as a hand, and he said he described it as ropes.
Right.
And then I can't remember who else was talking. It looks like, I think it was Amish, right? I think Amish jumped in, and yeah, he had talked about how there was a lot of downs if you curve the horizontal.
Oh yeah, a lot of downs.
Yeah, so this is all the plot points that you are missing. There's at least 4 or 5 people involved in this conversation, and you seem to think you're not one of those people, and you are one of those people at the same time.
God's
No,
part of the conversation too. Don't forget God.
Yeah, God's always involved.
See, I'm confused because when I started asking you,
Okay, if you're confused, then just listen for a while. See, these problem solves, like all these problems you're having, are very easy to fix. Okay, because now you get to listen instead of talk, and that way once you unfuck yourself and realize people aren't talking to you, then you'll be able to figure out who, when, where, why, and how.
And sometimes Y and W.
Yeah. Well, why? Because God done it. It's like, it's breathtaking, just to watch somebody confused about even basic shit, like who was talking. Like they would go to like say, hey, I went to a party, and like, yeah, I talked to this one person. Like, who else was at the party? Wow, no clue, no fucking clue. Were you there? Well, no, I wasn't there either. I go, why weren't you? What? If you were talking to a person, weren't you also there? No, they talked to me, and I was confused about who they were talking to, so I just left the party. So you were at the party. No.
I still like there's a lot of downs in here.
It's terrible.
I mean, it's
It is,
okay.
but it's funny as hell.
It's like this one thing. Like people think that flat earthers are all saints, and they're all Saint Peter, and we're all in here to suffer the fool. Not me. Okay, I do not suffer the fool.
Right. Fuck them.
I can't even talk, Phil, because of that comment. I can't keep a straight face.
So do you guys know for certain that the Earth is flat?
Beyond all doubt, there's
Yeah,
nothing I'm more
100%.
certain about.
100%. Can't even be anymore. 100 and 0.00001%. Yeah.
And you know that knowledge is correct?
Yep.
So that leads to an infinite regress.
No.
How do you give an account for that? Yeah,
No.
it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
So does glow.
When you say you know that the Earth is
Leads
flat
to an
for
infinite
certain.
regress.
Okay, so when you say that the Earth is flat and you know that for certain, and then you also say that you know that knowledge is correct, it's going to lead to an infinite regress because you know that that knowledge is correct. You just go infinitely.
Nope.
It would be entailed. Yes, that's how it works.
Water, dummy.
What?
You can go and check water yourself. It's flat and level when it rests.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just asking how you give an account for this infinite regress of knowledge that you have.
Rev, it's not an infinite regress. Here, look at what we can do here. Okay, you can look at. Do you understand that Kansas is on Earth, right? Is Kansas Earth, or is Kansas not on Earth?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna make sure you follow that because there was that funny moment in Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever where they were the heroes, the superheroes were all fighting each other, and the one guy said like, "We're here to kill Thanos." He goes like, "What the fuck? Are you from Earth?" He's like, "No, I'm from Missouri." And then the other superhero said, "Missouri's on Earth, you fucking abject retard." Okay, so at least you understand that, right? You understand that Kansas is on Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so look at this right here. Mathematically, can you describe Kansas? Well, how about this? Mathematically, can you describe a pancake as flat?
This has nothing to do with what I said.
Yeah, because we were talking about, do you know a pancake is flat?
No, I was critiquing what you said.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're
certain.
going into your worldview. So to see.
Oh, okay, wait. So you don't want to address the issue with what you said?
Yeah, we're addressing the issue right now.
You want to dodge
right now. Let Crit finish his thing.
Wait, that's not addressing it by.
Yeah, we're addressing it right now. Do you because if our worldviews are so far apart that you're unable to match me at anything, right? If then there's no way to talk because we're just too. It's like an alien consciousness trying to communicate.
So just be clear, you're dodging. You're dodging my criticism.
No, I'm directly approaching it. Inside
no, you're not.
Your
not by asking me questions, right?
Inside your worldview, do you understand the pancake is flat? I do.
Again, there's nothing to do with my critique of your view. So you're
okay. Inside your worldview is a pancake flat. If it's not flat, then we're apart. Okay, our worldviews.
So you're just reading off your dialogue tree. I'm not interested.
Okay. Why are you interrupting him, man? Shut up.
Yeah, he's like, it's funny. I see him going on and off mute, and he just keeps talking. Like he's probably talking over me and doesn't even realize he's muted.
No, I'm not. You're not addressing what I said. You're just dodging. I would like for you.
Wow. Okay, Rev.
Yeah, somebody's upset.
Do you understand the word flat? Let's say flat is an adjective. Do you understand
asking
the word?
me questions is not answering my question, right? Do you concede?
I got to see where you're coming from so I can frame the answer in such a way it's understandable inside your worldview.
So that has nothing to do with the infinite regress of knowledge, which was the critique I
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Since you won't explain it or take questions on it, let's see where you go with it, okay? Let's dive into that claim, and there is an infinite regress on the table. So let's look at that, okay? Let's look at other objects and see if it's logically consistent. Then I'll be able to find out what you're talking about because you're not explaining it. You just said, "Hey, Crit, you have an infinite regress." Okay, sure. Let's look at that, right? Let me explain what I'm talking about and see if you're able to understand it, and then also have the same infinite regress in your worldview or how you explain it away. So let's look at a pancake. Are you looking at, like, in your mind's eye, visualize a pancake?
The problem is you need to give an account as to how you can secure the infinite regress, since you've accepted that your view has one.
Let's look at it.
Let's get to the point.
No.
Let's look at it, right? Do you see a pancake in your, like, visualize a pancake in your, or how about just a pan? Okay, you've got a pan. Have you ever seen a pan in your life? Do you know what a pan looks like?
What does that have to do with what I said?
Yeah,
Oh
because
my
we're gonna explore the idea here. Let's follow it to a
Yeah,
complete
but
logical
my worldview
conclusion.
has nothing to do with the issue in yours, right?
Yeah, because I would say you're coming at me with this idea of an infinite regress because your worldview is either broken and you've got logical contradictions, or you're just miscalibrating what I'm saying. You're not understanding it.
That's
Then you're
that's a nice
using
declaration,
then
right?
you're
But you haven't
using this
addressed your
lack of
issue.
then you're using this lack of understanding to make some sort of claim that you're unable to articulate or
I'll
take
just take an
questions on.
agnostic position on everything. I'm a
Okay,
skeptic. I'm a global
okay, so
skeptic.
you don't know, right?
Right.
There we go. We're problem solved. You
We're
don't know.
done.
No, there's
That
no
was it.
problem. Your problem is not solved. You said you
Yeah,
know for
my
certain.
problem is good because your critique is based on you don't know.
Right.
You have
No,
an
it's not based. No,
yeah,
there's
you
no.
have an I
Nothing
don't.
is
You have a
based
big
on.
Said
question
you
mark.
don't
Hey.
know, dummy. You said you don't know.
Okay,
I
doesn't
want
mean
to
it's
hear
based
Rev.
on.
I want to hear Rev explain how he thinks we have an infinite regression fallacy.
He said he
Yeah.
explained it
So
with an I don't know.
no.
All right, well, let
The
him
pro-
elaborate on what that means.
Well, I want to address what he's saying because he's saying when I say I'm a global skeptic, and that means like I usually take agnostic positions on most things. He's saying that like I'm basing my critique of his view on the fact that I don't know. Well, no, there's no basis because there's no grounding relation on my view because I'm a skeptic. Now the issue is that I'm just saying that I'm using these things as conventions, but there's nothing real about them. So I can use these sort of language games as conventions, these sort of like logic games as conventions, but there's nothing real about them. So that's just to clarify
What are
that.
you talking
Also,
about, dude? You
okay,
accused us
listen,
of holding an
yeah.
infinite regress fallacy.
I
Explain
was
yourself.
responding. I know you're not following, but I was responding to what Crit just said. So now the issue is with
All right,
when you
well, I'm
say,
resetting the
"Yeah,
conversation.
that's
Okay,
fine."
let's
Can
let's
you
go
be
back
quiet,
to what
buddy?
you
Stop
just said.
spurging out. Yeah, can you stop
Hey,
spurging out?
listen, I'm trying to moderate the room. You're spurging out. Let's go back to the very beginning. You accused us of holding an infinite regress fallacy. Okay, I hear you loud and clear. Now, please explain what that means.
Yeah. So when you claim to know that the Earth is flat for certain, then I also ask you if you know that that knowledge is correct. That's going to lead to an infinite regress because there's going to be a principle that underdetermines the knowledge of your foreknowledge in that case, which would be an entailment of some sort of like analytic relation between the knowledge that you have of the Earth being flat and the foreknowledge of that knowledge. And this would just go on infinitely because that would also entail another analytic
No, you
predicate,
didn't
which would
explain
be that you
yourself
know that
here.
you know that, which would also entail another analytic predicate, which would be that you know that you know that you know that, and it would go on infinitely.
All right, so what do you know about us and our knowledge claim?
Can you repeat what I just said and demonstrate you have an understanding?
I'm asking you to
I just
basically
want you to
explain what
repeat
the
because
hell
it
you're
sounds like you
talking
weren't
about.
listening, right? It sounds like
So
you're
you're
just waiting.
claiming you know what our knowledge claim is, correct?
No, you told me, right? You said
No.
that you know something for certain.
Well, you accused us of having an infinite regress without knowing what our knowledge claim even
No,
is.
I do know it is because you just said you know something for certain, which is that
We
the
didn't
Earth is
tell you
flat.
how we know, you dipshit.
It doesn't matter how you.
Yes, it does. Epistemology does matter. How you know things matters, bro. So, why don't you
That's not
start
the
over?
question. You're dodging again. When you say you.
Go ahead. I have his button. Go ahead and ask.
Oh, okay. What do you know of our knowledge claim?
Again, when you say you know something for certain, I don't need to know how you come to that knowledge. I just need to know the claim that you're making. That's it, which is public because it's propositional. When you say I know the Earth is flat for certain, that's a proposition. You're saying it's true. You're also saying that you know that that proposition is true and that that knowledge is correct, which again leads to an infinite regress.
You have no idea how we arrived at this knowledge.
It doesn't matter what I
Yes,
just
It
said.
does
Just listen to
matter.
anything I just.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. When you make the claim that I know for certain the Earth is flat, the question of how you arrive to that knowledge does not matter because presumably.
It
All right,
does
I'm going to ask you a very
matter.
pointed question right now. All right. How certain are you that you're on Discord on a scale of 0 to 100%?
I don't require certainty for knowledge. I don't think that's a criteria.
Okay, well then, you're fired.
You're just declaring that certainty is required for knowledge. Can you give the
I've
argument for
asked
that?
you a question. I didn't declare shit.
No, you
I
did declare it when you said that you know that the Earth is flat for certain, retard.
Yeah,
God,
I think you
I
know.
love how flat earthers can't
Sorry if that
reason.
bothers
You
you, man.
literally can't
So
reason,
you
buddy.
know things for certain.
Something
That's
is
what we
disrupting
live.
your rational faculties.
You
Like
know
you're
that
not
you're
following.
breathing right now? Or are you uncertain about that too? You sound very lost.
Like I said, I know you're not listening. I can know things without certainty. That's not a criteria for knowledge.
You sound very uncertain.
Do you know
That
that?
all of us are, I'd say. We don't know anything for
Are you
certain.
certain of that?
No, because I
Yeah.
don't require certainty, retard.
How certain are you that we have an infinite regress fallacy, dumbass?
I don't require certainty, retard.
So you don't
All
know
right, so you
anything.
don't know. So the whole
Can,
point of
can,
your
can you
argument,
get wait?
not
I'm sorry. Can you
sure.
give the argument that we require
your
certainty?
argumentation ethic is absolutely pointless.
Argumentation ethic? What the fuck are
Yeah.
you talking about? You're a
Oh, you
slow
never
boy.
studied argumentation ethics. Well,
What does ethics have to do with this conversation?
the ethics of an argument do matter, and I can
The
point you to Hans Hermann Hoppe.
What is the ethics of logic?
You can
Please
make
explain that.
an argument that's unethical by trolling.
What would make it unethical?
Yeah, the fact that you're trolling, you're not engaged here.
Well, no, you just said that it would be logic, so it would be irrational, right? On your view.
I said unethical. You don't even
Yeah,
listen to
and
what
you
I
said
say.
ethics are. Yeah, you said it's logic.
You don't
right?
even listen, dude. So why should I have a conversation with you?
No, you're actually not listening to me actively. I'm listening to everything you're saying. It's just a bunch of slow boy jargon. You're not following the conversation. You asked me if I know things for certain. I said certainty is not a criteria for knowledge. Then you said, "Are you certain of that?" I said, "I don't require certainty," as I just said. And you just kept saying, "Are you certain of that? Are you certain of that?" You're just like a retard that's on a repeat. It's like a
You
broken
sound
record.
like you're depressed.
That's a projection.
Well,
Do you know it's a
projecting
projection?
that on us.
Yeah, I know.
Are you certain it's a projection?
Probabilistic account. It's a probabilistic account that I know. He cuts himself. Probably.
Wow, this guy's deep.
Did he say I cut myself?
Yeah, he's
I'm just
deep.
making like a probabilistic inference.
I've cut myself plenty of times. You should see the
There
machinery
you
I
go.
work around of.
Oh, I meant
All
intentionally.
kinds. All kinds of machinery. We get cut all the time.
How much money do you have?
How certain are you that certainty isn't required for knowledge?
Certainty is just like it's not when you ask questions like how certain are you that certainty or whatever, and like you're using the term certain to refer to like a specific concept. What I'm saying is like that doesn't entail.
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so you don't want to actually have an answer to the question.
Well, you don't have anything interesting to say, so.
No, I just think you're a slow boy who doesn't understand philosophy.
But you don't know it.
I do know. I know a lot of things.
How
Oh,
certain
so
are you
you
of this
all right.
knowledge?
How certain are you that you know things?
Well, certainty isn't required for knowledge.
So he doesn't care about being certain. Boy, that sucks as a philosopher.
Wait, can you give an
What's the
answer as
point of
to
arguing
how?
if you're not going to be certain about what you argue about?
Well, because I don't think certainty is a thing. I don't think it's a useful
So
concept.
then why do you argue?
What do you mean? Because it's a convention?
You argue because it's
It's a
convention to
dialectic.
argue? That's a do loop.
A do loop. What
Yeah,
the fuck is a
that's
do loop?
circular reasoning.
How is that circular?
You argue because it's a convention to argue.
Wait, no. If you're saying
You don't
no,
understand how that's
do you
circular?
know what a convention is? Wait, if it's circular, then presumably it would have to be referring to some
Yeah, you're
pleonastic
basically saying
pronoun.
people do it because people do it.
That's not at all.
Yeah,
A
that's
convention. A convention mean it's in accordance with some norm.
That's
Right?
what
And
I just
by
said.
norm, I'm
People
referring
do
to
it
norm.
because people do it because it's normal to do, right?
Yeah,
That's
see, it's not what I mean by norm. You don't even know what I'm talking about because you haven't like learned anything about philosophy.
I haven't learned any. You don't seem to know how to apply what little knowledge you have.
I am applying it. When I say norm,
Oh,
I'm
you're not
referring
very
to.
certain about that, are you?
I don't require certainty. You
Yeah, no shit.
keep inserting this into the conversation. Can you demonstrate why we require certainty for knowledge? Go ahead.
I'm going to let that marinade there. Thank you.
He brought up certainty to begin with.
Again, can you demonstrate why we require certainty for knowledge? Go ahead.
You brought it up.
No, he's making the claim, right? I never brought it up. I'll take that as a concession.
You can take it however you want.
I mean, if you're not able to move the debate proposition forward, then that's a concession.
What
Like,
debate?
formally.
Nobody's debating.
Yeah, there's no
Oh,
debate
we've been
yet.
debating. Yeah, there's been like
This isn't a debate
You're
channel.
debating yourself.
You negated the proposition that we don't require certainty for knowledge. I affirmed it. I'm moving the proposition
No,
forward.
nobody negated that. You're
You
assuming
negated that. Oh, so
negated
you
that.
agree then? Wait, so you agree then? You agree that you don't require certainty for knowledge. There you go. That's a concession.
No, I didn't say that either. See, you
Oh,
don't even know
okay.
how to
So then what
argue.
is it? Wait, so do you affirm or deny the proposition? Go ahead.
I can't hear you.
Do you affirm or deny the proposition
What proposition?
that certainty isn't required for knowledge?
I say knowledge is
Your
certainty.
gears
Now
are just
what?
sitting in your head, bro.
No, I mean, I know what knowledge is. You don't seem to know.
What is knowledge?
It's when you're certain.
So then you would affirm the proposition that knowledge is required or certainty is required for knowledge, right?
No, knowledge is certainty. How
Yeah,
about
can you
that?
affirm
So they're
certain
identical?
something without being certain? Can you affirm anything without being certain?
Probably, yeah.
Would that be ethical?
Probably.
Would that be ethical? What does that mean for it to be? What does it mean for an affirmation to be ethical? Like affirming a proposition.
What are you trolling then?
What? I just take. Like, I'm an anti-realist when it comes to ethics. Why are you bringing up ethics? This has nothing to do with the conversation.
You're an anti-realist?
Yes.
Damn.
Damn, you failed.
Do you know what that means? Can you
Yeah,
explain what
you
that
failed
means?
life.
Yeah,
I failed life.
you
So you're
are
projecting it
anti-life. You're anti-life.
Anti-life? That's what you think it means?
Yes.
No, I just don't think there's anything real going
I know.
on when
You
we're talking about
have a
like.
brain in the jar, and
Yeah,
you
I'm
live
not
in a
done.
simulation. We've already discussed this
No,
about 2
no.
hours ago.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
He's
sorry. That
gonna
has to
be
do
the
with
next Darwin Award.
that has to do with epistemology, skepticism, not ethics.
You're a Darwin Award winner.
Darwin Award, right? Let me ask you something. Do you believe the Earth is flat because you want to feel accepted in like a group?
Accepted in a group.
Yeah.
Do you think we all got together and said, let's form a group and let's hold hands?
No, I think there's like a big community online.
Where?
Maybe.
Where is
The
it?
Flat Earth community?
Yeah, where is it?
Everywhere. On Discord, Clubhouse.
Does
So
that
now
bother you?
Not at
Yeah,
all,
it
actually.
does bother you. It
I
bothers
think
you a
it's
lot, or
good.
you
I
wouldn't
think
be
it's
in
good.
here.
I
He's
think we need
triggered.
more. I think we need more retards on the internet that people can see how bad the ideas are.
We are
Yeah, people
recording it
bothered
for
by
that
retards.
purpose. Yeah, we're recording it so we can show people what you sound like. Thank you.
Okay. Same with you. I mean, it's good to show yourself online, I think, and show your ideas.
Imagine getting brain surgery by a surgeon who wasn't too certain about his knowledge.
I mean, you still haven't demonstrated how certainty is required for knowledge, how it's a criteria for
I
knowledge,
just
right?
provide an example.
Oh, an example, right? So
You
just
weren't even
declaring-
listening.
Yes, I was. You said, imagine a surgeon, a brain surgeon, who's not even certain of his knowledge.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter, right?
Who says it doesn't matter? I'm saying you can still have knowledge, but it doesn't require certainty. Can you demonstrate, since you're making the claim, right? It's very easy. Can you demonstrate that certainty is required for knowledge?
How do you know things?
That's not demonstrating that certainty is required for knowledge. See, you're just dodging. I'd say knowledge is like justified true belief.
True
I'd
belief?
take like a I'd take like a probabilistic account.
Sounds like a contradiction.
Wow.
Wait, so it's
Contradiction.
probable?
A true belief.
Wait,
That is
where's
a contradiction
whoever
in terms
said
right there.
whoever said it's a contradiction? Can you give me the two propositions?
Well, so
that
hold
form
on a
a
second. If your
contradiction?
knowledge is on a probabilistic scale, but is also not required, certainty's not required,
No, the
isn't that
truth
a
predicate.
contradiction?
The truth predicate is just probabilistic, but even that wouldn't be a contradiction. Again, can you
Well,
demonstrate that certainty
how
is?
certain is probable?
I don't use certainty in my epistemology.
Okay.
Okay, you still haven't answered the question. Like, can you demonstrate that certainty is required for knowledge? This is probably the sixth time I've asked you.
I mean, other people have answered it for you.
Yeah, answer the question. I want you to
No.
answer it. Right? I'm asking you. No, so that's a
It's
concession?
self-evident.
Oh, it's self-evident. What does that mean? Does that mean it's non-inferential? You're saying it's self-evident.
Yeah.
Presumably, you're making any sort of inference, right?
Do you know when you have to take a piss?
Yes or no? Can you answer the question?
Do you know when you have to take a
Yeah. Asking me a question is not answering the question.
or does
So
not
again,
being certain not matter because what
so
if you
you're
piss your
dodging
pants, right?
again. Yeah, you're dodging again. So again, when you say you know something, you're saying there's a certainty there. Is that certainty identical to the knowledge that you have?
What if you have to take a shit? That's even worse, right?
What?
Does it matter if you're not really that certain if you have to take a shit or not? Let's say you're in a meeting with a boss.
Wait a second. What if you fart and then you actually shit?
Oh
And you're
man.
certain that you had to fart.
Yeah, that's where being uncertain can really screw you.
So you can't demonstrate that
Yeah.
certainty is required for knowledge?
Yeah.
I think we're just talking about it.
Okay. So you have no reason to
No, I
believe that
can't because I'm
certainty.
laughing too hard at
Wait,
you.
I'm sorry. If you can't, because you said it's self-evident a minute ago.
Radwin, this
So
guy's the full program. I'm
you
glad we
said it.
didn't mute him for the live stream. This is excellent.
I
Yeah.
know it shows how like slow
We're
you
gonna
guys
have to
are.
show the
So
flat Earth community this.
I mean, you thought a justified true belief was a contradiction, so I think they'll enjoy that.
No, I
But
didn't say that.
Hold on 1 second.
yeah.
Quad trademark that. True belief is ours.
So what's the contradiction with knowledge being
He
justified?
posted it as a trademark in the live stream. So now
What's the
you have to pay us.
contradiction?
You have to pay us every time you use that
What's
word.
the contradiction with knowledge being justified?
If it's true, then you don't have to believe it. It's just true. Duh.
What is a belief? What do you think a belief is?
Faith.
Yeah, see, you're a retard. You don't think a belief is some
Okay.
like intent.
Are
You don't think a
sure that
belief
I'm a
is some.
retard? Are you certain that I'm a retard?
I'm having a probabilistic account. It's an abductive.
Yeah,
I think
so
you
you must not be
I
very
think you have downs.
probabilistic if you're not certain.
Yeah. So again, can you tell me the two propositions that form the contradiction with knowledge
Yeah.
being justified for belief?
Yeah. If it's a belief, then it isn't true. If it's
Yeah.
a belief, then it isn't true.
If it's a
It's a
belief, then
belief.
it isn't true.
Right.
Wait, we're not saying that belief is identical to truth.
True
No one said that.
doesn't require belief. It just is what it is.
Well, presumably a belief is going to be some attitude that you have, which the content of that attitude is going to be a proposition. So if the content of your attitude, in this case a belief, because the belief is going to be about something, if it's intentional, and it's not just faith, because faith is like no rational justification, which is why you guys have faith in flat Earth and God.
I think you have a stinky
but
attitude. How about that?
The point is that like
I think he's got stinky
belief is
drawers
just going
because
to
he
be some
wasn't
like
too certain about his knowledge of having to shit.
belief is just going to be.
Proved it.
Are you just going to circle jerk each other?
Yes.
Are you gonna
Yes.
Oh, your feelings are hurt, Bubba.
No, they're not. They're just not letting me respond. So when you
There's
say
nothing
like
to
a belief,
respond to.
okay. So do you concede? Sounds like a concession.
No, you're saying knowledge is probabilistic and that certainty
I
is
never said
not
that.
required for knowledge. So which is
You
it?
just don't listen to me. No, I said knowledge is justified true belief, and the truth predicate is probabilistic. I didn't say knowledge is probabilistic. That's a part of knowledge that's probabilistic.
Oh, so a part of it is probabilistic? What
Yeah, but that
percent?
doesn't mean that the whole thing
Are you
is.
talking like
It's like
50%
this
or
retard is basically
60% of
saying like
knowledge is
this
probabilistic?
retard is literally saying that the branch of the tree is the tree. You're so fucking retarded.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying knowledge has nothing to do with belief.
What's the argument for that?
If you know something, you don't have to believe it for like the third time.
And what do
Yeah,
you
I'm
think a
holding my
belief is?
phone in my hand.
Wait. What do you think a belief
Listen,
is?
dummy, I'm holding my phone in my hand. I don't believe I'm holding it in my hand. You dumb ass.
Wait, is it true that you're holding your phone in your hand? Yes or no?
Yes, I have it in my hand.
Oh, okay. So the proposition you are holding your phone in hand is true?
It's not a belief.
No.
Well, he keeps having to ask several times, like he's, a little touched.
It's very simple. When you say it's true that you're holding your phone in your hand, and that is a proposition, the statement
Dude,
I
if
am
it's
holding
simple,
my.
why do you keep asking
Oh
the
my
same
God.
question over and over?
I'm not asking a question right now. I'm explaining, slow boy. Just listen.
No,
So
you're asking a question.
We'll give him a break so he can figure out what he really wants to do. He can type in chat when he's ready.
Is it true you're holding a phone in your hand? Is it true? Is it true
It
you're
is
holding a
true.
phone in
I
your
was
hand?
holding the phone in my hand. I mean, you want me to lie? Does he want me to lie?
We already know where this is going to go, right? Retreat to solipsism, brain in a jar. He's an anti-realist.
Exactly. It's not a globe, it's a simulation. I posted a picture of me in my lab coat, and then Darth posted a picture he grabbed from the internet and thinks I ran out and just spent $70 on a lab coat. Mine come from Cintas. I don't spend any money on them. Along with a flame-proof maintenance shirts, so I can go into machine when they need me there. Operator shirts, so I can wear those if they need me to go and train somebody for some dumb reason, which hasn't happened in like 5 or 6 years. I still got those. And I have all my supervisors and engineering shirts. All come from Cintas. I don't pay for any of them. Lab coats are very important for Globers. Just putting that out there for you guys.
Had to step away. I'm back.
Lab coats are globe proof. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because real scientists adhere to the scientific method.
So you probably didn't hear me tell you that because he posted a picture of some guy in a lab coat and he said spent $70. Like I said, mine come from Cintas. I don't pay for any of my stuff. I have all kinds of uniforms. Lab coat is the one I don't wear the most because who wants to sit in the fucking lab? There's nothing to do in there but look at gauges.
Look at Gage as what?
Yeah, look at gauges in the lab. Oh, we built this device and it's going to hold air again. Look at the gauges. Sweet.
You carry a clipboard too.
I have not a clipboard. I have to have a what is that? The Microsoft Surface Pro. But I have my notebook that I carry around. They thought that I would carry that thing around. I'm like, this is not going to work for me. So who do I hand it back to? They said, no, it was assigned to you. I said, okay then. So I don't really ever use it for anything. I don't use clipboards. I don't use any of that shit. That's why I put sensors on everything, so I don't got to carry around pen and paper. It just goes in automatically for me now, and I can just go click, click. Oh, there it is.
I see that guy left.
Yeah, he couldn't deal with it.
I'm tired of all these first year philosophy students coming in here.
Oh yeah, he came in like he had it all down.
I feel like that guy one time Elijah, if I remember right, like totally triggered him. Where like he changed his profile picture to Elijah and
What's the point of even arguing about reality if you're going to be an anti-realist? Like, you should be such a nihilist that the whole point of arguing should just, you should just avoid it altogether.
That's the thing. It's just like mental masturbation to say, "Oh, I'm only 99% sure." Because, like you said, when you got to take a shit, you got to take a shit, dude. You're not 99% sure. You have to go. It's such not. It's a waste of time to talk about shit like that. How do you know? You just know.
Yeah, so that Milgram experiment, that's a good one. I would have been like, fuck no, I'm not shocking people. I do enough of that of my own on my own skin as it is. It really trips out people when I grab 110 and they think that you're gonna die from it. And I'm like, click, I hold it for a second and let go of it. You can't do that. Well, you just don't know what you're talking about, do you?
If you're going to claim that a component of your knowledge is probabilistic, but then also certainty is not required, you're contradicting yourself. Because like how can you claim to know something but not really know it?
He was certain that you can't know things. Can't even say that without laughing. I'm s- I'm certain. I'm certain I can't know things. Now I can't wait for the interns to come back around in the spring.
I wanted to ask him how much certainty is not required. Talking about like you don't need any at all or just a little bit. Because then I can ask, well, how much probability is required? 100%? 95?
How certain are you that the sun is in the sky? I did that on purpose for one of our listeners. What's going on in here?
I'll be back in a bit. All right, we're back. Imagine thinking for knowledge you don't need to be certain about anything, but just probable. Imagine you have a knowledge exam and you tell your examiner that that's probably true. It's been a long time since I've been in college, and I just can't imagine what's going on right now. It's like the whole participation trophy culture of the 90s and early 2000s is now like everywhere. Bunch of mediocrity.
A lot of them wouldn't even get through the front door. Like day one orientation, they talk about the college campus being a completely safe space for all people, all identities. And yet they'll come in here and start throwing calling people retards, like and all kinds of cringe shit. Like going into this chat, this space has flat earthers, people who identify as flat earthers.
I've wondered about that too, and I've brought this up a couple times, but suppose you treat us like an anthropologist would look at a foreign culture. Is it okay to oppress people that are different from you, think differently, have different customs and a way to communicate and all that? These kids go to all these sensitivity training seminars in college and at work nowadays, and they learn how to be sensitive to other people that are different. But I guess when it comes to flat earthers, it's okay to oppress them.
What the fuck is this place?
This is
Okay,
the
so it's
fattest
just.
red pill of your entire life.
What'd you say?
It's the fattest red pill you'll ever take.
Okay, that's good to hear. So this is flat Earth. Oh, yeah, the Earth isn't flat. I'm sorry to break it to you. It just isn't. It's actually round. If you guys didn't know.
You mean like a round table?
No, like a sphere. Like it's kind of like it's really hard to explain. It's like you take a 2D like dimension and then it's just like 3D all of a sudden. It's like really weird. And like we like all of us we kind of just like spawned in. So it's like what do we really know, you know? We kind of just like spawned in.
So why does it matter to you if it's flat or spherical?
Why does it matter to you? Why do you guys have a flat earth VC?
Well, because we tested the claims of what the globe is, and we found it to be without merit.
Oh. Yeah, the earth's not flat.
What makes you think it's a globe?
Because it's like round.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. I haven't been out there like in space, but
So you haven't seen it?
you haven't either, right? Have you? Have you like actually went out
We
there?
test the surface all the time, and it measures flat.
Really?
No, it's locally flat. It's locally stationary. Nobody ever seems to see curvature anywhere. Nobody can tell if it's spinning.
Just because it's an illusion. How can you... Bro, the Earth is so big you wouldn't even be able to see it. I mean, that's like common sense, obviously, right?
Well, I mean, if it's so big that nobody can see curvature or detect spin, why would you believe it's doing either?
Nigga, the Earth is not flat, you dumbass.
How do you know?
Are you a fucking retard?
How do you know?
Nigga, are you retarded?
Well, that's a good question, honestly.
You know, if reality presents itself to you as locally flat and non-moving, why would you conclude the opposite? Oh, he
Because
spiraled
I'm
out.
not fucking retarded.
Right, so why is that a matter of being retarded or not?
It's simple. Because I'm not fucking retarded. That's because.
Do you trust your senses? Do you rely on them?
Yeah, I'm not fucking retarded.
I suppose that's a relief.
It is. It
How do you
doesn't
know you're
even
not
matter
retarded?
what kind of what argument you bring. Like
How do you know you're not
will
retarded?
not really believe it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
How do you know
Doesn't
you're not
matter.
retarded?
Good question. Because I'm not retarded. Is that
Well,
an answer?
if the Earth isn't like if you experience the Earth as quote unquote
It
flat
has
and
nothing to do
non-moving,
with your little
and
limited
you say the
experience.
opposite,
Don't you get
then
that?
you must be
How
retarded,
what kind of
and you think the
fucking
opposite of
question is
that.
that?
So you might just be retarded.
Like, what is that for? Like, what is this kind of question? Just because you don't experience the Earth as fucking round, it has to be flat. Like, this is
No,
the most stupidest take you can bring. Honestly,
well, I'm not arguing anything.
I mean, if you're admitting you don't experience it as such, then why would you conclude it is?
it doesn't fucking matter what you experience, bro.
Then
Do
why are
you
you
experience
arguing?
a tree as what it is? Do you see the roots of the tree? Can you see it if you walk around? Like, no, right? It's hidden below the earth. So do you see the whole tree just because you're fucking Superman? Can you fly around the earth? No, you can't. So you
No,
fucking
I can
experience
actually
doesn't
measure how long
matter.
the roots are of a tree.
Yeah, you can measure it if you dig it out. If you actually fly around Earth, you will see that it's round. Okay.
All right, so your argument is you have to go to space in order to know if it's true?
No, you don't.
Fly around the globe, that's the only way to know?
No, it's not the only way to know. There are several ways, but it doesn't matter because you will not believe it anyway. So,
No, I want to know. I want to know, and
no, you don't
so
want to
far
know.
you're not providing any proof.
I can provide proof, but you will not believe it anyway.
Try me.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, what about a ship vanishing behind the horizon if it's far away? Oh, yeah, that's so funny. Bro, I knew you were retarded. So it doesn't even matter what kind of argument I bring, right? So it is absolutely clear that if something disappears beyond the horizon, it has to be shaped, right? Round. Okay.
Okay, how do
Shaped,
you?
a sphere.
How would you explain that. Is the boat going down or is it going up in the distance?
Bro, like, listen to yourself. You gotta be retarded.
No, because you said that it curves. So is it curving down or is it curving up?
It's not curving down. It's not curving up. It's round, bro. It's a sphere. Okay, it's not up or
It's not
down.
curving
It's
down or
round.
up.
It's a curve.
All right,
Which way is
listen,
it curving?
49 minutes past the hour, I posted a video. It's of a ship going behind curvature. Why don't you take a look
Yeah,
at that?
I see. I knew you would take it. You wouldn't take it serious. So,
So we can
as I
demonstrate
said, it doesn't
we can
matter what I
demonstrate
present,
a
right? As fact, you will not accept it anyway. So,
well, it's because
bro,
what you're
like
presenting
because you
isn't evidence
experience
either way.
so
The reason
the
is we can
reason.
demonstrate the
No, you
effect of
can't.
ships going behind a horizon on a flat surface, just like the video I posted shows you. So your proposition does not provide any evidence for any conclusion either way.
Bro, he took the camera down. You can actually see how he puts the camera down.
Yeah, and
There's
you see
nothing
the
happening on
sailboat
the
going
ground.
down due
He
to
moves
sinking
the
refraction.
camera down. Are you kidding me?
And the camera remains down, and the boat itself appears to go behind the horizon due to sinking refraction, a mirage.
Yeah. There is this reflection, right? But you still see the tip, and the tip is not disappearing or anything. It's not going down. He's moving his camera to the ground. Can you see that? Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, that's the point. The ground's not curved.
Exactly. He's putting his camera on the ground, and it was not stationary. He put it down.
Yeah, and the boat was
He
above
did
the
put it down.
horizon after he put it down, and then it sank. What caused the boat to sink?
No. He put the camera down on the ground while he was filming. Then he was saying, "Oh, look, you can see this little reflection, but oh, why do I still see the tip then? Bro, like, you can actually see a fucking ship disappear without this retarded fucking reflection, right? You see this reflection
you
even on the
realize
ocean.
that
It has
boat
something to
wasn't
do with
moving.
evaporating
You
water,
realize
right?
that boat wasn't moving, and had it been moving away, then it would have scaled with
No,
perspective,
but
and
the
the top of the boat
camera
would
was
have been
moving.
too small to resolve.
The camera was moving. Do you disagree with that?
No, the camera stopped moving when he put it on the ground.
The camera was moving. Yes, exactly. He put it on
I
the
don't think you
ground.
watched the video.
I did. I watched the whole
It
video.
was just like 48 seconds, and you started commenting before 48 seconds was over.
So he put the camera down, right? The ship is not moving at all. You still see the tip as it was, right? Just because there's like this little reflection, he's saying it's disappearing. Nothing is disappearing. He's moving the camera down.
He stopped moving the camera, and for about 40 seconds until the end, when he picks it back up again, you can watch how refraction is causing a mirage to obscure the bottom of the boat. And the boat appears to be sinking.
Sorry. I don't want to insult you, but your simple childish logic, it doesn't make any sense. He is actively moving the camera down to the ground.
No, he's not.
Right? Just to prove that there is this fucking reflection on the ground, okay? It's basically nothing else than a Fata Morgana or whatever you call it.
Yeah, that's right. It's total internal reflection. Same as what you see when you see what you think are boats sinking over the horizon.
No, it's not. It's not, because
it is.
you still
That can
see
be
the tip of the
demonstrated on a
boat.
flat surface like what was just shown here.
No, because you still see the tip of the boat.
Well, because in this case, the boat wasn't moving. Had the boat been moving away from the camera, like I said, it would have scaled with perspective, and the tip would have eventually become too small to resolve.
Yes. And suddenly, at some point, the tip would disappear because Earth is a curvature, right?
I can tell you.
Another question.
I can tell you what you can't demonstrate. You
let's
can't
go
demonstrate
next,
that there's ever perspective scaling linearly, as well as a ship moving curvilinearly over a surface of the Earth. You have two effects
Okay,
going
I
at the
have
same
another
time if you live on
question.
a globe.
I have another question.
And you're
Do you
unable to
believe in
demonstrate in any case that both are happening at the same time.
Okay. Another question. Do you believe in mountains? Do you believe in mountains?
All right, I muted you. Anybody else want to talk? I'm going to go grab some lunch. I'll be around. Feel free to unmute this guy. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm tabbed out. I guess I'll get to him in a second.
Morning.
Kurt, you want to talk about this experiment some more? You there?
He just call you a fucking loser?
Kurt, we were talking about this experiment about gravity.
About gravity?
No, he called it gravity.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about gravity. He has this experiment. Anyone else know about this gravity that Kurt is talking about?
Let's talk about it, Allah. Get on your mic, man.
What? Oh, I'm unmuted. Well, yeah,
That
I mean,
motherfucker's
I'm
flat,
getting
bro.
muted.
We see too
What?
far, man.
Yeah, it's fucking flat, bro. Do you believe in mountains?
What mountains, dude?
Any mountains.
How far do you think you should see?
It doesn't matter. Okay, do you
It
believe
does
in
matter,
mountains or
dude. Do
not?
you know how big the Earth is?
Oh, no, you
Do you know
can't
what the
see it
fucking
far.
radius
You
is,
cannot
dude?
see it far.
Dude,
You
do
can
you know
only
what the
see 3
radius
miles
is?
long.
Do
Bro,
you?
do you
Do you
believe
know
in
how big
mountains
your
or
fucking
no?
planet is or not,
Do you
man?
believe in mountains or no? Do you think that the
Dude, what the
horizon
fuck
is
do I believe in
infinitely
mountains,
long,
man?
bro? Are you fucking stupid?
Just moved this guy for
Are
fuck's
you
sakes. My
fucking
bad. Sorry,
stupid,
dudes.
bro?
Dude, like
Do you believe in mountains, yes or no?
Listen to him.
Like, dude, hold on a second.
He's
Holy
fucking
shit.
broken.
You are broken. You believe in this bullshit, bro. Are you fucking
Dude, let's get down to it, man. Fuck, let's
Relax.
hear your information.
Hey, subdued. Let me try it.
No,
With this
he's
guy here.
muting me.
Dude, relax for a second. I unmute you. I walk up to get a cup of coffee. I come back and they're screaming again. Like, do you want to be in this chat? Do you want to be here?
Bro, I mean, you believe in this bullshit. I'm
Okay, so
curious
why do you care? Why do I care if I believe in something or not? Why do you care? Like,
Because
so much.
I care that,
You're
like, I care about
incensed.
people around me, I guess.
Why?
I'm
Why do you
scared
care?
of people like you, honestly.
So you're scared, okay? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Now we got to the heart of the issue: fear. Fear is such an amazing thing. It can get people to act all kinds of irrational.
Yeah, I'm fucking scared of how stupid you guys are. Like, how can you believe something like that? I mean, you don't seem so fucking dumb, you know?
So simply just roll the clock back to like prior to like the 1600s, and then start there, and then think that everyone thought the Earth was flat. They thought it was geocentric.
No, they
And
didn't.
just
Because people were fucking uneducated dumb fucks, bro. And they were also religious, all of them.
Yeah, it was also the age of Renaissance, the age of Enlightenment. So you're contradicted now because there hasn't been something like that have happened for humanity since. So that was a high watermark of humanity, and you also claim it was a peak level of stupidity at the same time. That's a contradiction. Those two things do not match. Okay,
Except
either A,
1600,
either A.
1600s, they
Hey,
thought the
dude,
world
you
was
don't have to
round.
interrupt whoever is talking.
In the
Be
1600s,
quiet.
they thought the
Who
world
the
was a
fuck
globe.
is that? All right, Duncan, dude, you're such a fucking idiot, man. You're like,
Yeah, but
I
he's
don't like
right.
to get
He's
muted.
actually right. He's actually right with what
I
he
don't
was
like
saying.
to get muted. Interrupts. Okay,
Oh,
so
he's
all you
right
gotta
about
do is roll back the clock to right to during the age of the Renaissance, and now you can see it wasn't stupid to think the Earth is flat. It was widely accepted. Geocentric
Because people were
cosmology.
uneducated fucks, as I said.
Yeah,
And,
but you
by the
broke
way,
your worldview
it
at
was
that point.
400 before Christ that Aristoteles.
Okay, they were
first
even dumber then. See, now you
said
broke
that
your
it is
worldview
a fucking
again.
sphere.
Because
The
if you
Earth is
think
round.
people were dumb 400, at 1600, how dumb were they
Not
400
1600.
BC?
No, they
See,
were not dumb.
You keep breaking
They
your
were
worldview.
smarter than you, apparently.
They're smart. Okay, so now they're
Yeah.
smart. So are they smart or are they dumb? Which one?
What I was saying is people who think that the Earth is fucking flat, right? Especially religious people in the Middle Ages, they were probably pretty fucking
thought it was a
stupid when it
globe,
comes to
okay?
science. Okay.
It came from the Middle Ages. The heliocentric model didn't come from atheists. It came from religious people.
No, you're
Yes.
wrong about that. No,
The
you're wrong.
Catholic Church.
Because back then, every scientist has to.
Okay, dude, you're fucking out of your mind. Okay, the Catholic Church presented the heliocentric model. Okay, good. Finally, like, just go. Fuck, like that many gaps.
He's back.
Oh, okay.
Aristotle was Catholic, wasn't he?
Yeah. See, this is it's amazing. You guys don't know some of the plot devices here. Okay, the Catholic Church are the ones who said the Earth was a globe and heliocentric. Dude, I'll unmute you, but you gotta calm down. Okay, if you're that way, you can go back and forth. If you can control your mic, I won't have to. Agree?
Okay, so
If
since you
you can,
unmuted
okay,
me,
listen, hold on. If you can control your mic and go back and forth like a normal human being, then I won't have to. Agreed?
Okay, so yeah, the thing is that people until the Middle Ages in Middle Europe would believe that the Earth is flat through, like, because the fucking Catholics were like saying, you better believe this or we're gonna fucking torture you to death. That's also the reason why most scientists had to be quote unquote Christian, right? Because if you're not, you're going to fucking die. It's very simple. Like they do it nowadays in Muslim countries, okay? If you don't believe, you get fucking stoned to death or whatever, right? Like, very simple. So
Yeah,
that's
so it's
why
very
these two were
simple.
Christians.
Yeah, it's very simple that
Yeah.
Newton said the model is so perfect that only God could have created it. He feigned no hype. If you read his book,
Another conspiracy quote. Yeah, it has to be God, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they were saying. They said that God is so
That's
powerful.
So you believe in God, right? That's why you think the Earth is
No, I
flat.
believe in a creator.
Oh, wow.
So if you believe in God, you have to
Okay.
get back to the heliocentric model.
Well,
You
I
can't
guess you're
be
just a lost
atheist.
cause, bro, honestly.
You can't be atheist and also a globalist. They're contradictory. Because if you believe the globe and
He
they went
left
to
again, bro.
fuck for fuck's sake, man. Like right when you get to the good stuff, they just run.
I know.
They put a Bible on the moon for fuck's sake. Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. Apollo 8, they stopped the mission. They turned off the engines and said, let's read from the Bible before we go any further. Like, and somehow he's thinking this is all atheism presenting this shit. It's all deeply theistic. The globe model is so entwined with state-sponsored religion, and it's been that way. If you go back to like his Bronze Age gold herders, Eratosthenes was supporting the state-sponsored religion. Zeus kicked Atlas's ass, and Atlas is forced to hold up the ball for all of eternity. This isn't somehow like if you're atheist, it's a direct contradiction to go that you're also a globalist, a heliocentric, because your worldview is being presented by people who thought God made it, and you can't then go back on that and say these people are so smart. Look at they figured out what God did, and then say no God. Even better, all the people presenting the heliocentric model are deeply Christian. It's even like a double entendre. A lot of these atheists are angry at Christianity, so they're atheists. Dude, if you are jump on the space model, George Lemaitre, Big Bang, he said God did it. Then you're going to come back around and say God didn't do it? That makes you science denial. Because that's cause and effect. If you're using science to adjudicate the supernatural, which it shouldn't be in the first place, but if you do, your causal agent is a supreme deity that you are denying. Oh, fuck. Okay, there it goes. I'll unmute you. Yeah, Darth, dude, like, it doesn't require you to make a bunch of word noises when you hear something you don't understand. Like, I'd use that shit, homie.
I didn't say I didn't understand. You were just. I don't even know why you muted me.
Well, because I was talking to this new guy who was really scared. He was scared about flat earthers. Like, he was reacting out of fear. So the idea was to diffuse that by making a very stable, calm environment where he could ramp down the adrenaline and hopefully start speaking with some sort of logical framework, reasonable mind, instead of emotional
Yeah, I
mind.
understand that. So you just said that that Reagan put the Bible on the moon. You guys said
No,
you
I think
said
it's
they did it.
Nixon. I might have misspoke and said Reagan, but Nixon did.
Oh,
I have to
Nixon.
go back and listen to the.
So we have been to the moon.
If you believe their story, yeah. If you believe the government, so if you have faith, if you have faith in the government that they've been to the moon, then you also have to accept that Nixon personally spoken to God, and God told him that America will win the space race because God prefers capitalism over communism. So
Okay, I was a little confused because when you said like Nixon told them to put the Bible on the moon, I thought you believed that the moon was there and that we traveled to it and we put the Bible there.
No, I'm saying if you believe their story, I don't. Okay, I think Nixon was full of shit. Everything he did was criminal. The Apollo program is no different.
Yeah,
but
we give up junk.
But if you do believe that, if you, or the royal you, not you, if there's a person out there who believes that Nixon went to the moon, then what parts of the story don't you believe? Do you believe all of it? Some of it? Only part of it? Are you only counting actually going to the moon? Everything else you don't believe? Then at that point, you're in this sort of weird contradiction where you believe and don't believe at the same time. It'd be a contradiction there. You believe he went to the moon, but when he tells you God helped him, then you don't believe that. So which one is it? Do you believe him or you don't believe him?
Why can't you believe only parts of the story and not the whole story?
Because everything else Nixon did was scumbag criminal activity. He basically got, when he finally got kicked out of office, his defense was, it's not illegal if I do it because I'm acting as a president, and as a president, I enforce law. I can't be guilty of breaking the law because I'm the ultimate arbitrator of what laws get enforced and what laws don't get enforced. So his defense there is that either A, now he's broken laws, man-made laws, mind you. In his worldview, you can break man-made laws because he's the arbitrator of that. But you can't break God's law. And in God's law, it says not to bear false witness. So did he speak to God or he did not speak to God is the question on the table. If he did speak to God, then God divinely inspired him to go to the moon. And everything else he did was man's law. And he can explain that away. If you don't believe he spoke to God, then he doesn't have this divine authority, and you can put that moon mission back into the bucket of all the other scumbag shit he did. Which is easy for me to do because he was in charge of Operation Paperclip. He, exfilled Nazi war criminals to lead the Apollo program, which was really just weapons testing. Eisenhower warned us. Eisenhower's vice president was, oddly enough, Richard Nixon. And as Eisenhower left office, he said, beware of the military-industrial complex. He was warning you of what Nixon was going to do. He knew his vice president. He knew his vice president was going to perpetuate a domestic war on drugs. He was going to push domestic roving wiretaps. He was going to ramp up a security apparatus. He was going to do all these weird, cringe shit. And Eisenhower said, I'm not going to go out and directly say it because I got to still play politics, but beware. Beware of this military-industrial complex. And Eisenhower's a guy who also signed NASA into law. Before Eisenhower, there wasn't NASA. And even better than that, he also changed the motto of America, the federal government, from E pluribus unum, from many equals one, to in God we trust. So the guy who starts the space program has Richard Nixon as his vice president, changes the motto to trust God. Don't trust anyone else. Only trust God. And then when his vice president finally gets into office, his vice president says, I've spoken to God, and God's going to divinely inspire me to do this amazing thing for humanity. But you know what? But fuck humanity. Because Richard Nixon's We the People was a very small group. He didn't count hippies, liberals, communists, like racial minorities, atheists. Richard Nixon, when he says we landed on the moon, he's talking about a very small group of people. And I would say as small as just the people who signed the plaque. 4 people. His we was 4 people. That's it. Collins, Armstrong, and Buzz. 4 people. That was it. And himself. No one else was in on it. No God, no supernatural beings, no divinely inspired, faith-based, framework. All it was he tried to cover up weapons programs developed by Nazi war criminals. That's it. That's the full story. And if you believe something other than that, you're going to have a problem if you also think there's no God.
Okay, so I feel like we kind of lost track. I asked you, if someone tells you a story, can you believe part of the story and think another part of it is a lie? Can you?
Yeah, you can, unless you've got a logical contradiction inside your worldview. Like if someone says, hey, I was lost in the woods and I got saved by werewolves. And you say, well, your story's bullshit. There's no werewolves to save you. So how did you get out of the woods? He's like, yeah, I sat around and I prayed to Gaia, and Gaia sent me some werewolves. The werewolves were vegetarians, and they decided not to eat me, and they showed me a way out of the woods. And I'd be like, okay, well, I see you got out of the woods, but I'm thinking you had some sort of mental delusion going on, or something else happened. Like the story, have you ever heard of Fire in the Sky, where a bunch of loggers disappeared for a week, and when they finally came back, they said that they were abducted by aliens. The real story was they probably went on some bender. They crossed over into Canada and went to some like drug den or something, or had some sort of off the wall thing they weren't really wanting to say, and then they just came back and say I was abducted by aliens. So you tell them, well, okay, your stories. Do you got any proof of that? Where's your proof that you were abducted by aliens? They say, well, they performed all these surgeries on me. Okay, can I see stars? Well, no, you can't because the alien surgery is so advanced it leaves no trace. You're like, well, huh? Well, what else happened? Well, my car shut off when they came. It had some sort of electrical, magnetical, effect on my car that caused it to stop so they could capture me. Okay, let me look at your car. What signs are there that these aliens were able to disrupt the electrical part? Is your car magnetic at some point? Are the electrical systems still working? Oh yeah, you can't tell the difference. There's no way of knowing what they did or what they didn't do. You're like, huh? That's interesting. So this is when you've got Richard Nixon talking about he went to the moon. And he did this for world peace because God told him to. Then he carpet bombs Cambodia because he's angry at Vietnam because Vietnam has switched to a communist country. That doesn't match my version of what I think a Christian would do. If you say you're doing something for world peace, you would follow up with world peace. You wouldn't follow up with the highest level of psychopathic violence. Carpet bombing a neutral country because apparently they're helping another country change their economic philosophy.
Okay, so it is possible to think someone can tell a story and part of it be true and part of it not be true, as long as, but if they have a logical contradiction, that's the part that's not true, and you can be like, okay, I believe you on this, this, and this, but I don't believe you on that. That is possible.
No, you missed it again. Okay. If somebody says they've spoken to God and another person doesn't believe there is a God, they can't believe their story. They can say you spoke to somebody, maybe. There's someone you spoke to, but it wasn't a God. They could be like that.
Right.
They'd be like, I believe you did speak to somebody. There was some supernatural being you spoke to, but it wasn't the God of the Bible. And at that point, you can hash it out between Richard Nixon and yourself, or the Apollo astronauts. You know the two that the Apollo astronauts prayed before every mission. They prayed to God. So you could say, well, you were praying to God, but you weren't really praying to God. You're praying to God-ish or Lord G God.
Okay, so when
This
I
is
ask
why
you
the
something,
atheists in the 1960s, Madeleine O'Neill, took NASA to court over and over and over again. Prove that shit. She took NASA to court. Prove it. Prove that. You said it's divinely inspired. You talk about taking communion on the moon. You said you spoke to God. You prayed to God. Show the proof of this God. And NASA balked. They kept kicking the court. They played a lot of legal trickery to keep the cases out of court. And this Madeleine O'Neill was eventually deemed the most hated woman in America. And that's when atheism was powerful, when they were able to really drive the conversation to about what people claim and how they know it. And eventually, I mean, if you look up her story, she ends up getting murdered, which is, basically a lot of, that time frame, a lot of people think about, the civil rights people, Malcolm X, John Lennon, Martin Luther King, but there were more assassinations back then. People were really scared. This is supposed to be the high watermark of humanity, the most peak level of science, an age of renaissance, and was marked by political assassinations, carpet bombing of third world countries, a ramping up of a war on drugs, domestic surveillance, and executive branch people claiming they are personally speaking to God to make all this shit happen.
so Crit, I don't want to piss you off or feel like I'm being a dick, but I asked you like a relatively simple question. Like it's been 3 of them, and you keep going on like 5-minute monologues.
Yeah, because
Like,
I'm trying to explain it in a way where you're able to understand that if somebody's speaking to a god and you think there's no god at all, zero gods, you can't also tell them that you believe their story. It would break your worldview.
right. So this is like my point. Like if the whole story is that I spoke to God, and if I don't believe in gods, and that's the whole story, then yes, I can't accept that whole story. But if the story is a little bit more involved and there's lots of details, and only one of them is that they spoke to God, why can't I believe all the other details and not that particular one?
Because it breaks your worldview. It's a logical contradiction.
Yeah, that's why I'm not believing in the one specific thing they say, but like, so like, for example, you started talking about someone like lost in the woods, and then they talk to God.
Or werewolves.
Or werewolves. Yeah, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, it's like the story, the
so hang
missing
on, like
44.
let me. I'm sorry. So like,
Yeah, you're not following again. You're getting. You see, the thing is, you're not listening. You're not able to process information. The atheists of the 1960s took Nixon to court, took the federal government to court to say, prove that shit. Okay, you went to the moon and you were divinely inspired to do so. Prove it. Show me the proof. This isn't flat earthers who did this. See, at the time, flat earthers and atheists and other fringe groups were allies. They were allies against what the federal government was doing. And now you fast forward to the future, to 2023, they've kicked the Artemis program down to like they don't know. It was virtually canceled at this point. So why are they? So were they divinely inspired then, but not divinely inspired now? You know, like where exactly is this God picking and choosing which executive branch endeavors it's supporting and which ones it's not supporting? Because that would be the factor here. So in the Apollo program, they had God. Now for the Artemis program, there's no God. But it's still God. Because Bill Nelson, the current director of NASA, publicly said that he has personally spoken to God, and God told him that God handpicked Bill Nelson to lead NASA at this critical juncture to return America to the moon. So now you've got this thing here where if men don't go to the moon, what does that do for what God was he speaking to? Because if the Artemis program fails, which it has, now what do they do now? Now that they said, well, God told me that God handpicked me because I was a guy to make it happen, and it didn't happen. His prophecy failed. Or something else happened. Right? Did they do something they weren't supposed to do, and God yoinked that shit? That would be another explanation. God yoinked it. Said, you know what? You were supposed to go to the moon. You were supposed to focus on peace. I told you to do this in 2018. And since then, you've carpet bombed like Yemen, like Iraq, Iran, all these wars you've perpetuated. Like the current president, Joe Biden, has bombed like another 4 countries. He's perpetuated warfare, which you're going to see coming up here in a couple of weeks. The doomsday clock is going to meet, and I predict they're going to move it closer to midnight. So while you've got this amazing thing supposedly happening, God told Bill Nelson, go to the moon. At the same time, we're inching ever closer to an extinction level event, man-caused extinction level event.
I agree.
Yeah, boss.
Not a big deal, but a slight correction. That famous atheist lady is Madeline Murray O'Hare. You were saying O'Neill.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thanks for correcting that, O'Hare.
Somebody's trying to look that up or something. It's Madeline Murray O'Hare.
All right, so Crit, So someone comes up to me and tells me I was camping in the woods and I went off somewhere in the morning and I got lost. And then I went to a river and started following it down. And then God told me to keep going. And when I kept going, I got out of the woods and I was no longer lost. Why can't I believe that the person went to the river, got lost, followed the river, was no longer lost, believe all those things except for the one part that he says where he says he talked to God.
Yeah, because this would be the story to make it match, okay? So somebody tells you they got lost in the woods. They were walking
Right.
along a river. They were exhausted. They were tired. They couldn't take another step. God said,
No,
I
no,
want
no,
you to
not any
follow.
of that other stuff. Just
Yeah, this
no,
is the,
not any of that
to
other
match the
stuff.
story. You got to match the story. You got to match
No, I'm
word
not.
for word.
I'm not. But you're not.
Okay, see, now you're listening. Okay, so he stops. He's waiting at the edge of the riverbank. God speaks to him. I want you to get out of this forest. I want you to get to the and tell your inspirational story to all. Bring about world peace. With amazing story of getting lost in the woods and finding the value of life and humanity. And then the first thing he does is he sucker punches you.
Why are you adding all this extra stuff?
So it matches. It matches the lore of the globe
but it's
model.
not magic. What are you talking about?
You
Why
gotta match
can't I
the
believe?
lore. You gotta match the lore so that way you know if somebody tells you God told you to do something and even you don't do it, then I would say, well, yeah, I probably don't believe you that you did it in the first place. And even God, if God told you to do it, then you don't do it.
Right. You're not listening to me. So why can't I believe that this man was in the woods camping, that he did get lost, that he did find a river, that he did follow it, and is now no longer lost? Why can't I believe all those separate facts and not believe the one fact that he spoke to God? Why can't I think he just thinks that he spoke to God? How is that?
Yeah, because he
any
sucker
logical
punched you.
contradiction?
Because his
Who
proof,
sucker punched me?
the guy he at the end he just started sucker punching you. So
No,
he said,
he
"I
didn't.
got followed
He
the
didn't.
river to the
He
end."
didn't start sucker punching me.
Yeah, that's
Why?
to match it to the story.
You're not addressing the question.
Yeah, to match it to the story, to match the lore.
You're not addressing the question. Why?
Okay, well here I'll address it again. Okay, so Nixon said God picked him to go to the moon, to pick America to the moon, and God told him to do it for world peace. And then he carpet bombs Cambodia because he's mad at Vietnam because of their economic philosophy. And you know it was okay to be mad at Vietnam because God said he prefers capitalism over communism. So now to tie the stories together, Nixon's walking through the woods. He's lost. I'm lost, Nixon says. Fuck, what do I do? I'll follow this river. Oh, I'm tired. I can't take another step. I need divine inspiration. God says, certainly. I grant you divine inspiration because I want to make sure you get out of here because you will spread world peace. He's like, Roger, boss. I got it. I'm going to do this for world peace. And the first thing he does is start sucker punching people. Do you believe he spoke to God for world peace?
No, I don't.
There you go. That's it. That's where the story is.
Back to my question.
Okay, the
About this
same
guy
answer.
in the woods.
Same question,
What?
same answer.
But you're not answering the question. Why
Okay,
can't I believe?
Same
Why
question.
can't I? Why
Same
can't
answer.
I? But you never answered. You said because Nixon said this. I'm not even talking about Nixon. I'm
Okay, I
talking
don't know.
about.
So you're talking about which guy? Okay, let's break it down. Who's lost in the woods? Which guy is it?
This is a random guy.
A random guy based on the story I told you.
This is a hypothetical.
So which guy
story.
is it?
It's hypothetical. This is a hypothetical story.
Yeah, so a hypothetical story that has no connection to the topic. and that you're just coming up with
This
some
is,
sort of weird.
do you want me
Okay,
to tell
how
you the
did you come up
connection?
as well? How did you
Do
come
you
up as
want me to do
how did
you
you
want
come
me to
up with
tell
the
you the connection?
hypothetical?
I
How'd
just
you come
thought of
up
it just now. I just
based
thought of it.
on who? What inspired you to think of the hypothetical?
Okay, because you said that you can't believe anyone's story if you don't believe one thing in it. You have to throw the whole thing out. So that's what
No,
made me think of
incorrect.
this story.
See, that's what I'm saying. Incorrect. Okay. Now let me unfuck you. Okay. What
Okay,
I
so
said
wait.
is someone
Hang on
tells you a story
Uh-huh.
and you believe their story. You
Okay.
believe it. Okay. Then someone says, "Hey, did you
Parts of it.
know in the story he also said that pineapple belongs on pizza as his proof his story is real?" But you know pineapple does not belong on pizza. That would break your worldview because now you've
I'm
got
not
pineapple on
I'm not
pizza
I'm not
and no
asking him to
pineapple
prove
on
his
pizza
story.
at the same
I'm
time.
not asking him to prove the story. The question is, why
Yeah,
can't
that's
you
why
believe
it was
some
adjudicated in court.
why can't you believe some facts of a story and not all the facts? Why
Yeah,
is that impossible?
same answer.
But you're not answering.
Yeah, you have to use a worldview that you call balls and strikes.
No, I
It's the
don't.
same thing if you believe Newton, right? Newton said, "I discovered Newtonian physics," and he's like,
real quick. I do not think Newton is infallible, which means I think he got some things wrong and some things right.
yeah, and that way you know he got it wrong when he said, "My proof here, these mathematical equations prove the existence of God." You know he got that wrong then. And he wrote in his book, "I feign no hypothesis." His hypothesis was that God is an amazing supernatural being who can do things to make us realize what you could do is like you could challenge him to a calculus off, like start ramping up calculus questions until eventually one of you are stumped, and then you have to change your worldview. Like clearly,
Okay. I understand.
your understanding of calculus.
I understand.
Okay, good. You understand. So then why would you interrupt then if you're understanding? Let's go back to that. Remember, I told you just not to make these random word noises.
Right, but like you keep talking for a very long period of time, and I want to get something in. So you
You're
you said
asking
that
me questions. And you expect
yes.
Okay.
So you said Newton said that God had to create the earth, right?
Oh,
You think
fuck.
he's right?
No. Newton said the model is so mathematically perfect. Nothing humans can do is mathematically perfect. Okay, there's always errors in humans, right? Nature itself has these weird errors in it. But because of Newtonian mechanics, these objects in the sky move picture perfect with picture perfect predictions. He said this is only possible because it was made by a god. And then he identified this god as Heavenly Father, God of the Bible. And then went on to dedicate the rest of his life to studying this God. If you look at, people think like, oh, Newton, Newtonian gravity, and they kind of don't know the rest of the story. The rest of the story was he then dedicated his life. He never married. Okay, he collected dolls and then wrote thousands and thousands and thousands of pages analyzing every Bible passage. Okay, like books and books and books, and then eventually died because he drank mercury because he thought he would shit gold.
Okay, so when Newton said that God must have been the one that created everything, you think he was right? When he said that God created this?
No, he's incorrect. Sky magic doesn't tell you anything about the ground. Sky magic.
So God didn't create the earth.
So what you got here is when you look up at the stars.
I'm asking you if you think God created the earth.
Yeah, you're somehow not listening again. Okay, if somebody's looking up at the sky and telling them the sky is divining me information about the nature of creation, that's not that's not astronomy anymore. That's astrology. Okay, so at that point, I'm wondering, are they like Newton? How much mercury have they drank? Or like Gemsy would say, your brain parasites, the brain worms. Something's not working in your head if you point at a light in the sky and say that light is telling me something about the nature of creation.
Do you think God created the earth?
No, God did not create the earth, dude.
Oh, okay.
That is a
Cool.
heliocentric worldview. You know this,
That
right?
God created the earth?
You know I'm geocentric, right? Geocentric stationary plane.
Well, I thought people that believe in God did think that the
A creator.
world was geocentric.
A creator.
A creator.
Yeah. Not God, capital G in the Bible. Because if you look at the story of Genesis.
Was this creator a god?
Well, yeah, some sort of supernatural being.
So he was a god. The creator was a god.
Yeah, sure. We'll call it God.
Well, I'm asking you what you call it.
But when you say God, a lot of people maybe assume you're talking about the Christian God, like Newton and the same God that Nixon spoke to that he said, I'm going to go to the moon because this God divinely inspired me to. No, I'm not talking about that God. I don't know who the fuck he was talking to. It's probably a lie. Okay, I'd straight up tell you he never spoke to God. He's completely full of shit.
So yeah, I don't know if Newton was a Christian or not, but so how do you know he was talking about the Christian God when he said God must have created? Couldn't he be talking about
look
the
up
same?
what Newton had talked about.
Couldn't he be talking about the same creator God that you're talking about?
No, go read up on Newton. This stuff is published over and over again. People are constantly being corrected when they think Newton was some kind of atheist. He was a deeply theistic religious person, deeply theistic.
Is there anyone that tells you something that like anyone close to you tells you something? Do you believe some of the things they tell you, and do you not believe some of the things they tell you? Has that ever happened to you in your life?
Can you
where
give an
someone
example?
tells you something? I'm asking you, has someone ever in your life come to you, told you something, you believe them, and another time they tell you something and you don't believe them? Has anyone ever lied to you?
Yeah, people lie all the time.
Okay,
that's how you know to not trust what they say.
Has that same
that's how you
person ever told?
Hold on.
Has that same person?
Dude, you're like, as soon as I answer, you start talking again. That's how you know not to trust people, because you know people lie. You know this. You know they will lie. So you have to give a reason for why you would trust them. And if their reason, trust me, bro, I've talking to God, I'm going to be like, no thanks. No, you did not talk to God. If you did, show me the proof. Show me your proof you've talked to God.
Has anyone that's ever lied to you told you the truth also?
Dude, which one are we talking about? We're talking about the lies or the truth?
I'm asking you if you know anyone that's ever told you the truth and also told you a lie.
At the same time? It's a lie and the truth at the same time?
No.
Okay, so we're talking about one thing, right? Someone said so inside your worldview.
The issue is, and you did address it like earlier. He's basically saying you're committing the all or nothing fallacy. But did you?
No, I said I didn't believe. I lack belief in supernatural.
No, I didn't ask you that. I said, did you commit the all or nothing fallacy? Because if you did, and he's trying to tell you that you did, because I'm trying to follow the conversation. Like, is he making an assertion? Did you make an assertion? And then that assertion happened to be an all or nothing fallacy? Or
no, he was saying that basically he believes Nixon went to the moon, but not because of why Nixon said so. He believes Nixon went to the moon for some hidden, undisclosed reason, which hasn't been articulated or explained.
So why is he trying to get you to understand what an all or nothing fallacy is?
I don't know. You try to keep him off mute. I don't know.
Muting me. Thank you. So let's.
I was wondering, how much time did you try to interrupt that at all, or what?
Wait, Craig, can I talk to Let's For Real for a few minutes?
Go ahead.
I don't need a few minutes. Did he
Yeah.
commit an
30,
all or
30
nothing
seconds.
fallacy or not?
Yeah, so Crit was talking to someone else about space travel and Nixon, and he was saying that if you believe that Nixon was told by God to put a Bible on the moon, then you can't believe. If you don't believe that's true, then you can't believe any of the story. So that's why I brought up the all or nothing. That's why I was trying to talk about if some guy's lost in the woods, comes out, tells you he was camping, went looking for something, got lost, found a river, walked down the river. God told him to keep walking, and then he was no longer lost. I say that you can believe that this guy was in the woods, that he got lost, that he found a river and walked down it, but you don't have to believe the part that he talked to God. I think you can believe some of the facts, but not all of the facts. Crit seems to think that that's not possible, and I want to understand why.
Yeah, so you're talking about when I was talking to that guy, Allah is fake. Yeah, so Allah is fake had said that
Crit, I was
in
just talking to Let's For Real. I want him, if he wants
yeah,
to say
he
something,
maybe he
I
didn't
want to
hear
hear
the
from him.
part because you said I was talking to the other
Yeah,
guy. So he
yeah.
had said that he's afraid of flat earthers because flat earthers are stupid for not believing in the heliocentric model. Because believing in the heliocentric model would be atheistic. That's where it got on to the topic about who is making the theistic claim, flat earthers or globalists. And I said the globe is a theistic claim. The globe is a theistic claim because all the people involved with the globe model are deeply religious. Not
That's just not true,
contemporary,
but okay.
contemporary and today. I gave you
Yeah.
quotes from back in
Anyway,
the age of
do you under,
Renaissance all the way
let's do,
today where Bill Nelson, the current director of NASA, has publicly said he's spoken to God. And God handpicked him to lead America back to the moon. So this is
let's,
why when he said, I'm afraid of flat earthers because they're deeply religious people. I go, well, you can't say that because the deeply religious people are also on the globe side. So his
let's,
fear was irrational.
do you understand how the all or nothing fallacy came up now?
Yeah, I understand what you said, and I
Okay.
understand what Crit said. So based on what you said, if Crit said exactly what you said, then um, yeah, I guess that would have been a fallacy, but his point is still valid against the other
How
guy.
is,
Because if you claim it isn't, then that's actually just a fallacy. That because his argument
well,
contained a fallacy. Hold on. That
yeah.
because an argument contained a fallacy inside it, that his entire point is wrong. I don't think you're saying that. Um, I think you're
No, I'm
just
not.
pointing out where he committed a fallacy. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough, but his point against the other guy still stands.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. My only problem was when he said that if you don't believe part of a story, you have to throw the whole story out. That was my only problem. That's
That's
why I
not what
didn't
I
really
said.
want to talk.
That's
But
not what I said at all.
that's why I didn't really want to talk about like Nixon and all that other stuff. I was trying to bring up a hypothetical thing to show that if someone tells you a story and there's one thing you don't believe in it, that doesn't mean you have to toss the whole story out. That's all I
Yeah,
was trying
that's
to
not
talk
what I
about.
said at all. You missed it. If someone says, "Hey, I've got a story to tell you," I'm like,
Crit,
"Sure,
I'm
let's
talking to Let's right
let's
now.
hear your story." And your
Crit, I'm just
story
trying to
is
talk to Let's right
logically
now.
incoherent and
Crit,
doesn't
I'm just
match, my worldview. I can't say now I believe your story because
right.
your
You
story
don't
was not
right.
logically consistent.
Yeah, you don't believe the
If I
part that's
believe it,
illogical. You don't
if
believe
I
the parts
were
that's
to believe it,
illogical, but
like
that
if
doesn't
someone
mean you have
says,
to
like, remember I
disregard
told
the
you,
whole
like being
story.
saved by werewolves or getting abducted by aliens. I can't
Right.
tell you if you tell me you were
Yeah.
abducted by aliens.
Yeah.
I said,
I
what? There
understand.
are no aliens. I can't believe your story. If I
Right.
do, I break my worldview because now I've got aliens and no aliens at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, you can't believe this part about aliens, but that doesn't mean you have to throw away the whole story. If the whole story is just about aliens, then yes, throw away the whole story if you don't believe about aliens. You're throwing out the part that you don't believe. Doesn't mean you have to throw out the whole story. That's the all or nothing fallacy that Let's is trying to talk about.
But
Yeah,
he's
see,
not.
Do you
the
agree?
story,
He's
the
saying that he's not doing that.
the
Like
story is Nixon used. Okay,
if
go ahead,
the
Lex.
I'm not talking about Nixon.
if the
Um,
that's the thing. You're not, but he
yeah,
was with the other guy.
right. And I have
So
no
so
problem.
if you say right, all you're saying is, well, you committed an all or nothing fallacy. But if
That
he
doesn't mean he's necessarily wrong in the entire thing.
yeah, but the thing is, you're kind of creating a new dilemma, which I would say is a false dilemma, where because he's saying Nixon did this or that or the third, he doesn't believe any of it. You're saying he's
Mhm.
saying that, he's saying he's not. So you would have to give him an example of what he's choosing not to believe in the face of justifiable evidence.
Britt's not believing any of it. He said he doesn't
Yeah,
believe any of it.
No, this
any
is
of
what I
it is
told you. I believe.
very
No, you're here,
any of it is very vague.
Elijah.
If you want to
I agree. I
if
agree.
you want the claim to be relevant and something to discuss in this conversation, you have to say, for example.
And I did. That's why I was using, for example, the guy in the woods. I was making up a hypothetical. That's
No,
why I
that's
was.
a hypothetical. That's not.
Yeah, for example.
No,
Yeah.
listen. You said Crit doesn't believe in anything. I say,
No,
like
I
what?
didn't say
And
that.
then you
I
make
didn't say
up
that.
listen. You said Crit doesn't believe anything
That's not what I
pertaining
said.
to. Yes, you did.
Oh,
Because
pertaining. Okay, you
I
probably.
think you know. I think
There was
you
a pause
know.
there, so I didn't
I
know
think
you
you know.
were. Go ahead.
I think you know. You just said that just because Nixon, whatever, doesn't mean you throw everything out. And then you said that, but Crit doesn't believe any of it. That's what you said.
And yeah, because
So
Crit was
stop
saying he
there.
doesn't
So
believe.
stop there because I was moving on and you stopped
Right.
me.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. My mistake. Go ahead. Continue.
All right. So you can't follow up with a hypothetical if I'm asking you specifically what Crit doesn't believe because he's claiming he didn't tell you what he's not believing. You're claiming he doesn't believe any of it. So, in order to adjudicate this situation, you would have to say, well, you said specifically, because otherwise you'd be strawmanning him. Because and at this point, you're really not, because you're just, the last thing you gave was a hypothetical. So you're going to have to do better than a hypothetical. It has to be something specific. Or just drop it, because it's not that serious, like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, or 12, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
And
like I'm good with that. Like but I was just trying to explain to Crit that just because you don't believe one thing of a story
one
doesn't mean
thing
you
of a
have to
story
throw out
doesn't
the
mean you
whole.
have to throw out
Right,
the whole thing.
right,
Are you
right.
gonna
And,
are you going
and,
to repeat the
no, I'm
same
not going
thing
to repeat.
again?
I'm moving. I'm moving on right now. Crit had said a
Yes.
whole lot of things, and
Hmm.
he was using that fallacy.
For
He was using
example,
it, and
okay,
I want.
the fallacy doesn't change that his point to the other person he was talking to is still valid. But again, when you say he's committing the all or nothing fallacy, you have to say because you don't believe in specifically X because you said it. And then I can say, well, Crit, is that true? And then Crit can say yes or no. But you need to take the step of actually carrying out what you're levying against Crit.
Okay, so Crit, do you specifically believe that Nixon was told by God to put a Bible on the moon, and he did all those things, and he was also, in fact, president, and he was also, in fact, vice president of Eisenhower? Do you believe all those things or none of it?
No, I believe that it was part of the military-industrial complex. He never went to the moon. He never spoke to God. What he did was exactly what Eisenhower warned us he would do. He was going to use Nazi war criminals to test advanced weapons to project violence across the world. That's who I believe. I believe Eisenhower. I don't believe what Nixon said. Nixon lied to you. He did never go to the moon. He never was about science, logic, or reason. He was about violence and projecting violence as far as he could project it. Just like Eisenhower said he was going to do.
Okay. Carry on. You want to talk about the Gabby experiment that we were talking about earlier?
Yeah. Yeah, so which one grabs things?
I was asking you that.
Yeah, in your experiment, who grabbed it?
I didn't do the experiment. You were telling me about the experiment, and I was asking you the steps of the experiment, and then you didn't tell me. You were like, well, what do you think is the next step? And I said, I don't know. It's your experiment. Please tell me. And then from there, it went to, this isn't my experiment.
Yeah, so if you do an experiment, is that your experiment or my experiment? If you do the experiment.
If I recreate someone else's experiment, that recreation is my experiment, but it is not the original experiment.
Well, there you go. Use that.
Okay. Yes, you're telling me the original experiment, and I'm asking you the steps of the original experiment.
Yeah, the method you're talking about, right?
The steps.
Yeah, the methods and practices.
Right. So you had me holding up a piece of paper in one hand.
No.
And then you said...
I was trying to walk you through it because you seemed to be confused about who was grabbing what.
Yes.
But it didn't work because you stayed confused. So
because
a failure on my part. That's why I say I'd factor me out. Because if I'm giving you something that's causing you to become confused, then I should not give you any more. Because
you're not telling me the whole experiment.
If you start off confused and you add more content, it's still going to stay confused. You'd have to start off with not confused. Then as you're moving forward, okay, stop. I'm confused now. Okay, let's go back until you were not confused.
How could I possibly know what the next step to the experiment is if it's your experiment?
See, that's the thing. You're confused right now. If you're holding something, are you holding that or am I holding it? That part you were confused by.
No, I was.
So we had to roll the clock back.
I was holding it.
Okay.
I'm holding the piece of here. I'll do it right now. I'm holding up like a happy birthday card. I'm holding it in one hand. So what's the next step in the experiment? You tell me the steps of your experiment so I can recreate it.
That's it. That's it. So you grabbed it.
Okay.
So are you gravity or are you not gravity?
I don't know. I'm asking you what the experiment is.
Yeah. So now you're back to you're confused again. So if you're holding a piece of paper, are you holding the piece of paper or are you not holding the piece of paper?
This is like your hypothesis is you're telling me is that if you're holding it, you're gravity.
I'm saying if you're holding something, you're holding that. So are you holding it or you're not holding it?
I'm holding it in my hand right now. What's the next step to the experiment?
There you go. Now to understand that you know that you're holding that.
Okay, so what's the next step to the experiment? Is that it? That's it?
If that's how farther you want to go with it, then yeah.
I'm asking you what the next step to the experiment is.
Yeah, it's to change, vary, manipulate how much gravity you got and what gravity objects you were working with. Remember, it was a sign, and the sign was, it had too much gravity, so you couldn't gravity it.
No, the sign was cemented into the ground. So
yeah, but if you had enough gravity, you would be able to gravity that. Remember, I said if you use the machine,
like strength. Gravity is strength.
If you use the machine, you could gravity that.
Right. So then I said, I can't do that right now, but I have this piece of paper
you
and I
do
hold it. Yeah, I can't lift a sign out of the ground when it's cemented it. So then we moved on to the piece of paper in my car, and I said, okay, I'm holding it up. What's the next step to the experiment? Same as if it was a sign and I pick up the sign. What's the next step to the experiment?
So do you understand? Are you holding it or are you not
Yes,
holding
I
it?
understand I'm holding it. What's
So
the
now
next
if you
step to
put
the
Gabby
experiment?
there, are you Gabbying it or you're not Gabbying it?
I don't know.
Okay, then stay with that. You don't know.
Okay,
So
so
now
what's the
you could
next step
walk
to the
around and
experiment?
try to get other observer dependencies. Like walk up to somebody who you can give feedback and say, and show them a picture. Like, this reminds me of Mr. Sensible when he came to the channel. He was only
What's the next step to the
51% sure.
Wait, so your
To
experiment
know,
is
you have to know. Either you know or you don't know.
I thought
So
you
now,
experiment to know things, like to find out things.
so do
I
you
thought
know
that's
or
why
you
you do
don't know?
experiments. Do I know that I'm holding it? Yes, I know I'm holding it. What's the
But you
next step
just
to the
didn't. You just
experiment?
didn't know.
No, I always knew I was holding it when I was holding it. What's the next step to the experiment?
Now to change, manipulate how you hold it or what you hold, just like the sign. So now you tested out the sign. So now what's the difference here? You can Gabby that, but you can't Gabby other things, and find out why. And maybe try other people too. Like say, hey, here's this object. Can you Gabby that? And the person's like, no, I can't Gabby that. Watch me, I
I
can
think if I
Gabby that.
said that, they wouldn't even know what Gabby is.
Yeah, because you would be articulating it through a cause and effect relationship.
So
Are you
your experiment
are you
consisted
being
of
facetious, Chris?
like
No, this
his
was
experiment.
earlier. This is where he listens to other people talk, but he doesn't understand what's being presented. Then he tries to understand, but it's laughable.
But
The
what
earlier
what you're
Radwin,
saying, but what you're giving is kind of like it can lead to an affirming the consequent, which is coincidentally exactly the argument they make if they, for example, talk about Cavendish. Like so the only difference, it isn't the method or the lack of logic. You're using the exact same logic in this scenario. He's like, no, ill. I just find it funny because that's exactly the logic that they use.
yeah, that's the best part, to expose it, right? To expose their worldview, where they have to say, yeah, that makes sense, and it doesn't make sense at the same time. They don't see it because how it spawned was Radwin was talking to somebody about how he knows verticals and horizontals, and he can use a ruler or like a level, attach two ropes to it or two strings, and then say, watch, I can test this. These two strings are exactly vertical to horizontal. And then someone said, I think it was, then that's um when he jumped in and said, well, how do you know that? When Duncan jumped in, he said, how do you know that? And
Yeah, and
after Radwin tried to explain how he knows it, mathematically and all this stuff, I said you can also know it because of Gabby.
and then I
Gabby will
asked him
tell
what
you,
Gabby is.
yeah, Gabby will tell you that it's pulling them down, and there's only one down.
And I asked him what Gabby is because I never heard of it before.
Yeah, and then also down. You never heard what down was either because you thought there's more than one down.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, you can just replace gravity with gravity. It's exactly the same thing, just different words.
No, he said it's something different.
Not really. The only difference is that in his example, level, it just means level. But maybe, and I don't know, you can correct me, in your mind, when he's saying down, you're just thinking uh towards the center of a circle or a sphere, which is why it's confusing you,
Yeah,
if that's true.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the problem though,
Because
because
and then because
that's an added presuppositional image in your mind, blocking you from seeing the irony of the situation here.
no, so let me explain. So when I asked him what Gabby is, he said, "Well, when you pick up something and you're holding it, that's Gabby." So because you're grabbing it, so he said that's Gabby.
Yeah.
So like that's not what we think gravity is. So that's why I don't think it's
Yeah, but
interchangeable.
it kind of doesn't matter because it's it applies the same epistemology, which is flawed. Like I said,
Well,
the logic is flawed. Like all he's doing is applying a logical sequence that is exactly the same as the one in the scenario we're discussing with a sphere and towards the center and blah. It doesn't really matter what he's talking about. The point is you don't agree with the logic, and I'm like, yeah, so how come you're not applying it to what you presuppositionally believe? Forget him, right? I mean, it's like focus on something ridiculous, Crit saying gravity, but it's like equally ridiculous is thinking that level also can be curved somehow. Like something that is level also has curved aspect to it,
That's the part
which
he
is an
missed because
which is an oxymoron.
I
But
explained
for the
that
sake
in
of
my
the presupposition, you'll just say no, it makes sense because here's the begging the question in your mind, the image, and you'll explain how it would work with that mental image, but it's not logical.
Elijah. I explained that too because I said in my model of gravity, you could bend the horizontal and then you get downs.
Well, that was fun. I'm gonna play some Call of Duty before I gotta head back to work. I'll check you guys later.
All right, take care, Elijah. Thanks for jumping in there. I helped you. I think that helped break the stalemate.
No worries.
Yo, what's up?
What up?
What's up, man?
Yeah, hanging in there.
Huh?
Hanging in there.
All right.
Like that cat, inspirational cat photos where it shows like a cat hanging on a rope. Keep hanging in there, buddy.
Pretty chill tonight. Or at least, I mean, it's not. It's tonight for me.
Yeah.
Did you get any good glow proof today?
No, we got people saying that they believe Nixon and they don't believe Nixon at the same time.
Ah, that sounds cray cray.
Yeah, it's a logical contradiction. He tried to sort it out by asking me if people can lie to you. And I'm like, yeah, man. People lie all the time. That's why you don't believe them when they tell you shit.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, but I want to believe America went to the moon. I'm like, well, believe it then. But just don't say atheist at the same time, okay? If you believe they went to the moon, they, being the federal government, then believe them when they tell you that God helped them. Don't be like, I don't believe that God helped them, but I believe they went to the moon. And I'm like, well, you don't believe them then. You don't believe their story. And then there's something about Gabby.
It always needs to be Gabby. What would be a good old debate against the globe if you wouldn't come up with the word Gabby? Gravery.
Gravity.
Oh man. The sour gravery of Gabby. In a world where no one actually knows what the world is. Yeah. Any global in here who wants to stand up for a spinning wobbling tilted space ball? Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I wouldn't do it either. Because it doesn't exist, right? You all agree with me, Globus, right? Because you don't say anything. Must be agreeing.
Were you flirting?
One more time, sorry, I missed it. There's something about who's flirting in here?
Every time you go into the flat Earth chat, everyone's silent.
Say again.
Said Dwight.
Oh, I was saying every time you go into the flat Earth chat, it's silent.
Yeah, we just got done with a conversation, kind of reached a logical conclusion.
I was sitting thinking, shit, is it the fact that satellites don't work in a flat Earth that we can't talk to each other?
Why would satellites not work on a flat
Oh,
Earth?
mate, come on, man, you were supposed to get a chuckle from that. That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Wow.
it's like those memes where people, globalists, come in here and they're like, if you deny space, stop using the internet. And you're like, well, why? Because the internet come from space. You're like, it does it? The internet, you think your computer is sending messages up to space? They're like, yeah, that's why I wear my tinfoil hat so it doesn't melt my brain.
I thought I would have made his internet connection slower if I had a tinfoil hat on as well.
Just checking that the sound button is alright.
So, Crit,
Yep, I'm here.
this chat's called Females Wanted. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Mosquito. Well, actually, when you run the thermodynamic equation, you actually see that the Earth has a globe.
Electrodynamically, the Earth is energetically flat.
You use the electric nanometer and you use Thwaites equation. You can obviously see.
Energetically, if you look at from star specks and planets, there is a horizontal energy coefficient compared to the flux capacitors.
Like all you gotta do is go, okay. It's like, all right, when I stand at a hallway, the lights get closer at the end. When I look at train tracks, they appear to connect. When I lay flat on a bridge, the ends of the bridge appear to go slope down, even though they're both straight. Okay, now when I would look at something go over the horizon, oh no, then it's going down. It's just not. That's not a similar.
Yeah, it's somewhere over the rainbow where the skies are blue.
Ego defense, like most globe earthers. I mean, I would imagine people don't want to have to atone for like their wrongdoings. So it's like their ego will be like do anything it can to defend itself from realizing, oh shit, I'm gonna have to answer to God for what I've done.
They want to answer to nobody, not even themselves, because they like to claim hypocrisy, right? Like somehow being a hypocrite is the worst thing you can do. And you're like, well, why? Why is that atheist? Why is a hypocrite the worst thing you can do? You said because being a hypocrite in their worldview is denying your own true nature. You're like, okay, so are you going to explore space? Ooh, you won't, huh? Okay, are you going to use your imagination and come up with like a flat Asgard or like a dark forces battling it out with lightsabers? Oh, you're not going to do that either. So you want me to accept a worldview that you unilaterally just object on its face. And they're like, well, yeah. And if you don't do that, then somehow you're a conspiracy theorist. Because why? So if I reject the same worldview that you reject, that makes me a conspiracy theorist and you what? A hypocrite? Okay, whatever, dude. You won the internet for today. Thank you for playing. Here's your booby prize. Collect it at the door on your way out.
It's also people just don't want to like realize like, wait a minute, because it's pretty fucking dramatic to go from thinking that like we're floating in space, orbiting around the sun, orbiting around the galaxy, orbiting around fucking Star Wars and shit, to being like, wait a minute, we're enclosed. It's like, oh shit, you know, like people don't want to feel like they're in a zoo. It just hurts the ego to be like, wait a minute, I'm not the zookeeper, I'm the zoo animal. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, the one time this Globus came, when we first started talking here, this Globus came into the channel. He said, so why, we like actually talking to him. He really hates flat earthers. You're like, flat earthers are scum. They need to be like, all these things need to happen. It's barbarism. It's horrible. I'm like, okay, well, why the fuck are you here, right? Why are you here then if you think all these horrible things about flat earthers? He said, because I like going to the zoo and laughing at the animals. And you're like, holy shit, that's what you do at the zoo? Like, everyone goes to the zoo to kind of see an animal that's endangered and somewhat see it in its habitat. They got some sort of biological, biology, whatever, and zoology sort of framework to why they got these animals in captivity. But this asshole comes to the zoo and just walks from habitat to habitat or enclosure and just laughs at the animals. You're like, dude, do you ever get kicked out? Like, at some point, does security, like, round you up? Like, dude, you've gone to all these habitats and you're laughing at the animals. Are you okay right now, right? Because we're going to call Section 8 because this is not normal behavior. People don't go to zoos and just laugh at animals. What are you doing right now? And he's like, yeah, I find animals entertainment. I'm like, well, yeah, sure. I guess I do too. I mean, especially pets. When pets do funny things, they got, America's Funniest Home Videos, always like a pet doing something kind of hilarious. But these animals are not pets, okay? These animals are wild animals. Some of them were bred in captivity and whatnot, but they're still wild, okay? You do not want to go in here in their habitats, okay? They will fuck you up, okay? So standing outside laughing at them just makes you look incredibly stupid, okay? Because if you were in their habitat with them, you would not be laughing. You'd be screaming, somebody save me. You're like, well, dude, just a second ago you were laughing at the animal, and now you want to be saved. Huh. Maybe you should rethink your atheistic worldview because it sounds like you're a hypocrite.
Yo, I got a question.
Is that Billy?
No, it's Andrea. Sorry, my.
Oh, okay. I'm tabbed out. Your voice sounded similar to someone else, but after you spoke again, I heard, yeah, you're not the same person.
Yeah, my nose is plugged up because I'm sick, so I sound different a little. Anyway, like, when you look at the stars in the north, they all go around the northern star, right? And then if you take a time lapse, they will make a circle around it, right? So when you're in the south, they do the same to the southern stars, right? How, like, how does that work in a flat Earth?
You ever been to a planetarium?
No.
Okay. So a planetarium is a structure. It's a building, and on this building there's a flat floor. Okay, the floor is flat,
Yeah.
and they have a domed ceiling. Then they project that on that ceiling, the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, and they can use this for celestial navigation. They can use this for all kinds of things. What's great about the planetarium, it allows you to change locations on the Earth, but without having to. They can just project what the sky looks like from there.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want you to imagine just removing the ceiling.
Yeah.
Did the surface now curve? Did the floor curve, or the floor stay flat?
No, I mean in the sky. If you look at the northern star, the stars go around it. If you take a time lapse, one star is in the middle, and the other ones are circling it. They make a circle.
Yeah, so
Okay?
the stars move, right?
Yeah, and in the
Okay.
south, the same thing happens to the southern star. So the northern star is obviously on top of the North Pole, but where
Okay,
is the
let's
southern
recreate
star?
this. Let's recreate this using models. Can you use a planetarium and recreate this effect?
No, I mean where is the southern star?
In the sky.
Yeah, but if you're looking at it in Australia or you're looking at it in South Africa, it
Or
should
a
be in different
planetarium.
places. Like, no, if you're looking at it in those two places, it should be in a different spot, right?
Yeah, that's what
So
happens
is
because it
it in
moves across the
between?
sky. You see the stars move east to west, and they appear in different spaces depending on where you were. This is why time
No, I'm
zones
talking about
only
the
work on
southern
a.
star.
Yeah, in the south, stars
It
move east
doesn't
to west.
move.
East to west.
Yeah, but the southern star doesn't move, does it?
Southern star. Which star are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, the one that they all revolve around. I can
Which
show
one?
you a video
Which
if
one
you
is
want.
that?
Southern Cross, I think. One
Yeah,
second.
that's not rotating. The Southern Cross is
One
off the.
second. I'll put a video out. I'll show you. Well, if you look at the video's picture, you see that stars making a circle. I put the video in. Do you see it? Hello? Grits, you here? By the way, factotum, you're hot micing.
Oh shit! Sorry.
It's fine. Hey, Febat. Anybody here?
Yeah, man,
Hello?
what's up?
Yeah, did you watch the video?
No, I didn't watch the video.
Okay, do you see the video's picture that it's showing? You see that?
Yeah, what you'd have to do is you want to look up the lore you're citing and then see if the Southern Cross matches what you also think Polaris does. And once you realize it's not a match, then run that back through your worldview and come back.
No.
I don't need to
Well,
watch a video showing me something I already know. I know the Southern Cross is not equivalent to Polaris. I know this
yeah, I'm
already.
not
I don't
saying
need to
it is.
see a video of that.
No, I'm saying the stars make this circle. You see, there's some stars that don't move as much. You see the picture of the video that I sent 2047. You see that when you take a time lapse, it makes you can see which stars are making a circle, big circle, which are making a small circle. Just like if you do the same thing on the North Pole, they will go around. I think it's Polaris. I don't. I know it in Finnish, but anyway. But it does the same thing in the south. So how does the flat Earth explain this?
There is a sea level wherever you look in the sky. That we explain like that.
No, I'm asking about the stars. Like,
Yeah, stars cannot change the surface.
no, I'm just asking how, like, where are the southern stars
Yeah, we are not.
located?
We are never pointing out the stars. We are always pointing out the surface. We don't care about stars.
Okay, I'm just asking, like, what's your
Yeah,
view on it?
I'm telling you, whatever stars are doing, it will not change the surface of the Earth.
But they have two central points which they circle
Yeah,
around.
it will not change the surface of the Earth, whatever they are doing.
Okay, but how are the stars moving above the
Nobody knows.
southern? So you just don't know. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, I know that whatever stars are doing has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. If you want to look something for the surface of the Earth, you need to use geometry, not stars.
Copy that.
Yep. You can ask a question, for example, why there is no curvature if Earth is a sphere?
Oh, I just looked at the stars, and like, to me, if I'm looking at a flat surface, and it's spinning around the middle point of it, like the North
Because you
Pole,
are
right?
imagining some kind of flat Earth model, that's why.
Well, aren't you?
No.
You don't think the Earth is flat?
No, I think that water on Earth is flat.
Wait, are you a flat earther?
I'm Croatian, but Earth is not a globe.
What? Like,
I
is
am
the Earth flat?
Croatian,
Or
but Earth is not
do
a
you
globe.
believe in a globe?
What?
Like, the Earth is flat, right?
The water is flat.
Okay, yeah. So there are mountains and stuff like that, but
yeah,
like generally it's kind of flat.
Yeah,
Okay, there we go. Now,
without any model.
yeah. But the stars are rotating above us, right?
Yeah.
And if you're near the North Pole, like I am,
If you're on
they
Atlantic
circle,
Ocean, if
they
you're on
circle
Atlantic
around
Ocean,
Polaris.
if you are on the ship on the Atlantic Ocean and stars are
Yeah.
moving, does the surface of the ocean will change?
No, I'm just asking. Can you listen to the question first before you?
I told you in the beginning, whatever are doing with the stars, whatever stars are doing, it has nothing to do with the surface of the earth.
I'm just. Can I ask my question before you try and answer it?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay.
So, if I see all the stars in the sky circling around Polaris,
yeah,
and in the day the sun is circling around, so they're all making circles around us or something, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Do you know?
Well, I'm not sure, but I see in the night sky the stars are going around Polaris. Yeah.
Yeah,
I do
that
know
everybody. Yeah. East to west,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. But in the southern hemisphere, they go around
Hemisphere, in the
different
southern
place.
hemisphere. For the hemisphere, you need to have a sphere in the beginning.
Oh, sorry. Okay, the south side.
Okay.
Australia. Let's call it Australia or Southern America. In those places, you don't see the northern star, right?
Yeah.
But you see a same thing happening in the south, not the north, right?
I don't know what is happening in the sky, man. I'm telling you
Well,
what
I
is
just
happening
put a
in the
video.
ground.
I just put a video.
Yeah, but
2047. At 2047,
I
you can
cannot watch
see.
now. I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
But doesn't matter,
Forget about
man.
it.
It will not give you anything about the shape of the earth.
No, I'm just asking, why is there 2 points which the stars go around? Why are they 2?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if there are 2.
There are 2.
Are you saying the stars are going around the
2
Southern Cross?
points. Not the Southern Cross, but there's a bunch of stars which are not that bright. And all the stars are revolving around those stars.
And what? I don't know what you want with that questions.
So you just think there's 2 points that the stars go
No,
around.
I don't. I told you I don't think anything about stars. Anything.
Yeah, well.
Do you think the stars are important?
Yeah.
For the shape?
Yeah.
How?
Well, if there's 2 points that the stars are rotating, then where's the second point that they're rotating? Is it near Australia or is it near Southern America?
And what that has to do with anything?
Well, you're looking at a way different direction in both places, and you can see the same direction in both places.
When you're looking the sky, whatever is happening in the sky, it will not do anything with the surface. Do you understand that?
Well, I'm just asking how your worldview explains this.
My worldview I don't look into the star
Why?
because there is no curvature in reality. And then I give you that information. And what we will do now?
Well, you know there are two, like you know how the stars go around the Polaris? Do you know that?
Okay, if I'm on an Atlantic Ocean, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean,
Yeah. Northern or
on the
southern?
south, let's say
On the
in
south.
south, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is happening with the surface of the water?
I
Is
don't
it
know.
curving? Is it curving?
I don't know. Can you see the northern star?
I don't look in the stars because of the shape
Well,
of the earth. I'm looking the ground.
well, you need to drive the ship right, and GPS is busted for now. You have to use the stars. Which star
I
are you
don't need
looking
to
at?
use the star if I want to know the shape of the surface.
I'm asking you which way are you going? Because people can go by the stars and travel on boats. Even though they're not looking at the northern star, which is in the same place in the sky. If they can't see it, they still can move from the southern side.
And I don't know. Well, what is your point? You don't get it. That you don't have anything with that. You with watching in the sky will not give you anything with the surface. Why you want to answer from flat earther to say something about stars?
Shut up, fucking.
What the fuck?
I don't know, some weird person came in. Yeah. So you're saying there's 2 points in the sky that the stars go around, yes?
No.
No?
Who said that there's points in the sky that the stars go around?
Well, you know Polaris? The northern star?
Yeah, it seems to not move, but even it has a little bit of I guess we'll call it a wobble. It deviates a little bit, observably.
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, so the star, if you put a time-lapse camera and point it at the North Star, and the stars around it will go in a circle, right?
Apparently, we don't know if that's actual circular paths that they're taking. It's just an apparent rotation. Can't say one way or the other. I mean, obviously the stars are moving and the Earth is stationary, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, but it does the same thing on the south side, like in Australia, but not on the Polaris. So there's 2 points in the sky where portion is still and the other ones are going around them, and you can see it. I put a video about it in the
That's the point. So there's an apparent rotation in the sky of the celestials. What are we going to draw from this observation?
Say again?
What are we trying to draw from this observation of this apparent rotation of the celestial bodies?
No, I'm just asking that. Do you agree that there's 2 points in the sky that do this?
I mean, from what we observe, it seems like the stars appear to rotate. Sure.
Yeah.
And
but around 2 points, right? Hello?
Hello?
We have 2 points around which the stars are rotating.
Apparently rotating. Yes. Apparently. Yes.
Exactly. That's
And
just my question. Like, where we know that the northern star, then what's the North Star? Polaris. Sorry.
Polaris.
Yeah. We know that the stars are revolving around that because it's on top of the North Pole. So if you have a plane and you have a sky above it, and the sky is circling around, and one place is still and not much moving much, and you have a second place there that does the same. That's just like, where is the second place? Where, because if you look at it from Australia, it's in a different place than when you look at it from Southern America.
okay, why are you asking me? We're just talking about an observation here. So what conclusion are you going to try and draw from this observation of apparent rotations,
No,
depending on where
I
you're at?
want to understand how, like, on the flat Earth, where is the second point of convergence? Let's say.
What do you mean on the flat Earth? Where's the second point of convergence? We just see stars apparently rotate. We don't claim anything about why we observe that. It's just what we observe.
So we have just 2 points.
So according to the globe, they would affirm the consequent that there is, they're on a ball, and this apparent place is because the ball has an axis, right? And that point is just observable places above and below the upper and lower antipodal axial rotation points. But since there's no curve, that we're going to have to throw that out because the Earth's not a ball. Okay. So now we're just going to deal with apparent rotations that we can really not draw a whole lot of conclusions from because that's all we can see.
Okay, so there is no explanation. It's just the stars are look like that for what reason? I don't know. For no reason.
How would we be able to find out what the cause of this is if we can't actually go up into the heavens and see why they do what they do?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, the globe Earth model kind of explains it because there's poles and the 2 places are in the middle of the poles, but in the flat Earth model, I understand
There
that
is
the
no flat
northern star is on top of the
There is
North
no
Pole.
flat Earth model. Don't go headlong into this diatribe when there is no flat Earth model. Plus, there's no globe model because you'd have to have a radius to build a globe model on, right? So there's no explanation by either side as to why the stars do what they do, unless you want to create some kind of straw man and false dichotomy.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't know why the stars move the way they do. That's
No one does, unequivocally.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
We've all heard that the Big Bang is what set everything in motion. But due to the uneven distribution of mass in the universe, we have gravity forming pockets and stars and planets moving in orbits. I think the fun part is trying to link that phenomenon to dropping a pencil.
To what?
Link the phenomenon of dropping a pencil to the
Amish, you're breaking up. Can't understand. You're breaking up bad.
All right, can you hear me better?
A little, yeah.
All right. So if I drop a pencil, linking that phenomenon to the proper motion of the heavens is the challenge that globe Earth cosmologists have.
Okay. Like dropping a pencil. Like
Right. We're talking what's called gravity, right?
yeah, okay, gravity. What about it? Sorry, I'm not the smartest person in the world, and English is not my first language. So, but you're saying dropping a pencil and the Big Bang, like what?
I think he's having connection issues.
Earth?
He might be back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I guess he's having connection issues. Yeah. Okay.
All right. All I was saying, if you can hear me better now, is the globe Earth cosmologist has the challenge of linking the phenomenon of dropping a pencil and calling that gravity, and looking up at the stars and watching their proper motion and call that gravity too, to say it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense? Am I coming through?
Yeah, I got that. Like, yeah, I don't see the connection between the two. Like, there's, I don't know, not very much proof of, stuff which is in the sky acting the way that pencils do on Earth. Okay, hey, I have another question. Unless you're talking, Amish, because I'm not hearing you if you are talking.
I can hear you.
Okay. Were you talking just now?
No.
Oh, okay. Damn, I had a question. Man. Oh yeah, Venus and the other planets. Like, do you guys think that Venus is going around the sun? Because sometimes we can see Venus in front of the sun.
I've never seen it go around the sun.
But have you seen a picture of Venus in front of the sun?
Yeah, I've seen Venus transits.
Yeah. So you
like
haven't seen
sometimes a
Venus
car
going
on the
around the
highway,
sun?
if there's a car on the highway that's in front of me, that doesn't mean that car that's in front of me is going around me. We're both going down the same highway. Sometimes the car could be in front of me. Sometimes I might be in front of that car, but we're not going around each other. We're on a highway or a circuit or a road. So that doesn't matter anyway. What would that prove? That this Venus is in front of the sun? I'm in front of my house. Does that mean my house is going around me? No, it doesn't matter anyway. What does that prove?
No, but isn't the sun going around in circles?
Everything goes around in circles in the heavens above. The moon, the sun, and stars all go around in circular patterns and repeat themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the only thing that we could say that things are going around is like Polaris, the star Polaris. We could say that things appear to be going around Polaris, but nothing is going around the sun. There's no evidence of anything ever going around the sun or following the sun ever in history, ever.
But so when we see like a planet, I don't know, a circle on the on top of the sun, not the moon, by the way. So it's a small circle, which would coincide with Venus. So is Venus lower in the sky than the sun?
It's hard to tell what's lower in the sky because you'd have to know their sizes. So you'd have to make assumptions. That's the point, is that you can't understand the heavens. Men who think they can understand the heavens, that's how we got into this problem in the first place, because men think they can understand the heavens above, and that created a bunch of pseudoscience, lies, and satanic religions that the whole world fell for, and that millions and billions of people are now pretending they can understand the heavens. That's the point. Nobody can understand the heavens, especially if you can't even understand the ground beneath you is not moving. How could you understand anything else? If you can't understand 1 + 1, how could you understand algebra? So that's the problem, is people thinking they can figure out the heaven. That is the problem. No man can understand the heavenly bodies. No man can, ever.
Going back to Venus, right? We have footage. We have footage of Venus transits where Venus appears translucent.
Can you show a picture or video?
I can't right now, but on our home server, you can search for it. It's been posted. It's also probably out on the internet. There are a lot of strange things that happen in the sky.
Transparent Venus, right?
Yeah, translucent. It looks somewhat opaque.
1 second.
If there was obvious evidence that the celestial bodies are transparent in any way, that would not change the minds of people that want to believe in their outer space religion, because they would just use a magical word to wish it away, such as gravity or refractions. Oh, the light's refracting, and that's why it looks like it's transparent. And they would just do the exact same thing they always do. So that's not going to help, the religious zealots anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and I just brought it up as one of many curiosities and quirks that don't quite fit the popular cosmological belief system.
I think you cut out again. Yeah, you cut
No,
out.
I heard him. He's good. No, I heard him. He was good. He said cosmological beliefs and ended. Yeah, he just sounds like he's on a walkie-talkie. He just probably has a Bluetooth. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you from the moon right now.
That's what you sound like. You sound like those recordings.
You're on a Bluetooth, aren't you?
Yeah, mobile.
Yeah, so Bluetooth, for some reason, the most advanced technology sounds like 1957 walkie-talkies. They still can't figure out how to make a microphone cordless, and people think they can go to the moon. Sorry, you live in a fantasy. They can't even make a microphone sound good, and the guy's here on Earth, and he sounds like he's literally in the air flying an airplane. I mean, you can't make this up. But it's real simple. The stars themselves absolutely unequivocally prove that the Earth is not moving. That's what the stars prove. Nothing to do with shapes. I'm not a flat earther anyway. But the stars, just the stars themselves, when they go in and out of each other, which is called divergent and convergency of the stars, that proves that the Earth cannot be moving at all. It cannot be moving one rotation whatsoever, period. End of story. That's just basic math, converging and diverging, like gears in a clock. You know what I mean? If I paint two gears on the wall, if I move around, that's not going to make the gears turn into each other. So the stars look like gears. They look like circles in the sky, and the circles turn into each other. That's called converging and diverging points. It happens around the equatorial line, and that means that the Earth is not moving. That means our position here is absolutely 1 billion% stationary, and you can't even challenge it. Period. End of story. And that's why all navigation works on the fact that the stars are going to repeat themselves. But remember, you got one important factor, that's Polaris. The fact that Polaris is always there in the north also destroys this outer space ideology. There's no such thing as any of it. So the stars absolutely annihilate any sort of explanation for an outer space cartoon great attractor religion. So all of their explanations are just lies. So men are good at lying, and that's why people believe their lies, and that's why people want to believe in the fantasy, because once they believe lies, and once you get hooked onto a lie, you're probably, if you like it, you're going to want to find more excuses to believe in that lie. So the sun, moon, and stars actually disprove Earth movement. So for anybody asking questions about them, it's very clear that nobody understands the sun, moon, and stars. But if people think it helps their idea of a moving planet, which there's no such thing, then that would be their psychotic religion that they're stuck in. Just like people believe in Scientology, people believe in all kinds of weird stuff. This is just the most common pseudoscience religion that people believe in because it's given to them on TV. You're forced to know this. You're forced to believe it your whole life in Western society. Yep.
You said the stars go through each other. Through each other.
No, they converge and dive. All you got to do is type in converging star trails on the equator. Yeah, converging and diverging star trails. Yeah, so if there's stars that are getting closer and farther away, period, the Earth isn't moving because it requires a time-lapse camera to be stationary to see such phenomena. That absolutely proves unequivocally that the Earth is not moving, period. End of story.
Was it converging and diverging?
Yes, just like gears in a clock. If I paint some gears in a clock, if I paint a couple gears pink or red, you'll see the pink and red gears eventually get close to each other as they turn into each other like wheels again, right? And then as they get closer, then they reach a top dead center or an apex or an echelon. And once they reach that pinnacle or echelon or top dead center, then they start going away from each other, just like gears in a clock. So yeah, that happens in one place in the sky ever. It means the Earth is not moving. Period. End of story.
Okay.
And not a lot of flat earthers. I'll tell you that. Not a lot of flat earthers talk about this. Yeah, not a lot of flat earthers talk about this. I'm not a flat earther, but they should know about this. And for some reason, the heavenly bodies are just so fantastic and they're so mystifying. It's hard for a lot of people to put their finger down, to put their foot down and say, wait a minute, this is impossible if we're moving. You just kind of have to think about it a little bit. Yeah.
I Googled converging and diverging stars, and I'm not getting anything. Like,
yeah, okay, then you might not be able to find this information. So it's not something that maybe you can't find it. Yeah.
Can you link it?
I don't have a link for you. I'm just talking about time-lapse photography and how photography works as a photographer. You got to realize, man, I got to burst your bubble. Not all the information is on the internet. There's a lot of information that's not on the internet. So you might have to search some things out and research things maybe hands-on. This is not something that I show people usually on the internet. It's something that you have to see yourself or use time-lapse photography or just look at, equatorial shots. A lot of people have taken these shots, but they don't even know what they are. So they don't even understand what converging and diverging is. So they might not put it when they take the photography. It's not like they list it, oh, this is converging and diverging. No, they don't. They just say this is the sky. This is the heaven. This is the celestial bodies. So it's not like they just put it in a category on the internet for you to find and go, here's converging and diverging star trails, guys. There you go. But yeah, you first have to understand the concept. Do you understand what?
Do you have your videos yourself?
Yeah, if you go to if you go to my profile on here, you'll see my channel. I don't have any time-lapse photography of that though. I have my own videos, which I prove down here on Earth of the Earth formations of the adets that we live upon. I'm just talking about the fact that if you understand what a converging and diverging star trail is, you first have to kind of understand it to know that that's impossible if the Earth is moving.
Truthfully, I have no idea what that is.
Right. So even if you saw it, you wouldn't even understand it. That's my point.
No,
Is that you
no.
first have to understand it before you can
Exactly.
point it out and
Can
go,
you
wait a minute, that's
can you
not right.
explain it
Well, I'm gonna
or
go
show
get a
pictures?
picture then. I'll go get a picture and I'll be
Yeah.
back and I'll put a picture in chat of one that I can find. Just hold on 1 second.
Thank you. If you're talking, I can't hear you, Mr. Masta.
Yeah, so it's not seeming to let me post my own pictures, but it does let me post the link. I don't know why it doesn't let me post my pictures. I don't know if anybody else got the upgrade of Discord recently. That's obviously fluffier, and it doesn't let me post my own things. But I posted a link to where it says the celestial equator. And as you see, if there's a celestial equator, you'll see the stars getting closer and farther away as they turn. And that's how you can tell that they are converging and diverging. Real simple, yeah. So there's two circles turning into each other, and in the middle of that circle, of the circles, they converge. And as they converge, reach an echelon, they're dead center, they're close proximity, and they start going away from each other.
You're breaking
and
up.
There's just absolutely no way into the yeah. So anyway, that's proves we're not moving. So you'll just have to do some soul searching, I guess.
Okay. How does this? Oh, you mean? Wait. So you mean that the stars are going to the right and the left?
The stars are getting closer and farther away. They're converging, that means closer, and they're diverging, that means they're going farther away, like gears in a clock, like two gears on the wall turning, like a timing chain in an engine. There's two gears next to each other. The gears getting closer and farther away. In order for me to stare at the gears getting closer and farther away, I have to keep looking in the same direction. I cannot be moving. So just like the Earth can't be moving. I'm lagging right there. The Earth can't be moving if we're looking up and seeing the stars converge and diverge.
So the two gears you
It's
mean
real
is the
simple.
North Pole, the Polaris, and the Southern Stars. The centers of the gears.
Any gears. It doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter what they are. If there's any
but in this
convergent or
analogy you're
divergent
saying,
points. No, don't have an analogy. It's reality. No, it's reality. In the stars in the sky, if they're getting closer and turning farther away, it means you're not moving. You cannot see the stars getting closer in perfect circles. You got to realize we're watching the sky make circles. The time-lapse photography shows the perfect circles. If the camera moves at all, the circles are ruined. The camera has to be stationary. The Earth has to be stationary to get those circular visual points to be seen at all, to see the sky at all like that. Proves we're not moving at all. Yep. Yeah, I'm not changing position. I'm looking from one position on Earth, seeing stars get closer and farther away. I'm not moving. No, I'm not going south of the equator.
How is this picture showing that the stars are coming closer and going farther away? You mean like? Oh, now I think I get it. So when they make an arc across the sky, you mean that's how they're coming closer and going further?
Well, that's called time-lapse photography. The reason we can see the time-lapse photography is because over a period of time, it shows us the trail or the circuit that the stars are on. That's the circuits of the stars. They're not on the same circuit. They're moving individually of each other. They're not even on the same path. They're going inside, they're getting closer, then they're getting farther away. It's just obvious that we're not moving. I mean, it's just a very basic, simple geometry lesson here, yeah.
Yeah, because if you're standing in a merry-go-round and you are on one side of the merry-go-round and you're moving from one position to the other position, you will be seeing a change of movement from the circle that you're looking above you. But in the circle that is moving above your head, is the fan, like a gear that is moving above you. You see them converging, getting closer, and diverging, getting away, right? You see how the fan is getting closer and away from you, closer and away from you, closer and away from you. So you're like one below one edge of it. You see the fan going away from you and back to you, away from you and back to you.
That's a good analogy, Jemsy. Like if I'm looking at an old World War II airplane that has 2 propeller engines on it, in order for me to watch the propeller engines turn into each other, I have to stay put and watch the propeller engines turn into each other. Just like, yeah, props on a plane, fans on your ceiling. Yeah, it's just so obvious. Once you understand this, it completely annihilates any doubt and confusion about the celestial bodies. Yep.
Instead of you
It's
being on the
literally the
spinning,
only proof. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. Finish your thought. My bad.
No, I stopped. I just wanted to say the only thing the sky proves, that's the only thing the heavens prove, is that we are not moving. That's the only thing they prove. We are not moving. Period. End of story.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. It will be nonsense to claim the opposite. Literally nonsense. And your gut-given senses tell you the obvious. That the heavens above are moving, and the ground below your feet is stationary and motionless. And if the opposite was true, then you'll know.
Okay. So we were talking about those time lapses before, and there's 2 spots that make a circle in the sky, right? Polaris is one of them, right? Mr.
Polaris is the northern center. Yeah, the Polaris being the northern center is something that we depend on because that never changes. That's why we always have a north. That's the north. So the north,
that's
under the heavens is. Yeah,
what about when
always.
you're on the southern hemisphere and the stars are doing the same thing in the south?
Yeah, there might be multiple other points, but what I'm saying is that there's only one center. There isn't. There's only one center is what we can verify. Like I can see Polaris. I can point to it right now in daytime because I know where it's at. But there is no other place on the earth where you can point to any star and know it's going to stay, actually. That's why there's no claim. That's why Australians and New Zealanders have a real hard time even explaining their sky because they can't agree. People in Africa can't agree. That's the point, is that they don't have a claim. So if they had a claim, oh, there's this star that never moves, well, let us know. So far, there is no claim. There might be several points in the sky that turn like gears. All I know is that if there's two, at least 2, that absolutely proves that we are not moving. If there's 2, if there's only one, that proves that we could only be moving one vector, which is also not true. But I'm just telling you very basically, if there's 2 or more, we're not moving. Period. End of story.
But there is 2.
There you go. Welcome. We're not moving.
We're not moving. Then, yep, we can't be moving at all. So it doesn't matter if there's 2 or 200. Yep, 2 or more, it's over. Yep, if there's more than one celestial pole, we are absolutely, unequivocally not moving, and that's why everything in this world depends on that fact. All engineering, all working models in reality, all schematics, all blueprints, all military, all industrial complex, all Department of Defense, every single thing that works in reality is dependent on the fact that we're not moving anyway. So that's how the entire world already operates under that fact. So it's not going to change anybody's life because everybody is already agreeing that they're not having to adjust for movement. That's how the world works.
And claiming the opposite will be nonsense.
It would be a fantastic religion, yep. It would be a fantastical religion to believe otherwise.
But I've been taught in school that the southern point is on the southern, what is it, Antarctic?
You're mentally saying, okay, in reality, you're walking across a horizontal, right? You're walking, maybe you're going up the hill, down the hill, up the hill, down, you're going down the valley, and then you reach the seashore, the sea level, and you maybe get on a boat and navigate horizontally across the water, and then you reach another landmass, and you're navigating, and you're doing all these things to move from one position to the other one. And then what the sky is doing, the movement of the sky is not determining that you are walking around a ball, because you're saying, oh, first I'm on top of the ball and I see the sky moving. Then you mentally are saying, now I'm walking I'm walking to the middle of the ball, to under the ball, and now I look at the sky and I see the sky moving. That's what they told you in school, right? And that's what you're saying right now. Oh, they said
No.
that if I'm in one side of the ball, I look
So
up, I
if
see
I
the sky
go to the
moving,
north,
and then I go to the other side of the ball, I see the sky moving.
so if I go to the North Pole and look straight up, I can see that the northern star is right there, and the whole sky is going around it, right?
Have you ever had that perspective, looking 90 degrees up and seeing celestial north?
Well, look at the video at 2102 by Manufactor.
Yeah, you look at the sky and you see the sky rotating like gears. You look at the ceiling on your house and you see the fan like a gear spinning.
Yeah.
You look at the clock on the wall. You look at the
Okay,
clock. You know the clock. You know the watch, the clock that you tell the time, the
Yeah,
hour.
I get
You look at
what you're
that
saying.
and you see these gears moving. That doesn't
Okay, but
mean that the ground under your feet is moving. That doesn't mean your house is moving.
But
Yeah.
if you have two clocks,
Yeah, you have two clocks. You can have 10 clocks.
one above you and one below you, right?
Yeah, they both are mechanically, the gears, you see them converging and diverging, going around, you see it going further from you and back to you, further from you, back to you.
Wait, what do you mean further from me? You mean that if I'm right below the fan, nothing's coming at me and going away?
They're not getting further from you?
No, they're at the same distance. If I'm right on below the fan.
So yeah, the fan is still moving. It's still still rotating. It's still turning.
Okay.
The ground is stationary.
Yeah.
You're making this mental gymnastics to say, hey, the clock is not moving. It's the ground that is moving, and the ceiling.
Yeah, I'm just.
And you're saying that the clock above you and the clock below you are not moving, or the gears are stationary, and the ground is the one that is moving.
Yeah.
Those are mental gymnastics. That's literally nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm asking, is there another point on Earth where you can look straight up and the sky's going around like the same?
Well, first of all, no one's done that. No one's ever done that at any point. So far you have zero. Yeah, so far you have 0 points on Earth where you can look straight up and do that because it's never been.
Well, isn't there a video about it?
0. Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of confidence. I mean, that doesn't sound like it's reality. It sounds like there might be a video of it, but can you describe it?
Even if you see the sky doing, because you can observe the sky doing things. You can see the gears moving above. Yes, you can see the sky doing things. How can you go from that to say, okay, the sky is rotating in cycle like gears, like a very complicated clock. Therefore, the ground and the waters under my feet are spinning. How can you just do this to yourself?
I don't know. I guess I've been brainwashed well enough in school.
So,
Well, you're in. Yeah, go ahead, Jonesy.
no, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I just want to say, I mean, you're entitled to your religious belief, but I'm just, I mean, I'm different than everybody else. We're all different. I'm not part of any group. The only group that I'm part of is God's family. To be honest, that's it. I'm not a flat earther. That has nothing to do with my life. But you're entitled to your belief system. I'm just pointing out that in reality, if there's more than one celestial pole, we're not moving. And there's obviously, you're saying there's at least two. That means we're not moving, and that's it. The only thing,
like we've seen exactly 2 places that this happens. Like,
okay, well that proves that we're not moving then. So that completely answers the question right now that we cannot be moving if there's more than one celestial pole area. That's it. It's over.
So Andreas, think about it. This confirms that two positions of the sky. What ball Earth? There's no ball Earth under your feet.
And you just went right to your imagination. No, in a ball Earth, nothing would work. Yeah, nothing in reality would work if there was a ball Earth at all. You'd have to be on a ball. You'd have to first find the ball, and then you could go forward. But nobody experiences that. That's like saying I could be on an octopus Earth, and it could work that way. No, you'd first have to find the octopus Earth. Yeah, no such thing. It's a fantasy.
All right.
You're claiming, listen, in multiple nonsense claims. The ground is not moving, and you're saying it is. The sky is moving, and you're saying it's not. But you're like just going based on some type of spell that is being cast on you, and you're like, yep, whatever goes against reality, that's what it is, because it has to be. Does it make you feel good that you just want to believe in the opposite of reality? You just are reality contrarian.
Yeah, I'm just saying that on a ball Earth, this phenomenon would be explained very easily.
What ball? When you say on a ball Earth, you're saying but you're saying like the furniture on your table, like that furniture that is on top of your table, the globe Earth that you go to Walmart or to some store in your country and you buy this globe that when you check the label it says
if there's gravity and if
no
there's
for
a ball.
educational purposes, only for decoration, and you grab that thing. And that's what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? The furniture ball?
No, I'm talking about a ball Earth and gravity.
Imagination.
System.
Like imagination.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If I imagine.
Exactly. Yeah, that's our point, is that anything's going to work in your imagination, but in reality, it doesn't work. And the reality, the phenomenon shows that we're not moving. Period. End of story. We can't be moving. Even if you want to imagine a ball Earth, then the ball Earth can't be moving either. The ball Earth has to just stay there magically in outer space in that imagined cartoon model. Yeah.
Okay. So if
Yes, the problem. Here's the problem, Jemsy, is that he doesn't understand that we're seeing the converging and diverging from the same point on Earth. I'm not going to another land. I'm not traveling 1,000 miles away and watching the stars go in the other direction. They both go in two different directions from the same point on Earth. So if you believe in a ball Earth, then you believe in a stationary ball Earth. Sorry.
Yeah, that I don't understand. Like
because you're saying the ball. The observation that you're doing of the sky is telling you that the sky is moving, and then you're adding the ball Earth under your feet. You're saying the Earth is the ball, but then since you're doing an observation of the sky doing a movement, converging and diverging, you're basically saying that the ball is not moving, it's not spinning, but the sky is spinning because that's what we observe. Even though we don't observe the ball, but let's give you the ball.
Let's give you the ball, Earth,
Yeah,
even though
give them
it's
ball.
not a ball. Let's give you the ball since you want it so much. But still, the observation of the sky is telling you that the sky is moving.
Okay. I think I'm
Yeah,
starting to
so
understand you guys now.
yeah, people believe in Scientology, even though I show them that it's not true. You know, people can believe whatever.
So you're saying that there's just two spots in the sky that the stars go around.
No, I'm saying if there are any converging and diverging star trails at all, the Earth is stationary. It has nothing to do with
What do you mean by converging
it
and
has
diverging?
nothing. That's my point. Is that you have to understand. That's my see, Gemsy. You have to understand that it's impossible to know what converging and diverging is unless you separate yourself from this outer space religion. You have to first get away from it, or it's impossible to understand. Like gears in a clock. We keep using this gear analogy because the gear teeth rotate around circles and the gear's teeth get closer to each other, then they get farther away, not from a different point of view. From the same point of view, I can watch the gear teeth, the teeth on the gears, we'll call them stars. The stars get closer as they turn inward, they converge, and then they reach their top dead center or their apex or their echelon. Then they start diverging and becoming farther away. They diverge. If that happens anywhere at all in the sky, anywhere in the heavens, it proves that the Earth is not moving ever. Stationary, period, never been moved. It's over. If that happens anywhere in the sky at all, anywhere on Earth, as it happens in the sky, that means the Earth is not moving. It's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, just to flesh that out a little bit, it's because we're told that in the heliocentric model, the reason that the stars appear to move is because the Earth is moving, right? So what he's saying is that, well, the Earth would have to appear in a uniform motion in order to affect the stars in that way, right? But it doesn't. Sorry, that the stars don't appear in a uniform motion. Does that make sense?
No.
Right, okay. So if you get on have you got a little swivelly chair anywhere?
Yeah?
Can you swivel around on the swivel chair?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you swivel around on the swivel chair, if you watch things in your field of view, they all appear to rotate in the same way, don't they?
Yeah.
Right. So what would happen if let's put it this way. You wouldn't expect that if you swiveled on the swivel chair that some stuff would go up, some stuff would go down, and some stuff would go around, would you?
No, they would all go around, not up and down.
Right. So what he's telling you is that the cause of stars rotating can't be Earth rotating because some stars are going up, some are going down, and some are going across.
What? Okay.
That's what
He's pretty much right. Yeah, like when he said uniform, that was good. Yeah, they're not all uniform. If they're not all uniform, if there's one wandering star, it's over. And there's at least 7 or 8 wandering stars. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know why people don't get this. They're not uniform. Sorry.
What do you mean by wandering stars?
But we don't even need to go there. We don't even need to go to the planets, do we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like EXO, we don't even need to go to the planets, do we? Because the uniform, let's just call them the uniform stars, they also converge, right? So you've got that issue.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's right. The constellations, the constellations also go in and out of each other. That's absolutely impossible if we're moving. That's why they make these perfect circles. I provided a link. The sky makes perfect circles. One perfect circle, you can argue. If there's more than one perfect circle, it's over. It's it. It's over. We're not moving.
Okay. If I'm on my swivel chair and I'm going around and I look up and I put a marker right in the top and then markers to the sides on the ceiling. No. Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah, see, as soon as you try to think about this, as soon as you invoke anything other than one movement, the entire possibility is erased. I've talked to thousands of people about this in the last 10 years, and hundreds of them will say, oh no, that's possible if we're on a ball. And I go, great, show it to me. I've never heard one of them come back to me ever once in about 10 years. Not one person has ever come back and said, here you go, XO, I have evidence of converging and diverging star trails on a moving platform. No, it never happens once, because they realize as soon as they start to even think about it, it's over. And time-lapse photography provides us with this evidence. That's how we know, because the time-lapse photography depends on the fact that the camera's not moving to allow the converging and diverging circles. It's just so easy. It's so easy, people miss it. It's so simple, people can't get it, I think. It's so easy.
Andreas, do you got DC when you started spinning on your ship? You say, okay, let me stop.
Wait, what if I take a selfie stick and I put a camera on it and I go on the swivel chair and start swiveling around?
Go ahead, you can do that.
And I put like markers in the ceiling.
Be my
So
guest.
so the sky, the ceiling would be the earth, and you would be the sky at that point.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because you flipped it, you reversed it. See, you see the sky move in the U.S. stationary.
I'm just thinking of, does it make the same patterns?
What you would do
Would it
is
make
you would
the same
have
patterns?
the sky moving and you stationary. That's how you'd recreate the pattern.
Say again?
You would add in all the same variables that you have. So you've got the sky moving. Now, can you recreate the same thing you see with the sky moving? Well, certainly you can. Like, remember the planetarium? The planetarium demonstrates this.
Yeah.
So in your experiment,
I've
what
never
you
been
would
to the
do is you'd be the
planetarium, no.
sky and you'd have the ceiling be the earth. And then you could have a camera facing down towards you, and you spin and see if you can create the same pattern that you would with the sky. And once you got that, then you know that you can recreate this with a stationary topographical plane, a ceiling.
No, but if I take a camera on a selfie stick and I point it on top of me, or on top of my head,
Okay.
like above to the ceiling.
Yeah, and as long as you
And I
don't
keep it-
move and you stay stationary, you've recreated
No, and I start
the observation.
swiveling around in a
well,
circle.
now you fucked it up because that's not what you
No,
observed.
it's gonna show. It's
No,
gonna
because
show.
where
the
did you
one
get the
point
movement? Why did you
in the
start
middle.
moving? Why did you add in your movement? You have no movement. So you added a contradiction. Movement
no,
and
no,
no
no.
movement at the same time.
I'm saying that you can make the same constellations with the camera that we have in the sky in the North Pole, right?
You've done this at the North Pole? You went all the way to the North Pole, did you?
No, but there is a video about someone being at the North Pole and doing this.
Oh, so now we're going with so if someone shows a video of the sky moving, you're going to say the sky's not moving, you're moving. So which one is it? Do you believe videos you see or you don't believe videos you see? Because if you see in that video, write down everything you witnessed. Did you witness the ground moving? Did you witness the sky moving? Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I get that. But
so if you're going to recreate the video, do you recreate what you saw or do you recreate what you didn't see?
The sky is moving. Bingo!
So I got
Game
a
over.
question though. I got a question. What did this video show that would be a fact that I'm not moving? Video show that we're moving? What is the?
No, like you said, make a model, and I'm making a model.
No, I never ever. No. I would ever say make a. That means you. Gemsy explained further. No, I'm not interested in models. Models are for people that might have brain issues or cognitive dissonance, or they live in
Or
a
they
fairy
might be
tale.
possessed.
Yeah, they could be possessed by demons. I would never recommend a model. I used to do models when I was 9 years old. I made them of cars, and eventually I became a man. I went through puberty. Now I drive real cars. So models are not, I'm not interested in models at all. I would have never mentioned a model to you. I'm saying we observe reality, and reality proves we're not moving. We're on a stationary Earth. Yeah, that's all.
Especially a model that is trying to replace reality.
No, you're talking
It's not
about
gonna happen.
converging and diverging stars, going in a circle. And I said I could recreate that by going on the
No,
chair,
they're not. That's no. You're
swiveling around in a
completely no. You're
circle with a
completely wrong.
selfie
No,
stick.
you're completely wrong. No, they're not going in a circle. They're getting closer to each other and farther because there's more than one circle. That's the point. If there's more than one circle, we're not moving. Sayonara. It's over. There's not just one circle. That's the
Okay.
point.
But
That's
look,
it. It's over.
I can point the camera to the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what does
on
that
top
prove?
of my head.
Right.
And
What
I
does that?
can
What
do
does that?
this,
What does that have to do with reality?
and then I swivel on the chair in a circle with the selfie stick. And
Yeah,
it
that's
would
not what we.
it
Yeah,
would
that's
make
not
the
what we.
same
Yes, what
thing.
does that have? Right? No, that's
Can
not the
can I
same thing.
talk
No,
to
I
the
don't
end?
know. You
And
keep saying this. You keep going into a retard mode. That's not what we see in reality. That's the point. We don't see that. These are very basic English words. We don't see that. Do you understand the words coming out of our mouths? We don't see that. We see two circles in the sky converging and diverging. And that's like saying if I go outside and film my cat, that means your elephant doesn't exist. Because I went outside and videotaped the cat, then elephants don't exist? Bro, you got to start thinking a little bit. I'm sorry that you're not getting this.
I'm trying to think. Can I say what I'm saying, and then you can tell me I'm an idiot?
But you're hurting yourself. You're getting dumber
I
because
know.
it's like
I know.
I'm saying don't become an alcoholic and you're grabbing for the vodka and you're ripping beers off the shelf because you want to drink beer. I'm telling you, stop hurting yourself with alcohol, and you keep going back to alcohol. What's the point of keep going back to your infanticist imagination? We don't see that in reality. So if I go in my bedroom and use a selfie stick and film something, that has nothing to do with what we see in reality, bro. That's the point. Thanks.
Okay, I guess I'm not gonna be able to speak.
You've
Yeah,
been
you're better
speaking.
off. I know. You're better off, bro. What are you trying to say? That's like me yelling at Gemsy saying Gemsy because I just went a picture of a Dodge Ram. So that means Gemsy can't have a Ferrari? No, that would mean I'm a retard if I said that. Bro, just because I go and film something doesn't mean something else doesn't exist in reality, bro. You're not even thinking. You gotta think a little bit. Come on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you can go if you want.
I can go where?
Oh, okay. I thought you stopped because of me. Then I stopped for you.
No.
No, this is the first time we heard you.
No,
I think.
I'm
Fly.
trying to make the same, visually the same thing as a time lapse of the sky in my room,
Cool.
basically.
In your room?
Nah.
Yeah.
You definitely don't see what you see in the heavens above in your room. You definitely don't see that.
What is cool if you go into a planetarium, man? They use a dome to project the space. They use a dome to project not the dome, right? That's amazing. I highly recommend planetarium.
Yeah.
Yeah, the point is, man, is that's the point. You can't see what we see in reality. Camera. You can't observe two concentric star trails converging and diverging. I've asked hundreds of people, please show me any moving camera, any moving surface, any shape moving that can videotape converging and diverging star trails at a single point. It's not even in the probability of a 1 in a trillion. There's no such thing. You'd have better luck with literally anything else. I mean, you might as well. Can you show me flying Kruger and octopuses chasing each other in the sky? You have the same amount of viability. You have the same amount of possibility that you can see Freddy Krueger chase elephants than you will converging and diverging star trails. There's no such thing. If the camera is moving, you can't see those things. That's the point. You can't do it. No matter what you do in your bedroom, no matter if you have 1 camera, 25 cameras, 30,000 gears, 2 billion stars on your wall, nothing will look as our actual celestial heavenly bodies look like in reality. It can't
It's
happen.
probably
Sorry.
really just worth clarifying that. What he means by that is if the proposed cause is the camera moving. That's what he means. So
You can say that. Yeah, you can skin this. The camera. Either way, you just won't ever do it. There's no such thing. That's why no one's even ever tried. Go find an example of this with anybody trying to show you converging and diverging star trails. It's not going to happen.
yeah, but what I'm saying though is that you could do that if the stars were already converging and diverging, and then you move the camera, then you can. But what I'm saying is that the cause can't be the camera moving, right? So that's sometimes these things get sort of strawmanned or whatever, and it's just worth being very, very hyper specific.
You're right. No, you're right. Either way, I'll just tell you both ways are going to help. It's just not going to ever. There's no way to make this. It's impossible. Remember, in time-lapse photography, the reason that time-lapse photography works is because the camera is not moving. Yeah, that's why time-lapse photography works. So just the fact that time-lapse photography works in our celestial skies is the first big step to understanding that we're not moving. Just look into time-lapse photography. I mean, again, stars are going in different directions. Just that alone ruins it. If stars are not going in the same direction, then we're not moving. I don't know how else to say this, guys. This is not complicated. We're not moving. I'm sorry. It's that easy. Yeah, the only thing the sky proves is that we're not moving. There's nothing else to do about it. But this is why the reason why people have to talk about the sky is because they can't prove their ideology with what is tangible here on Earth. They can't show you not finding curvature because they'll just say, well, that's just refraction. There's magical reasons why we don't experience those things. And it's one begging the question fallacy after another. And that's why they have to leave Earth and say, oh, look at the stars. That proves everything. No, it's the exact opposite. And it just shows the fanaticism of people that have to believe in these cartoon television religions. They have no choice. Plus, 1 trillion times on top of that, nobody has ever seen anything ever rotate around the sun ever in history. Nothing has ever been seen going around the sun ever. Period. End of story. So to even think an idea like that is basically insane. You got to be insane to think things are going around when no one ever in history has observed that ever.
For the conversation and the insight.
Well, here's the deal is that why don't people talk about how they get the Earth? measurements, things like that. How come they don't want to talk about the origins of that? There's a reason why. But shouldn't it shouldn't be apparent to me. It should be becoming apparent to people that believe it. They should be the ones going, "Oh shit, wait a minute. Shouldn't I care about the origins of this information?" If you don't, then you're already being dishonest anyway. If you don't care about the origins of your belief system, then you're already hiding from your own belief system. Rest in peace. I mean, the fact that we allow these skyward, heavenly, celestial, ridiculous. Where did they find this globe Earth in the first place? Who discovered the globe Earth? That's kind of a big talking point. When was it discovered? Someone give me an answer. There is no answer. Without going to a religious belief system, without going to ancient, literally, a Bible, an ancient book from 2,000 years ago with special priests' names in it, there is no claim. But we entertain these conversations because it's the norm. People just automatically are raised to believe these things. And apparently it's okay to go back in time 2,000 years and talk about religious books with religious priests like Aristophanes or whoever these people are, or whoever these Greeks were, as if they're even real people, is ridiculous in the first place. As if there's no modern technology that could extrapolate this information. They're saying there's nothing in modern technology that can find these things, and we have to go to 2,000-year-old religious belief systems with priests. All right. Go ahead with that. And that's why in the last 9.5 years, I'm discussing, can't find. This is where I get my information. Not one honest answer in 10 years. Not one. If I were to ask you, the gentleman that we were talking to earlier, who was that person, Gemsy? Ask him where he gets his information from, and let's play Monopoly. Let's see how far the rabbit hole goes. Where do they get their information?
He said he learned it in school.
Yeah, in school.
There you go. There you go. Now, where did they get the information
From
See?
books.
Okay, right. Where did they get the information put in the books? You're already being dishonest because all you got to do is say, I don't know. If you were honest, you would say, I don't know. There you go.
I don't
in
know.
10 years, it's too late. In 10 years, not a person can be honest about this, Gemsy, because once they're honest about it, they realize they just believe a religion. They don't know where the information comes from. They don't even have a claim. Where'd you get that from? I don't know.
Humans.
Fucking, there it is. I don't know. There's no claim for the origin of this information at all. Because people watch Western and they assume that somebody smarter
You're breaking up, by the way.
Okay, they assume somebody smarter must have figured it out, and that's what a religion is. So they admit it's a religion.
All right. I think your problem, I mean, with your mic, is that your activation sound is too low, too high, so that sometimes in the middle of your speech it turns off.
Yeah, I'm actually pulling internet off of this device. Yeah, I have working off of this one. But like I said, nobody can even tell you, no honest teacher. If you just go ask any teacher, any professor, ask them where they got their information from for the measurements of this globe Earth and see if they can be honest with you. See what their claim is.
No, I think they would go to what is the guy with the wells, Cyrene.
It doesn't. Right. It doesn't. Yeah. These are mythical religious. That is a religious that happened a long time. It's not a answer. And so far, we don't even have a name. We don't have an event. We don't have witnesses. We have nothing. We have an imagined religious belief system right now. And no, that answer, there is no answer because they didn't measure the point, guys. They didn't measure the Earth, so there is no answer. It's that easy. Bye-bye. It's all a religion, guys. Sorry. There is no answer. Period. I mean, it's not legal for me. Could I go outside right now and say I put a stick in the ground and then called my friend in Chicago and then he put a stick in the ground and then I can now religiously claim that we live on a magical object? No, that I would be considered insane and I might be put in a mental institution. But you people that believe in this ball believe in retards 2,000 years ago doing this stuff. If somebody did it today, they should be institutionalized. So you guys literally believe insane priests that just make shit up. It's all a
I think
perverted satanic religion.
wasn't
Sorry.
Galileo Galilei jailed? I think he was.
No, he wasn't. He was
No?
given house arrest because
Oh,
he
okay.
disobeyed what the Pope said. The Pope said, hey, Galileo, I understand you've got all this observations and all these things. It matches Copernicus, or not Copernicus. It matches some of the other things we've talked about. But I want you to keep your mouth shut because if you say these things, people will associate your words with the Catholic Church. And if you do that, it will weaken the power of the church because this model you're presenting is so outside the human experience, they'll think we're bullshitting them. And then Galileo said, you know what? Fuck that, okay? I want the world to know what the glory of God, how great God is. Look at this model of the universe he created. I don't want the Catholic Church, especially the Pope, to be gatekeeping this information. So then he went out and he said all these crazy things. And the Pope said, you know what? You disobeyed my word. My word is the word of God, at that time. This is the height of the Inquisition, mind you. Right at the high watermark of the Inquisition. When people were being burned at the stake for having a lazy eye, fuck's sake. There's a guy, Galileo, directly opposed the word of God as spoken by the Pope, and he got sent to his room with dinner.
Yeah, that's not very bad.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Not a very bad punishment, considering.
Yeah, exactly, right? Not even that bad. I mean, the Pope was wrong, I could say, right? The Pope shouldn't have told him to do that. But at the time, the Pope could not be wrong. The Pope was deemed to be the Word of God on earth. So he couldn't be wrong.
Isn't he still?
Yeah, I mean, it has since then. It has kind of weakened. The word of the Pope is now supposed to be about interpretation and whatnot, but they're still turning to saints after they die and whatnot because they're able to speak. Like one of the miracles they make is they speak for God somehow. So that's it makes them a saint. So, but that's the part I think is interesting is that historical framework where people somehow think how severely and unfairly Galileo was punished. Do you realize the punishments the Catholic Church was handing out at that time? Okay. Let's be real, okay? Be real. Okay, yeah. You could get stoned, burned, tortured, right? They were they call it the Inquisition for a reason, okay? Literal witch hunting, okay? The Catholic Church at this time was doing literal, okay? Not even a joke, not even a pejorative, okay? They were literally witch hunting and torturing people until they confessed. If they confessed, they were a witch. If they didn't confess, they were found innocent. But they were killed anyway. They died from the torture anyway.
Yeah.
So that's what was going on. And he got sent to his room, okay? with dinner. And his room was a castle, mind you. His house arrest, people like it seemed like, oh, living conditions back then were awful. Dude, Galileo lived on like a fucking mansion. Like a swimming pool. Like it was lavish. It was lavish by today's standards. There's people who live in worse conditions than him at that time. Like people like, right, if you were to say, hey, I want you to live like Galileo did. Oh, house arrest. It's like, yeah, dude, I've got like a hunting ground. I got like a maze. I got like a indoor, outdoor pool. I got like an attached, nature walk I can go on. They make it, see, when people tell him, oh, he was house arrest, they're thinking like somehow he's locked in a room and there's guards posted 24 hours. Who even knew if he left or not? He probably left. Said, I want you to go in your room, but no one's going to watch if you leave or not. I'm just going to come and check like once in a while, which is never, and see if you're still in your room. Oh, you died of old age. I never got around to checking that. Oh, well, let's just write it off as he complied with the power of the church. The power of the church compelled you, Galileo.
Sounds like you're not a Catholic.
No, dude. Not a Catholic.
Sorry, Christian?
I mean, yeah, I sometimes identify as Christian, like sort of non-denominational. There's Protestant, I think is the word a lot of people you would use.
Mm-hmm. So you go to church every week?
No.
Okay.
Incorrect.
So what's going on? Why is nobody talking?
Because you're quiet. That's why.
Yeah, man, it's a quiet day today, it seems kind of like.
How can it be that? It's people have been talking for the past hour. Didn't you hear the whole conversation for the past hour, bro?
I mean, in general, it's not very buzzy in here today. That's what I'm actually trying to say.
Oh, we were
Buzzing.
talking about stars and such.
Andreas, Clay's calling you boring because you're not making it buzzing.
Oh man. Well, I am from Finland, so that's usually true.
There you go. That's why, Clay. It's his fault.
Finns are very quiet people.
That's good.
Yeah.
You got any questions? Clay
Oh,
might
I already
answer.
asked. Yeah, I already asked my questions. It was about the stars and the what is it? The time loop photography stuff.
Were you asking if I have any questions?
No,
You already
that's
answered his question.
that was what I was asking, and they explained it to me.
Oh, okay.
But it just ended before you came. Then we talked about Galileo. Galileo Figaro. Come and play with me.
I'm gonna take a shower. I'll be back later.
Alright, see ya. Anybody some Hold'em?
I'm calm busy right now for games.
Darn. Nobody wants to play with me. Sad.
No, I do. I'm just a little busy.
Okay.
Wait,
Maybe
Texas
another
Hold'em
time.
or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. I dive into that. I'm just in the middle of something right now.
Okay, maybe another time.
Anybody here?
No, nobody here.
Let me rephrase. Anybody talking besides you now?
You?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Who's this?
It is I. I am me.
So, Doctor, did you finally have proof that your watches are real, or are you still gonna lie about that bullshit?
Doctor is deafened and muted, so he won't be able to hear you at the moment.
Unfortunately, he was lying about owning 1 million watches, but can't come up with a proof. Kind of sad.
1 million watches?
Oh, I have like real watches. Doesn't know what he has, refused to show it. So I'm here with one goal in mind.
You know the watchmaker has to adjust to the movement of the luminaries to make the watch precise.
Depends on the movement. Really does. Quartz, not really.
So no?
You have different kind of movements, mate. You have to specify which movement. There's not like one movement. Are we talking about automatics? Are we talking about mechanics? Are we talking about super quartz? Are we talking about simple quartz movements? Are we talking about tourbillons?
All of them.
No. There's a completely different operation between quartz and
So he just throw the quartz and doesn't adjust. He just throw them in a box and he doesn't.
Would you like to have a lesson how a quartz movement works?
Yeah, you throw it in a box and it works by itself. The watchmaker doesn't have to adjust it.
Quartz movement is very simplistic, actually. When you talk about mechanical watches, yes, there needs to be much more fine tuning. Of course, that I 100% agree with. A quartz movement is quite rudimentary.
So they have to be adjusted.
To what? Adjusted to what?
You know, when the watchmaker is making the watch and has to adjust for it to be precise?
Oh, yes. Well, actually...
Okay, exactly what I said.
Mechanical movements and automatics, yes, then it's very important. That's why, for example, Citizen invented the spring drive and everything.
Yeah. So you
Quartz
just try to be a contrarian.
No. Quartz movement actually is still quite rudimentary, and it really depends on the size of the quartz movement. But in mechanical and automatic watches, definitely your answer is correct.
Okay, we made it.
That's why you need to bring your watch every 5 years, depending on the brand, even sometimes 2 or 10 years to service to get it adjusted perfectly. Because regular watches only lose like 2 seconds plus minus a day to be considered accurate. Unless you're cheapo and buy a Seiko.
Just buy a Casio with the calculator.
Of course. Yes, I actually agree. Casios are great for the money. Although at some point in your life, every man should buy a nice piece. So what do you think of the flat earth? What's your opinion?
It's as flat as my wall. Flat wall.
Is
That's
it?
the best answer I heard.
Because I have flat walls.
So the Earth must be flat as well then. Got
But
it.
I'm no, because when I look at the window and I see like the hill next to my house, that's definitely not flat. It goes up and down. Like I go up the hill, then down the hill.
And down like a roller coaster.
So it's not like your wall?
No, because the wall is vertical.
So it's a vertical planet.
The wall is vertical.
And you said
yes.
the Earth
But
is flat like the wall.
Earth is Earth, and water is not Earth, right? And the heavens above is not Earth, is it?
I don't
I
know what you
cannot
mean.
wait to see another picture of the black swan to get it debunked again.
I don't know what you mean by the heavens above.
I'm a heaven earther.
I don't know what you mean by the heavens above.
When you look when you look up and you see the heavens above and the movement of the luminaries. Remember the watch the religion was talking about? So all of the luminaries revolve around heaven.
Oh, you're one of those religious persons.
What do you mean
No,
about the
this
heavens?
is not a religious thing. It's an actual fact.
So the heavens are
It's actually
heaven is
observable. It's actually
heaven is-
observable with electro-opticals. You can observe all of the luminaries: the sun, the moon, the radiance, the planets. All of them revolve around a center area of the sky. Like the watch that you were talking about, that they revolve around the center of the watch, the hands of the watch. The luminaries do the
exactly.
same thing.
the center of the galaxy is the heaven.
Where is the center of the galaxy? Unknown, since the galaxy is expanding.
I think that was Duncan saying galaxy.
Well, you said that all the luminaries revolve around the heavens, and all the luminaries that we see.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm saying that, but that's how it is. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. So you're
But that's how it is.
Yeah, you're calling heaven the center of the galaxy.
The center of the sky, where the luminaries revolve around.
Where's that?
It's the center of all of the movement of all of the luminaries.
And
that's only our solar system, right?
The source of the sun and the moon, the sun of the movement of the stars, the source of the radiance. Where the phenomena we call sporadic meteors. All of the sporadic meteors come from 6 radiance, 6 points in the sky, and all of these points are around the center of the sky.
That's actually quite incorrect, but hey, you do you.
Well, what is incorrect?
The whole statement does not make sense at all.
The 6
First of all,
radiance is incorrect?
You have to understand our galaxy is expanding, and the radius, if the theory would be true, it should be a variable.
You're moving away from the observation, the actual observation. You're adding
we are only a node. Yeah, but we have to look at the internal picture. I think we can agree on that.
You said that what I said about the radiance, where all of the sporadic meteors source from, you said that's incorrect. And you're wrong.
Meteors are all over our galaxy, all over our solar system, all over Milky Way, and all over the whole of space.
You're adding that to the observation. You're adding that to the actual. So listen, from the realist level, from when you and I are standing the ground, right? The ground below our feet.
You're using the pi ratio, which is extremely equal,
bro,
right?
The ground below our feet. So when we stand in there and we can observe from anywhere on Earth these phenomena called sporadic meteors, all of the sporadic meteors come from 6 radiant sources.
Incorrect.
How do you know that? Have you looked into the observations and the studies and the tests that have been done about this?
Sporadic meteors are considered as random occurrences and random locations of things. There are 6 known sources of sporadic activity, and they are the Hylian, Antillean, Northern Apex, Southern Apex, Northern Toroidal, and the Southern Toroidal. But it's not limited to those sources. That's the one we know.
That is the sporadic meteor sources. They all come from these 6 points.
No. That's the 6 known sources we know so far.
The only that we observe.
The only we observe so
Exactly.
far.
So what I'm stating is factual, and you're saying that I'm wrong.
No, you're limiting your answer a bit. Like, I understand the basis of your argument, and it's to a certain degree it's correct.
All of the observations that we do of sporadic meteors come from these 6 radians, and you're saying,
So
no,
far,
you're wrong.
you're limiting, because here's the problem with your argument, and if you limit it to your galaxy, yes, then your answer is factually correct.
Okay,
if you
so
expand it to the whole
where else do we observe the sporadic meteors come from besides
listen.
the 6 radians? Where else?
You are correct when it comes to our galaxy. We can both agree on that. But if you expand it further, since there's more than one sporadic meteors than that we can observe so far, it's only 6, yes. But it has already been theorized and also mathematically proven it's more than 6 sources.
So in reality, we observe one thing, and I'm correct about that, and then you're adding something else that nobody has ever seen.
It has been mathematically proven.
So nobody has seen this, but you're saying I'm wrong and you're correct.
No, I'm saying you're limiting your answer.
But is my answer wrong, like you said?
No, your answer is just a bit limited to our galaxy. I'm just expanding on it.
But is it factual? Is it correct?
It's so far the best correct answer you can give when you're limiting to our galaxy, then the answer is yes.
Exactly.
If you're expanding it to the whole of space, it's wrong.
The observations that the Americans, the Canadians, the Russians, the Chinese, the Indians,
do you have shit in your ears? I'll repeat it again. If you're looking in our galaxy, your answer is correct.
All around the world,
you're arguing the same thing over and over, but I already agreed on. You can repeat it like 100 times.
Bro, just concede that this is the observation. Just concede that this is correct.
We have 6 known sources of sporadic activity that we have traced so far. It has been mathematically been proven. There could be more sources out of it, and even in our galaxy. These are the 6 ones we know so far. You have to keep in mind, we have only expanded and explored a minimal fraction of our own galaxy.
So there you go, I'm correct.
If you're limiting to what we have observed so far, and you're limiting to our galaxy, yes. If we expand, the answer is no.
So my original statement is still correct, but still after I said it, you said, no, you're wrong.
No, so it's still limited. I added to the point that your answer is limited.
But is it correct?
Again, I'll repeat my statement. If you're limiting to what have you observed so far, limiting to our galaxy, your answer is correct. If we expand on it, your answer is limited. Again, the same answer.
So it is correct, and you're wrong.
Again, I'm going to give you the same answer over and over again. If you can limit it to our galaxy and to the observation we have done so far, your answer is correct. The moment we expand, if you look at the mathematics of it, your answer is limited.
So, yeah, I stated a factual statement, and you are being contrarian against it.
No, I expanded on it. And if you cannot take that a scientific fact that I said that you said is correct, but it's limited,
that's not a science. What you said is not a scientific fact. What you're saying is something that you're adding.
Okay, we went to see the mathematics about it.
Now listen, what you're doing is that we have the observations, we have the time lapses, we have all the scans of the sky that show what I said, and then you're grabbing that and you're adding your own numbers to it that you could never prove. You're just adding the extra numbers to the actual realist observation.
Look, we already know that some sporadic meteors are not so random after all. That we can agree on, right?
I couldn't hear what you said.
We can agree that some sporadic meteors are not so random after all. We can both agree on that point, right?
That some sporadic meteors what?
Are not so random after all, that they can follow certain patterns.
No,
right?
that's the whole point. They are labeled sporadic, but they are everything but sporadic. They're nothing as sporadic.
Okay.
They are very specific. They have cycles.
And here's why you're going wrong in your argument.
They are not sporadic. They are labeled sporadic. That's what we label them, right? But they are not sporadic.
Yeah, they are coming from the 6 radians that we have observed so far. So then we both agree on, correct? We both agree on it. We don't have to argue about it anymore.
Exactly.
We can both agree. We can both agree that Athelion Radiant is the most active one as well. Correct?
I gotta check that, but I'm not sure about which one is the more active one. But sure.
Well, the most one we have
if you checked on that,
observed. I can link you the source. We can also
yeah, link that to me. I want to look into that one.
It's in the. Do you know the website Springer.com?
But all sporadic meteor source from 6 radiants.
Yeah, those are the 6 1 but so we agree to that point. So I'm not being contrary. We agree on the basis of the argument.
All right, there you go. Whatever Earth you add is just making it up.
No. Here's where we differ. I agree with your statement. I'm only saying it's limited if you're looking in a broader perspective of the whole galaxy. That was the only point.
Yeah, but
What
when you're saying the whole galaxy, yeah, what galaxy? When you adding like the
space, yeah, and the
global
whole of
idea
space,
into it.
yeah, the whole of space.
Well, that's a begging the question fallacy, along with your appeal to the future fallacy.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. You're not part of the debate.
Oh, don't get mad, bro. Don't get triggered so quickly.
Yeah, but you just want to have some stupid conversation. We're talking about serious things. If you don't have a clue what we're talking about, you can shut the fuck up.
Well, that's very interesting. How condescending of you. So you appeal to the future, talking about, this is all we know of so far, and then you brought up the begging the question
do you know what
fallacy.
mathematics and models are? Do you have a clue what a mathematical proof is and models is?
Yeah, you made up some math based on just assumptions alone. You don't have any evidence for the things that you went ahead and, imagined with math.
Oh, of course.
It's just a math story. Just relax.
Here you go, my friend. It's inside chat, so you can shut the fuck up, read it, and become a bit smarter.
Why are you so mad? Why are you sweating? Relax. Calm down, bro.
So if you want to make a statement, all talking about the future, blah 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 blah. Shut the grown-ups and let the grown-ups talk.
Why are the grown-ups the ones that are acting really mature and swearing at people? Is that the grown-ups?
And interject in a conversation you know absolutely nothing about.
Well,
shut the fuck up,
I mean, it's okay. Just read a fucking book. Man, wow, and now you're being dumb American. Now you're being. How silly of you, man! You should relax, bro.
And you're unable to contribute to a conversation. At least I'm talking to somebody who knows how meteors work. What the fuck have you ever done in your life that's actually of any point? Absolutely
you're
fucking
just
nothing. Just shut the fuck up.
Your fallacies and relax. This
that's
is
the only thing you can do. You're talking about fallacies and you don't even understand the basic concept of what we're talking about. So be an American, stay poor, please poor, keep voting Republican or Democrat because you're probably an idiot, and let the grown-ups talk.
So I proved your argument incorrect just by avoiding them because they are fallacious.
You're going to claim that my claim with proof is wrong. Now bring me the scientific empirical data that I'm wrong. If you cannot, shut the fuck up and be a dumb American again.
Do you not know how empiricism works?
It was really easy.
I mean,
yes, you get your ass stripped in the ass, and then you shut up.
You made a claim, right?
I did not make a claim. It's scientifically proven. It's linked in side chat. So you can read be a dumb American and fuck in the ass.
Hold on a second.
Of course, read the article first.
Why are you talking over me? Why are you funding muting me? And why are you insulting me? This is an ad-hom fallacy. Relax, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
This is the third fallacy you've committed.
A stupid American.
This is three fallacies.
Read the fucking article and get fucked in the ass. I don't give a fuck what you say, you stupid American. Fuck off, you American.
Audio chaos at the moment. Just
actually, Americans have a higher income than Europeans, so you're fucking poor, bitch.
That's not what
says the guy who's here in the Flat Earth Discord. It's already been proven mathematically and statistically that Flat Earthers are fucking.
Okay, thank you. Whew. Wow.
I don't know what he was saying. What he said.
Wow. So I'm poor now. Is that what I understand? I'm broke.
Yeah, all the Americans are broke. Just the Americans. I think and we all vote Democrat or Republican or whatever it is. And then there was a lot of talk about being fucked in the ass. So very mature wherever he's from. I don't know. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well. That was a lot of fun.
It was a good time.
So I personally,
I'm
I'm
drunk
actually
at
getting
3
paid
p.m.
to sit here and listen. I'm actually getting paid to sit here and listen to these debates all day while I'm working from home. Because I don't have to drive back and forth to work in my brand new car it's a year old. I just bought it last year, along with my wife's car. Bought her a new car last year too. And living here in Los Angeles, California. But I guess all flat earthers are, I don't know what he was saying. They like it in the butt. I don't care for that much. My wife doesn't, so we don't do that. So maybe that's his thing. I don't know.
My wife likes
But,
it in the butt.
okay, well, I'm glad she's happy to hear that. So
now, Jemsy, I'm fascinated. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's good, man. So you're working from home and you were talking about your new car and yeah. I don't know what that guy was saying. He was just like wee 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 wee. It's like
No, you're good, man. You're on your
shut
knees.
up. I'll shut up.
I think what he was doing is he was starting to say something that I heard before, that all flat earthers are stupid and broke and unemployed and all they do is sit around and talk on Discord. And, I know quite a few people who are on here that run their own businesses and they come in and talk when they have a chance and they have the time. And regardless of whether you're part of this fucked up society that we have, that you have to pay with dollars that get taxed for NASA to send rockets off to who knows where. I've got more respect for the people that are living off this land that God made for us. There was, when God made this earth, there was no, or when the Creator, whatever you want to call him, but we were definitely
You can
created.
call
in the-
it intelligent design, but yeah, continue.
So it was designed so there was food here for us to eat. There were animals
like
to help
agriculture,
us, whatever
yeah,
we wanted to do. Yeah. So, and now some people are vegetarians and they don't believe in eating meat. I personally love a nice, thick, juicy steak. But the bottom line is that everything was here for us, everything that we need. And it's only people saying, hey, you don't have enough. So here, let me go ahead and sell you this. Oh, you want this? Well, you're going to have to work for me. And I personally believe, I feel like I've been in indentured servitude for pretty much all of my adult life. And that's a whole other story that has nothing to do with the surface of where we live. Just the people that try to rule and control the surface on where we live. And what better way to rule and control than to lie to you about the surface of where you live?
Yeah, exactly. And that word itself, surface or like planet or like earth, like it's everything is so grounded and so like there's a foundation with those words, and then they throw in this shit like, oh, globe. It's just like what? Like
Excuse
no.
me. As I mentioned a minute ago, I'm working. I'm working, and my 15-minute break just ended.
Sorry.
Now I'm going to put myself back on available. So I may be able to continue talking, or I may have to take a phone call here. But if I mute up right away, that's just because I got a call coming in. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I was just agreeing with you. Like the word surface itself is like, yeah.
Go on.
Well, it's a psyop. A surface doesn't even exist.
Like no surfaces exist?
Not really. I mean, can you name it? Like, it's all just.
Can I name a surface?
I mean, the point doesn't matter if they exist or not. The point is, it's a psyop.
All right, Sasha, what's the angle today, buddy? What are you doing? Just let's.
That's who you said Jemsy earlier. You were gonna say something.
I was fascinated by the radians where the meteors come from. I've never heard of this before, so I wanted to ask you more questions. But Sasha wants to derail things by talking about how surfaces don't exist. So go ahead, Sasha.
I mean, you guys can continue. I mean,
Well, tell me more about these psyops.
Well, it's like the globe psyop. They make these things up. They're not real.
Like surfaces, like no surfaces exist because it's all a psyop. Can you like explain that a little bit more?
It only exists in mathematics. It doesn't exist in reality.
So there's no like surface of anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyone else think that?
No, this is just what Sasha does. You'll have to forgive him.
No, says who
Okay.
is just he doesn't like me, so he always tries to insult me. Actually,
Oh, it's not a matter of whether or not I like you. You're just a documented, well-known troll that likes to come through here and make nonsensical comments like you're doing today, right?
okay. Well, that's your opinion. So,
Well, it's my opinion and pretty much everybody else's opinion that have spoken to you. So, it's a consensus-based conclusion.
Oh, so
alright,
you like consensus?
I'll
You like the consensus beliefs? You like it? So if like a bunch of scientists have a consensus, you would go with that?
I think we were talking about like.
No,
I think
I'm
we were
just
talking about
I'm using that argument against Sasha. See,
Yeah, he
if
likes
it's
the globe
consensus-based,
because he doesn't
then
speak true.
it's got to be true, right?
He believes, the consensus exists, so it has to be true. Like that's what, I'm pretty sure he's actually the troll.
I'm just using your arguments, bro.
Who, Sasha's?
Yeah.
My arguments.
Well, I thought you were making an argument that Sasha is a troll because a consensus of you guys think he's a troll because he comes in here and says nonsense. Is that not your argument?
I'll tell you what, I won't speak for everybody else. I think Sasha is a troll. You can ask other people that are familiar with him.
Me too.
Okay.
I mean, I know he's a troll. It's fine.
You never, Satsu, you never heard of the radiance of the phenomena?
I have
we
not,
observe
sir.
Sporadic meteors.
No.
So you've heard the phenomena meteor showers or shooting stars.
Yeah. Right.
So that phenomena that we see, because there's many phenomena in the sky, and a lot of people kind of like put all of them together. But this one is very specific. It's the one that we call sporadic meteors, which is the shooting stars that we see in the sky. And when you see a meteor shower, what they call meteor showers, all of these meteors, what we call meteors, right? They come from specific points in the sky. It's called they're called radians. There's 6 of them, which is.
And do they all go in the same direction from those specified spots? Like,
yes,
every time? Okay.
These spots, they move in cycles, so they have daily or nightly cycles, weekly cycles, or yearly cycles. So they do kind of like move with the stars. Like
sure.
Yeah, not with the planets, but like almost like with the stars. So these points, they move in a cycle yearly. And when you observe meteors, you have to be looking towards these points so you can see them where they source from.
Interesting. See, with meteors, if the Earth was a ball, which it's not, and if it was rotating in the direction that they say it is, which it's not, in my mind, if we were going through, like asteroid fields or whatever, then all of the meteors would have to be coming from the horizon and going in one direction. In my mind, that's how it would work, not in random, sporadic directions. So now that you're telling me that there are certain places that they all seem to come from at certain times of year, if it moves with the sky, I'm going to have to look further into that because that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting. When you see, there is some observations called electro-opticals, and they kind of map the 6 radians and put it like in a graph, and the imagery is very interesting. So one of the radians is helium, which is the sun. So it's the sky where the sun the area of the sun. Then one of the other radius is anti-helium, which is the opposite side of the sky of the sun. So almost like opposites, equal opposites. Then another of the other radiants is celestial north, which is north apex. Then celestial south, south apex, and then like two lines of the equators, which is it's called actually the celestial north is called north toroidal. That's one of the radiants. Then the south toroidal is another of the radiants. And then at the equator line, there's like a radiant above the equator and below the equator line of the sky, which is north apex and south apex. And it almost makes like a cross when you map it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Wow.
sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, Heaven. But we were talking about this last week, like a week ago or two. So they do these time lapses on the equator, like right at the equator. And they claim because of these time lapses that's a globe or whatever. But in reality, it's stationary and it's sitting. And it more looks like it could be like a flat earth or like some other thing.
Well, the time lapses actually debunk the globe because the camera has to be stationary, and the camera is stationary, and you observe the circles the sky is making. It's like converging and diverging circles, like a gear that is moving towards you and then away from you, almost like a fan. If you're across the room and you look at the ceiling and you see the fan, and you see the blades of the fan like moving towards you and away from you, towards you and away from you, right? Have you seen that effect? It's kind of the fan is doing that, moving away towards you, away from you. So
Yeah,
the stars are doing something similar.
Yeah, so the other thing about the
yeah,
time lapses on the equator is that they have these videos with stabilization and they make it look like the ground is moving. Not the ground, but they make it look like the sky is not moving, but the ground is moving. So it's like rotating. So
I don't think
that's
you will.
another thing where it's like, what? Like, no. In reality, if you do an actual time lapse on the equator for the Polaris and the stars, whatever, they fabricate this stuff where it looks like the sky is moving, but the ground is still. But in reality, the ground is still and the sky is moving.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yes. Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate those YouTube videos. I think that's been the biggest natural observation for me is stationary. Like when I go and I put a camera to the sky, do a time lapse, the sky is constantly moving and the ground is constantly solid. Like the stationary myth that they're like, oh, well, you're constantly traveling through space and you're constantly doing this. It's like, well, how do I know that? Like, anyway, I'll shut up. But you know what I mean? Like the stationary. For my natural observations, everything has been stationary.
Well, claiming the opposite is nonsense because your senses are pointing out that the ground is motionless. Because if it starts moving, you will sense it. Obviously, there's an argument against that, which is nonsense. And then you look up, use another of your senses, you observe the sky's moving with your vision, your eyes, one of your senses, and then they want to claim the opposite. So it's nonsense by definition, what they're claiming.
Is it possible you don't understand it?
What, the nonsense? Yeah, I get the nonsense. That's why it's nonsense and can be refuted as nonsense.
Is it possible you don't understand it?
It's possible that I take into account the senses and can make a sensical claim and something that can be verified as the ground being motionless. That's verifiable. The opposite is not verifiable. You can't demonstrate the ground in motion as the claim, right? And then we can verify that the sky is moving, observing it with equipment. We can record it. Everybody in the world can look at it. It's moving, but claiming the opposite is nonsense. So yeah, I can comprehend what is happening pretty obviously. It's very obvious.
Okay, so it's not possible that you are possibly mistaken and don't understand what they're trying to explain to you.
Well, their claim is impossible. Get it?
Oh, okay, why is it impossible?
Because it goes against everything in reality. It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against how water behaves. It goes against your senses. It's complete nonsense.
Yeah, and to go off that too, it goes off of the claim against natural observation, like natural, like what you see with your perception. So it goes against that as well. So
Yeah,
it
it's
gets kind of
pseudoscience. It's Scientology claims, and that can be debunked pretty easily.
just the whole appeal to authority like claim to me is ridiculous. Like, oh, this guy told me that I can't trust my senses, so therefore I have to just accept whatever scientism, like science. But when I go look in the sky and I take a time lapse and I see that it doesn't line up with the globe model, and then I'm over here with my thumb up my butt, so to speak, and I'm supposed to just accept it. Like I'm supposed to just be like, okay, well, like
Remember, you can develop,
trust the science. Yeah.
utilizing our senses, right? And from there, we can develop equipment. We can develop technology that will further affirm what our senses are telling us. Like horizontal, you develop equipment to establish horizontal. You have the vestibular system, which is your senses. It's based on a level, a horizontal. So we can observe. We can develop a telescope, right? We can observe the sky moving. So what your senses are telling you makes sense, and what these people are telling you goes against your senses and against the observations with the equipment, against what the level and horizontal is telling you. And they're saying that makes sense, even though you're sensing it, observing it, and verifying it with equipment. They're saying what's happening is the opposite.
All right. So one example of that, I'll give a quick example. I'll shut up. The Nikon P900, like the Nikon cameras, you can adjust them. Like we were talking about this last time with Venus. Like you can adjust the cameras on a surface level, for stars, for everything. We have the technology, like you're saying, to adjust the equipment and have natural observations, which disprove the globe model. So we have all this technology, like you're saying. We just have to know how to use it and know how to work it.
Yeah.
And this stuff is confirming what you're already experiencing. Think about it.
Yeah, because you're seeing it visually with your eyes, But then when you use the Nikon P900 and you adjust the camera and you configure it, then you confirm it with the technology. So then, therefore, you're like, oh shit, like there's something isn't right here. Like,
And then these people pull out the paper, the crayons, and start drawing
yeah,
cartoons, and they tell you, look, this cartoon, it's showing you the opposite of what you're observing and experiencing. Therefore, this cartoon is true.
yeah, I hate that cartoon shit. Like that Mr. Blue Marble guy on NASA. Like, it's just all CGI. Even Elon Musk was saying that shit. He was like, oh, it looks so real. It must be fake. Like, whatever the fuck the quote is. We were talking about that the other day. But yeah, anyway, yeah, so it's like when I have my natural observations and my, perception and peripheral vision, and I observe these things, the horizon, how the stars move. I don't need technology to do that. But when I do that and I start to really think about it, I'm like, okay, like maybe something that I'm being told is not right here. Like maybe I should question this, or I should, like look into this. Like, because from my natural perception, depth perception, I'm seeing something that is, from what I've told, is not there. But when I look at it myself, then I start to question reality or whatever it is, like our realm. And then, yeah, like it's kind of convoluted and messed up that it's
Well,
almost like
you
you're
brought
getting
up the sky
gaslighted.
earlier. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, yeah, you go ahead.
You brought up the sky, and that's the point that you brought up is it makes sense that when we look at the sky, you see the converging and diverging movement of the sky, the circles. It's like gears. And when you observe this, it's very obvious that the sky is moving and the ground is
Yes.
not. Because if the ground was moving like a merry-go-round, you have a different perspective. You wouldn't have these perfect circles of the movement of the sky. It will be all fucked up. It wouldn't be these perfect circles. So it's obvious, and it makes sense that just like your vestibular system is telling you, there's no movement, there's no actual movement of the ground. Because if there was, your senses would point out that you're moving.
How would
So
they do that?
that makes sense. The horizontal is in place. Your senses are pointing that out. That makes sense. The sky is moving. That makes sense. It's just all being confirmed. And then you bring out the equipment, and the equipment confirms what you already know.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
something.
and
So,
that's why they call it. I'm sorry, Duncan. Go ahead.
no, I was saying like he's saying like you see the same thing every single time. The stars are the ones moving and we're staying still. And if it was different, then we would see different things at different times. But I always thought I did see different constellations, like different from the summer than the winter.
We do.
Okay, so are we moving?
I never say you, but that's the thing. You see cycles of the luminaries. You see cycles, right?
Right.
And they
So like,
always reset. You see this movement of the sky, and it moves like gears. You see one movement of the gear, and it's moving and resetting and moving, and then
Right, but-
you see this cycle, and then it resets after a certain time, just like a clock.
yeah, but like so like every 24 hours I see like the same constellations, but those aren't the same constellations I see in the winter versus the summer. So
And then a whole year goes by, and you see the whole thing resetting.
right.
Oh.
So doesn't that mean that like we're moving and we're back in the same position every year?
Impossible.
Why is that impossible?
Yeah,
Impossible.
Because
Why?
look, because right now we have Polaris, and then you have the next one, which is Serpentaris, and then we go into the different North Star like cycles. They're consistent, like it's always happening.
Right. Yeah, like every year Like,
No,
when
like
you
we'll
see,
say every 12,000 years or 15,000. I don't know what. I have to go Google it, but yeah.
There is no parallax that you observe from Polaris. It's always on the same spot, and you're claiming, or the
but
globe
that's
is
one
claiming,
star.
that we're moving at multiple speeds, multiple vectors at the same time. Think how
Right, and like
nonsensical that is.
the reason why it seems to make sense to me is that like every
Nonsense.
every 24 hours from the previous day, I basically see the same stars, but every 6 months they're different stars. So it seems like
You see yearly cycles. Earlier I
yeah,
mentioned
yeah, yeah.
yearly
I know.
cycles.
I get it. So the stars are moving around us, but if every 6 months I look in that same spot and I see different stars, doesn't
You
mean like
And
we're
then you
moving
go
then?
6 more months and you see the same stars, and you're looking at
Right,
the same
right. So
stars. They're moving
it's like
like gears.
I agree. It's like we're moving and we're in the same position that we were in
You're
the year
motionless.
previous, and the stars are moving around us. Then
The ground
maybe
is motionless.
once
You
a
can move
day,
across the land.
or the stars moving around us once a day, but every year we move around a certain spot. Like, is that how it works?
The
Like,
sky is moving. The sky is moving. Very
this guy
simple,
is
though.
okay. So
Yeah, why do we have to constantly be moving? Like in my perception and like sitting on the ground with a fucking buoyancy density where you don't have to call it gravity, but just being stationary in general, like I was saying. Like, why are we constantly moving through space and all this shit? Like, what if we're just stationary? Like,
well, why do we see different constellations at different times of the year?
the constellations don't move. The Polaris is the only one, and there's another star. I think it's
Yeah, why do we see different constellations during different times
He's
of the
talking
year?
about the different angle of the sky that is kind of
No,
like has a tilt. Listen, have you ever heard of the tilt?
completely different constellations.
He's talking
The
about
tilt.
the motion of the sun relative to the background stars throughout the year.
So the tilt that you're talking about is the tilt of the sky. The movement of the sky has a tilt, and you see this tilt like how do you call this toy that you can spin and it has like a tilt? Let me see this toy.
oh, like a fidget spinner.
Yeah, like a fidget spinner. Yeah, and you see that it's rotating, but it also has a tilt to it. So there you go. You have something like that happening with the sky.
Huh. Okay.
It makes sense.
Can I ask you something about the sun? Like, because how far can we see the sun? Like, how many miles does it cover?
It says
about 6,000 miles of
6,000 miles?
daylight.
Yeah, I
6,000
believe in localization of the moon and the sun because according to mainstream science and NASA or whatever, the sun is supposedly 96 million miles away, which they've changed that number over the years, the last 100 years. And the moon is 298,000 miles away, or 9,800, 600 miles away.
So we can see it 6,000. So in like the
No.
middle of the day.
I thought you asked about the daylight or something.
Yeah, how far can it go?
No, how far can it go? Can you reframe the question?
So, for example, if I can see the sun, like, and it's in the middle of the day, and you're saying it has a range of 6,000 miles, that I would assume then everywhere 3,000 miles away from me can see the sun also. Maybe not as high in the sky as me, because they're further away, so it's lower. But everywhere within 3,000 miles would be able to see the sun, right?
Well, someone else. If someone is closer to the sun, they're gonna see the sun. Yeah.
Right. And I'm saying, like,
Dude, I saw
in the center of the day for me, my times. It's
Yeah,
like 12
noon.
o'clock.
It's noon
my
for you.
time.
It's noon.
Everywhere within 3,000 miles would be able to see the sun. Maybe not in the center of the sky, because of their perspective, it looks lower or high, or like, on whichever side. But
Dude,
everywhere within 3,000 miles would be able to see that sun, right?
No,
And
if there's clouds and
okay, not
depending
if
on
there's
the
clouds.
weather.
But say it's a clear sky. Everyone within 3,000 miles would be able to see it, right? And no one past 3,000 miles would be able to see it. Correct?
Dude, I saw the sun and the moon the other day. It was a bright, clear sky, no overcast, no clouds.
Okay,
And
that's
and
great.
I saw like at 12 o'clock, I saw the sun, and then I looked over and I saw the moon, and they were the same distance, like 3,000 to 6,000 miles, we'll say.
Okay.
Like they were localized.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I get it. So at high noon for me, like no one can see it past 3,000 miles, right? No one would be able to see it. Only within that.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Well, you said the sun has a range of 6,000 miles.
I mean, at noon for you, that is gonna be daylight.
Noon for me. So it's center. So I'm in the center of it. So I'm like the center point. So only people within 3,000 miles would be able to see it, right?
I mean, the people at 3,000 miles should be able to see it.
Well, so if I'm like you said that it has a range of like about 6,000 miles. Let's call it 10,000.
That's what I've heard. And when you look at the timing in the day and night cycle maps, it kind of shows. I could be wrong about the distance, but it shows something about that.
So, like, do you want to say like a max range of like 10,000? So if it's noon for me, only people within 5,000 miles of the sun of me would be able to see the sun.
Go ahead and make a claim. What are you trying to say?
You said that you can only see the sun within 6,000.
You asked a question, and that's about the range that it shows in the maps. But I haven't checked everywhere in the world because there is places that the sun is up 24 hours, so I cannot make a definitive claim about it.
Wait, the sun is up 24 hours in some places?
There are places in the world that the sun is up 24 hours. You never heard this before?
I have, but I've heard different reasons for it. What's your reason for it?
In the Arctic,
what's your reason for it?
In the Arctic, yeah.
Because it's up 24 hours. That's what it is. Your opinion... listen, your opinion and my opinion are not going to affect the movement of the luminaries and the heavens above.
I agree. Why do people in the Arctic, why can they see the sun for 24 hours out of the day during some time?
It's the whole argument that we've both been getting at is localization. That it's not 96 million miles away. It's not 298,000 miles away for the moon. They're localized.
Okay. Now, you said that people in the Arctic can see the sun 24 hours a day. Why is that?
Because that's the way it works.
So they're like in the center of the planet, and the sun is like they can always see the sun.
No, what planet? What planet? Can you prove the planet?
Are we not on a planet? Are we not on?
Incorrect.
What are we on?
To see a planet, you have to look up in the sky. You see the planets up in the sky?
Well, what are we on? What do you want to call it?
Listen, is the ground up in the sky?
No.
Exactly.
You just said, okay, so you don't want me to call what we're on a planet. What do you want to call it?
The ground?
The ground? Okay, so
because you're standing on the ground, but if you go on water, you are on water, not on the ground.
Okay, so why do people on the Arctic ground, why do they see it 24 hours a day?
Because the sun is doing a shorter cycle in the sky. That's what we observe.
Okay. Aren't those the same people that during some times of the year don't see the sun for 24 hours a day?
Yeah, there's other places. There's some places that see 24 hours, and other areas that don't see it 24 hours. That's how it works.
The place that sees it 24 hours a day, isn't that the same place where they don't see it 24 hours a day?
Yes, and that's a different date of the year.
Okay, so the sun is moving. Sometimes it's over that place during only certain times of the year, and other times they don't see it at all. So the sun's moving back and forth.
That's how it looks like.
Well, that's what it must be, right?
Well, it looks like that, right? We observe the effects.
Right. So you just said earlier that the ground is definitely standing still. It's not moving, and you definitely know this. So if
claiming the opposite will be nonsense.
if there's people on the Arctic ground and 24 hours a day they can see the sun during some times of the year, and sometimes of the year they can't see it, the sun has to be the one moving, right?
The sun is moving. You see it every single day moving. Every single morning, every single day you observe the sun moving. Claiming the opposite will be nonsense.
So when those people in the Arctic can only see it, 24 hours a day, only people within 3,000 miles of the Arctic Circle can see the sun? Of the Arctic ground, only, like, when they see it 24 hours a day, only people within 3,000 miles of that location can see the sun?
No? Are you crazy?
Well, you just said that the sun has a range of 6,000 miles, and if there's one part on the ground where they see it 24 hours a day, the sun...
More people than people in the Arctic Circle can see the sun.
Are they further than 3,000 miles away?
Way further can see the sun.
How much further?
Well, as further as they can see it.
How much further?
Have you checked?
I'm asking you, how much further?
As further as people can see it.
Like 30,000 miles?
30,000 miles. That's probably no, because it can be 30,000 because while it's 6 months of while they see the sun 24 hours in the Arctic, it's nighttime 24 hours in the south regions. So they don't see the sun.
Right. Okay. So are they 3,000 miles away, or are they further?
You said 30,000. I don't know how far that is. I think that's like bigger than the globe. That's further than the Little America. That's beyond the areas that we can see in the map.
Right. So how far, like when they're seeing it 24 hours a day, the sun is local. So only people that are close to that area would be able to see the sun 24 hours a day.
No, people in that area can see 24 hours, and people in other areas will see the sun for a certain time, and then they're going to have nighttime.
Right.
And people in further areas will have nighttime 24 hours.
Okay. And the range of the sun is limited, and I'm trying to narrow down that range. So if the sun is constantly in that local area 24 hours out of the day, then everyone that sees that sun, no matter how far they are during that time period, we can actually figure out like somewhat the range of the sun, right?
The range of the sun?
Yeah, the range of the sun.
The range of daylight?
Yes, because if that sun is local in that one area 24 hours of the day, then we know for a fact that you're saying that the ground's standing still. So only people.
No, I'm saying that because that's the way it is. That's not my claim. That's so how it is.
Right. So let me make like a simple example of it. So say the sun only had a range of 1 mile. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just using a hypothetical example. If it only had a range within 1 mile, and in that someone can see the sun 24 hours out of the day, no one past that 1 mile would be able to see the sun. If the range of the sun,
why are you adding that claim? Just because you can see something from one position and you can see it all day, that doesn't mean that someone else away from your position cannot see it.
I mean, if the sun is local and it only has a certain range, that
no,
is
the sun is not. The sun is not local. The sun is on the heavens above. You're local on the ground.
Okay.
Listen. The sun is not in the ground. The sun is not on the ground. You are on the ground.
No, yeah. So like, the sun's not local. Okay. So does anyone on the flat Earth want to say
the sun is not what you think it is? The sun is not something that you can tell what it is exactly. You don't know the medium that is in. You don't know the medium between you and the sun. You don't know the medium behind the sun. You don't know the source of the sun, the cause of the effect. You don't know how God decided to make the sun work. You don't know that.
Okay.
Actually, we see the sun on the ground 2 times every day.
You said the sun is local. And now you're saying that the sun is not local.
Oh, when you say local, I mean the local store that I can walk to and go to and buy milk and bread. That
No, I don't
local
mean that.
store I can go to and it's local. But
Right.
is Russia? You know, Russia is not local for me, right?
Okay.
So is Russia local for you?
No.
So is the sun local for you?
No.
Oh, so exactly. So the sun is not local for me because I can't go to the sun.
All right. Everyone else agree in here? The sun is not local. It's far away.
Yeah, you're.
I don't even know what the sun is.
You're bringing. He's bringing like a model about the fireball in the sky being closer than 3,000 miles.
I am not
Than
bringing any model.
93 million miles.
I'm not bringing any model into this.
Jimsy, we should probably ask him what he's really trying to get to with his leading questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you trying to get to, Duncan?
I'm just letting it's all right. Go ahead.
So
what is your point? What is your claim? You have a claim?
Okay. Yes, my claim is this. If the sun has a range of only 6,000 miles and someone can see the sun 24 hours a day, then only people within 6,000 miles of that person would also be able to see the sun.
And?
That's my claim.
All right. So whatever happens in reality, it's reality, and whatever your claim is your claim. I'm fine with that.
So now all we need to know is because we know that the sun is 24 hours a day in that Arctic ground only certain times of the year. During that time of the year, if anyone else can see the sun and say they're 15,000 miles away, now we know the sun has a range of 15,000 miles away. If they're 30,000 miles away and they can see the sun, now we know the range has a range of 30,000 miles away.
You're not going to do this all day, dummy. I muted you before for being stupid, and you're not going to do this all day. So let's see what you do.
Yeah, he's being silly.
How am I being silly? What did I say that was wrong?
You're saying whatever you're saying, but the reality is the reality, and whatever you're saying is what you're saying.
Reality is the reality, and whatever I say is what I'm saying. I agree.
Yeah, your claim is what if it's a hypothetical. So we don't do with a whole lot of hypotheticals in here. So if you want to make a claim, make a claim. Otherwise, hypotheticals is just whatever happens in your imagination. So in your imagination, what is the sun?
I'm not doing a hypothetical. The guy there said that the sun has a range of 6,000 miles. So what I'm saying
that's
is,
your claim. That's your claim. You're the one making an argument for that. I wasn't making an argument for that. You asked a question and you were asking about how you asked something about how far can we see the sun and the daylight or something. And based on the daytime, whatever, there should be some type of radius that you can see the sun. And that's it. That's based on whatever they say on the maps. I haven't verified that. And you want to build a straw man. You want to build a straw man and burn it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
said
are.
the sun had a range of 6,000 miles.
You're the one asking about the sun. You're the one making claims about the sun.
So you're going to do this anyway?
I'm not going to do what anyway?
You're just going to keep continuing on with, oh, you said this, you said that. What the fuck is your question? And it's not about the sun, so pick something.
Okay.
It's
not.
If somebody can see the sun in the sky, therefore.
Duncan, it'd probably be better if you just went out and found in reality
on the sun's ground point with a radius of approximately 20,000 kilometers, which happens to be
I'll
exactly
say this
the
before I
fourth
leave
over
because I have to go to an event. For my natural observations with total solar eclipses and total lunar eclipses and whatever, they both line up together. They're not that far from each other. That's just my natural observation.
Yeah, and whatever this guy's claiming about the sun, it's not gonna help his case about anything, or nobody's, because no one in here is gonna be able to verify how the sun works.
Well, we have to stop talking about the sun because I asked him because he kept going on for a half hour, and I said, "Okay, now my turn. What's the sun?" He said, "I don't know." I said, "Good, we can stop talking about it," and then we're leaving it at that.
So is he gonna bring a claim about the ground?
His claim about
I don't
the
like
ground
to
is
talk
barely
about the
flat
ground.
at this point.
Because he said planet. He said that the thing under his feet is a planet.
You must be confused then.
Well, you tell me what it is if it's not a planet.
Earth.
It's the Earth.
It's a flat plane. It's a flat plane, hence airplanes, not airplanets. Got them.
Whoever that was, your mic is really bad.
I'm sorry, I'm on the highway.
So you were
He's right though.
now,
He's right.
now you're. Do you have any evidence that the ground under your feet is a planet?
I mean, that's just what we call it.
No, you. What do you mean we? You and me? I don't call it a planet.
You know what I saw
The human race.
earlier today? This happens all the time. People, this on TV, people say, "Oh, I'm going to travel around the globe." They don't say around the world anymore. They're purposely written scripts into TV. They have to say globe. They can't say around the world. They can't say worldwide. They have to say global. They have to say around the globe. Isn't that weird? And it's not a globe.
They say globe. They say planet too. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody ever says world or worldwide anymore. I noticed that.
That's on my end, or is that everyone else he's roboting also?
I mean, I heard most people good, so it might be you.
Is that for everyone else, or was that only on my end where he was roboting?
I think it was only on your end.
Oh.
The etymology for the word planet. Late Old English, planete, in Old Astronomy, star, other than fixed stars, star revolving in an orbit, from Old French planete, and directly from Late Latin planeta, to wander. So a wandering star. Later on, it says, so called because they have an apparent motion unlike the fixed stars, originally including also the moon and the sun, but not the earth. So originally, the word planet means wandering star. So different.
It's weird how they converge, but yeah, it's a totally different etymology.
Planets were basically everything that was moving and in the sky was basically called a planet. It didn't have any physical connotations, like the moon and sun were also considered the planets.
So not the ground under your feet. Got it. Not the ground under your feet. So referring the ground under your feet as a planet is nonsense. Got it.
Exactly.
Because ancient Latins didn't know, called it something else because they called it terra. That means it's not a planet.
Terra means earth. Terra firma? Yeah, earth.
Yeah, that's what they called
because
it.
they didn't believe the earth moves.
Yeah. Yeah. They weren't stupid. They knew that planets and Terra were different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in many ways, they're much smarter than us.
Dead
That's for sure.
That they were way smarter than what you said. That ancient Romans and ancient Latins were a lot smarter than you guys. That's what you just said. That was good.
Well, yeah, they knew the Earth was flat. You know what I mean? Like most
Yeah,
of
they
you
trusted
and your buddies, you believe it's a ball. They
No, you said us.
they
And
knew it was flat.
you were referring to yourself. So they were smarter than you.
Okay,
Well,
Duncan, you got us. Good job, Duncan.
To the average human population, because we have globies like you who are the majority. That's why.
And you're one. You're one.
You're robotic.
Us is one of the globies.
You're roboting real bad, Duncan. Bounce up and come back in, dude.
I think your phone's out of battery.
That better?
Yes.
It sounds better.
You said that people from those times were way smarter than us.
Okay, Sophist. I meant as a human, as like the human race as a whole.
Oh, okay.
I can
Yeah.
fully agree that they were smarter in terms that they were able to figure out more things with the technological advancement level they had.
I mean, they had to
while-
survive. They didn't have like the society that coddles idiots. So, yeah, I mean, I think they had to be smarter.
Well, they figured out more with less because they're under less indoctrination. Less
Yeah,
conflict
today we have
less conflict
internet
of
and
interest
yet
is
flat
discovery.
earthers believe the earth is flat.
Today
Well,
there's
So
nothing.
yeah,
Hey,
today people are definitely more stupid than ancient.
Nothing to figure out today. It's already been all figured out for you. Just ask the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the priest. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, it's been like that since ancient society that just listen to some authority figure. So in that sense, it's not different. But I'm just saying that you couldn't be an idiot back then and survive that long. So I think that sort of reality is why they were smarter back then. But yeah, you're right. Modern scientism is just like those are our priests and shamans, basically.
Pretty much that white lab coat is a priest's smock. And
Exactly. Exactly. So you go to Dr.
Instead of appealing to their high knowledge of the Bible and stuff, it's the PhDs that allow them to understand the peer-reviewed studies that your normie brain can't comprehend.
Those are the theologians, because basically modern academia is just theology now. Like anything that's based on the globe is just theology for their globe religion.
Pretty much.
I take it as a projection.
Take it as a what?
Projection.
Which is also why
The pure reason why modern flat earth movement exists is religious fundamentalism.
For sure, and that's why it takes such a threat at any other traditional religion, because it seeks to supplant all the world's religions. It's the one world religion, so of course it would present itself as ostensibly anti-religious and anti-faith, but if you examine the tenets to its core, it's pretty faith-based.
Yeah, it's just an anti-God religion, basically. It's just
Pretty
based on
much.
materialistic nihilism.
Luciferian religion.
Well, rather
Anti-God religion is a term that contradicts itself.
Say it again?
Anti-God religion is a term that contradicts itself.
No,
because
I mean-
religion has to be based on God.
The thing is, they want to sort of exclude the true God from the belief, but they want to put themselves, they being the controllers, as the gods. So basically, it's making us worship men. Yeah.
I think a better word you're looking for is
divine
cult.
hierarchy with technological hierarchy.
Idolatry. Hierarchy.
I think the word you're looking for would be cult, not religion. Then.
No, I don't think. I mean, religion. I'm not sure.
Religion and cults are the same thing, just a size difference.
I mean, there still is a
I would
God.
say this is what I would say the difference is. A cult doesn't necessarily have a god, but religions do.
But they do, because they have a cult leader, and the cult leaders, for all intents and purposes, is the god of that cult.
But I don't think
usually he isn't considered to be supernatural being.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's sort of imbued with some kind of supernatural qualities, usually in a cult.
Almost universally, yeah.
Hey, does anyone else hear Tiger very distorted? Like, as if
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys.
He's on the highway, so yeah.
No problem. I'm just saying, could have been my end.
They're just jamming you.
Yeah, so I'll make an
Yeah.
announcement real quick that Embo posted that mountain in the distance, sliding back and forth GIF at 40
God.
after the hour. So
Do it
since
again.
I debunked that, if he does it again, mods, you can go ahead and ban him.
Yeah, please, because he seemed to have a huge
Taken
misunderstanding
from
about
two
perspective.
different positions, it's not even the same thing. What do you got to say, Embo?
Stills, wake up.
Isn't the fact that it's taken from different positions the very point of the observation, that the further you are, the less of the object you can see?
Okay, that whole black strip in the background in front of the mountain is the woods that's in the zoomed in picture. How do you like that? You see the whole fucking thing. So next time you post it, I'm going to ban you. These guys think we forget about their shenanigans. I don't forget about liars at all, ever. I always remember liars. I never remember people who tell the truth because I expect people to do that.
Pretty based.
So everyone
Okay.
you remember is a liar, and
That's not what he said. Who said that?
he said he doesn't remember people that tell the truth.
I remember liars.
No.
He expects people to tell the truth what he said. So this is not like a special occasion if someone tells the truth. I mean, it's
Okay,
kind of
so
weird if like you have to
It-
remember people tell the truth. That means like you're
it-
surrounded by liars all the time.
Doesn't that just mean he remembers people, and some of them are liars?
No, I remember when people lied to me.
It's called having
Right.
a spidey sense and knowing when somebody's full of shit, and it kind of sticks in your memory a little more than an average conversation. What's hard to understand about that?
I'm not unforgiving of liars. I just reminded of them of what they did every time they do it until they straighten up.
Yeah, I don't think that's an unreasonable statement. Like, who's questioning that? What is with these sophists now? Like, you guys don't have any material? Come on.
The Globey pushback isn't really blowing my skirt up today.
Dude, Globies, they're like freaking out today. What happened? Is like Globe Show HQ like freaking out? Like, why? It's like they lost like 20 IQ points today, so they're down to 20 now.
I don't know why people are so obsessed with the notion that they need to live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball. Why is that so important, man?
Yeah, so then they're just not specks on a piece of dirt floating in the middle of nothing. So then, they're kind of accountable for being pieces of shit, I guess. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
scary.
They can't just push off all responsibility onto the authorities that they evoke for every decision that they make.
You really think it's their moral
Yes.
compass?
Yeah, they don't want to be accountable. So basically, there's all this pressure. Suddenly, there's a creator, and then they can't just screw around.
Exactly.
That's exactly what's wrong. That's what goes through their head. Once they actually realize it, they know it in the back of their head after they come here, and then they spiral out because it can't be real. And now if it is real, they gotta fucking straighten up. That's what happens in the back of their head.
It's just like children. It's like children they're being told that they're bad, and then they do time out. They just start like writhing on the floor. That's what they do.
It's more like they're told if you're bad, Santa's not gonna come.
The globe Santa is not coming. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not bringing you your globe model this year. Your new globe lore.
Oh, don't say that name.
Don't be disappointed, kids, that it's not a perfect sphere. It's an obloid spheroid.
Oh god, it's a paroid.
It's a kumquat.
Kumquat. Oh my god.
Oh, that's what they should name it.
What a name. Okay, Duncan, dude, you're hot micing.
So far, Michikaku is not an official Glober. Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, or whatever his name is not a Glober. Also got put under the rug. How many
Wait,
more
what?
like physicists and professors on the TV need to be dismissed from the Globe side to keep their vain beliefs?
They
Wait,
said,
what happened?
They said Einstein was a clown this morning. So you can
right.
you can take him off the list of anybody they can look up to now.
I mean, what took them so long? I mean, Einstein's been a fraud for a long time. Everyone knew that.
For real,
I mean,
he was a patent hijacker.
Yeah, he literally just plagiarized like just some this math and just like forced it onto this relativistic model to explain away all the contradictions they saw. But he was an idiot. He was terrible at math. Like if you look at his original paper, he makes basic mistakes. Like he doesn't know the Canzel equations. Like he doesn't know what sine is.
He's a poser.
He literally is a poser. He's a fraud. Like every time,
like one of the reasons is he didn't write any of that. So
yeah, exactly. He didn't write. Yeah, who said that?
me, the guy who knows he's a fraud.
This guy knows shit.
Just like Stephen Hawking. That's the let's feel bad for the guy kind of sympathy thing. No, he was a poser too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a figurehead, exactly. They wrote his material for him and they just get some guy who like plays a character, who's basically just an actor. And they just use this guy as a figurehead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any 3-hour documentaries to watch him at home when he's in the morning and they gotta do all the routines and they didn't have camera crews there for 2 weeks filming and all this shit. The only time I seen the documentary was just like, oh yeah, here's his childhood home, la-di-da-di-da-di.
Yeah, I mean it's idolatry. Basically, they just prop this guy up as an idol. So this explains this modern celebrity phenomenon. I mean, it's really just modern idolatry. We're worshiping these people.
I'm sure he said, I'm not renewing my contract, and they said, oh, he died.
Who said that?
I'm sure Stephen Hawking said, I'm not renewing my contract with you goofs. I'm done. And they said, oh, Jesus, on the news, he died.
They terminated his contract very, literally. Yeah, I don't know if he's really dead.
He shouldn't have pulled the short straw at the meeting.
He lost the gladiator competition in his avatar body in the underground laboratory.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he got the guy in the wheelchair. He rolled the dice and got the guy in the wheelchair when they were doing all of your, what are they called when you're doing Dungeons and Dragons, building up your attributes. He got guy in the wheelchair.
He rolled low on everything.
He got guy in wheelchair, and then that was it. He got rolled low on everything.
We lied to you.
Oh no, come on.
He pushing you down.
He just dumped all of his physical stats for super intelligence, right? Come on. He's super smart.
But like was he? Was he super smart?
No.
There you go.
Super smart at what? Sitting there still?
I don't know. Like, why are these people smart? Like, they just say these guys are smart, and then we just supposed to take it at face value, and then just worship them.
Little twofold puppeteering. One, have him get the sympathy card for being all fucked up genetically, and two, enhance the call for transhumanism. We could be like Stephen Hawking if we had a robot chair that could read our language for us and all that.
Dude, this guy knows his shit. Is this a doctor again?
Yeah. Oh,
dude,
Dr.
This guy knows his shit.
If only if it was like Doom and we had cyborg bodies for all these disabled geniuses, right?
No, I mean, I never heard him say anything smart. He just wrote this kind of bullshit, kind of like nonsense, like I'd say like science fiction book, right? What's it called? With the mini black holes. Like, what did he do? Like, I can understand if he actually did something, maybe he deserves some respect, but like these people, like often the people they tell us are smart are really just charlatans.
My assertions about the universe come through a language bot, so therefore it is profound. It is technologically superior.
The Earth is a ball because we can see pictures from space.
How do we even know that was him saying it? Like, what if they just got some comatose guy and they just fed his lines? I mean, so wouldn't that just be
No, just a fucking meat, just a meat puppet.
It's just Weekend
Dude,
at Bernie's.
hold on, stop.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Stop. It was a show. Here's how they did it. Before he would come there, they would ask the audience, go ahead and get your questions together and submit them because we have to, it's a long time for him to put things together and verbalize it using the computer. So he needs days to put this all together and have canned answers for you. So when we pull you out of the audience and you ask your answer, he can look at the screen and scroll down and pick the correct answer for the question. It's just a shell game con artist thing.
Right.
I'm a mind reader. Let's go in the audience and listen to people talking and go backstage and say, the guy over there just got in a car accident yesterday. That's how you do it. It's just a magic trick.
I mean, it could just all be scripted. Like,
It is a script. How can you deny that it's? You can't deny it's a script because it was written on a computer that was right there. And yeah, that computer had voice. Apple's had voice way back. I had a voice synthesizer in 1983.
Oh yeah, dude, the tech we see is like 25 years behind, probably what they got.
Oh yeah, I always ask people who are tech marks for that. I was like, so all this technology, you think that the government or private industries have technology that they don't reveal to the world? No, man. I got a top level clearance. I worked in some private contractor industry. I worked in security for the government. I know what they have. I've heard so many fucking retards on Discord sit there and say that every bit of technology that's out is all that there is out there, which is absolutely asinine from a psychological level. Because if you're in power and you have technology, you're not going to reveal all your hand like poker to the not only other countries in the world but the population you're ruling. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know why these people are so amorous of the government. Like, what they're just like in love, head over heels in love, like mind, body, and soul with the government.
But it's cognitive dissonance because on one end it's, oh, I love the government knows everything, I trust them. But then if there's anything the government has provably done wrong, then it's the cope of, oh well, they're just confused and disorganized and the government's inefficient and it's just normal people who are incompetent. The government's not evil, it's just incompetent.
They just need more money.
Yeah, they just need more monies.
More shekels. Take more of my shekels.
Yeah, give me more
For
tax.
real.
Pay your taxes so they can work better.
Dude, fuck it. Take it. If the shilling will be better if I pay more shekels, I'm up for it. Because the shilling sucked recently here.
I was about to say, how much do I got to pay for a decent fucking globe Earth hoax here? Like, Hollywood can do better fucking shit than NASA can to deceive the imagination. Give me a break.
Dude, Stanley Kubrick did better in the 60s. Like, way better than what they have now.
For real, yeah. 2021 was epic compared to this stupid shit.
It was a shit show.
That's what I asked people. I was like, do you really think that Hollywood has more illusion creating ability than the government? If the Hollywood can do high level prosthetics, CGI graphics, doctored fucking Photoshop things, like fake looking reality shots, green screens, you don't think the government can do that 100 times better?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't think they really believe what they're saying. They're just literally on autopilot. They're just regurgitating their programming.
Yeah.
No, they have to believe it. Otherwise, like I said before, then there has to be a creator and then they have to change their ways. So they believe it whether they like it or not.
Yeah, but they know,
Oh,
as you said, they know at the back of their head that it's all bullshit.
That's why they have to try to keep a stronger belief to push that out, and they can't get it out of their head, so they just do the pretend thing and pretend they believe it, and they strongly pretend they believe it.
Exactly.
And that's why they have to convince everybody else in the world and fight so ardently against other beliefs because it helps reinforce that insecurity they have.
Yeah, they launched a crusade against us. So they're just like,
If they know deep down they're going to hell because they're going to fail the great test of personal responsibility, and like all losers, they just want to drag as many people down to failure with them.
exactly, it's the crab bucket mentality. Yeah, they know they're mortal creatures.
This isn't said for no reason at all. Everything gets sorted out in the end.
Definitely.
Yeah, they know it.
All will be revealed.
Yeah, it's spelled out pretty clearly. Basically, every faith actually says the same thing. Like every true faith based on the Creator.
Yep.
And guess what? I'm not religious. I just know for a fact there has to be a guy like me, at least in my head, that made something and is sitting in his backyard. If you want to put it down to speculation, I mean, it comes down to physics for me.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just intelligent design is undeniable. I mean,
If you look at my profile picture, that jar now has probably been 80 years since it was opened. And it just grows, creates its own humidity in there, and the plants grow, and the moisture collects on the leaves instead of an actual rainfall, creates its own rain in there, and there's shit that just happens in that. There's bugs in there that do their life cycle and everything.
Do you ever fuck with the stuff in there? Like you have like a light and you just randomly block it, like just do it like regularly, like every 3 weeks, just like you shine a flashlight and just block.
That's not mine. That's not me. That's not mine. I don't look like that.
I was about to say, I was like, you don't sound like that.
No, I'm not. That's because that's an example of a closed system that exists in reality. Just like ours.
Shut up, boys, you stupid.
So the gravity's holding the plants in. Oh god.
Stupid as fuck.
What is happening?
I mean,
how would you do that?
No, that's the guy running his camera. I just ban people for that. So goodbye.
So you said you said your little thing in your backyard's a closed system.
No, what I said was, if I did, no, my plants grow wild outside, and now that weed's legal in Ohio, I'm going to have a crop growing. So, no, I just let things grow the way they do. That's some guys, and he put that in there. It's like when we got it was 65 years ago, so it's got to be 75 or 80 years now that he's done that, and that's just been growing like that for that. Now it's sure he's probably dead by now, and maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure the plants are alive. So globe proof is turning your camera on and acting like a retard. I just discovered that. So I censored him.
I mean, that was the most convincing argument I've heard in a while from the globe proof side. But that guy needs to work out. I mean, that's not you can't just turn on the camera if you look like that. You have to look presentable. Yeah, we should do an experiment where we have a closed system, like in your profile pic, and then we just like let it grow, let it do its thing, give it moisture, sunlight, and we see how long it takes for there to like.
What he did was he put that all in there, gave it a cup of water or whatever it was, 2 cups of water, 3 cups, 4 cups, whatever, and put a cork in it. That's the end. Never did anything else to it.
Did he observe?
Did he put it in the sunlight?
Just sitting there where you see it.
In the sun?
In his house. Yeah, in the sun.
Okay. So
how long did it take for like a parasitic subspecies to develop and like take over the entire area?
Probably already parasites exist.
Yeah, but did they take over? Did they take over the entire area?
Details of it. I don't know the details of it. You're going to have to research it. Really.
But did they put themselves in charge of all the media and then?
If it's in the sun, If it's in the sunlight,
Okay,
and the sunlight
You're
gives
gonna
off
talk about
heat
the sun
radiation.
again?
Well, you said it's in the sunlight, so doesn't that give off heat radiation? So doesn't that mean it's not a closed system?
What does that mean? You talking heat can't transfer between closed systems? Energy? What's wrong with you? Oh,
I don't know. These
I guess not.
sophists.
I guess not.
That is the closed system.
Like, what are you globe shills doing with your life? Like, have you ever asked yourself that in the mirror? Like, what are you doing?
He said he's a surveyor. I still don't believe him.
No, fuck no. There's no way. He'd be fired within 2 hours. And we got actual surveyors in here. I mean, sometimes. Right?
And they're in here. Yeah, I don't know if there's any. Nope, not right now that I can see.
Yeah, so they can call him out as bullshit. There's
They
no
do
way.
all the time. He just says nuh-uh. Because he did some summer thing where they hire a bunch of dudes to go out in vans and they give them a 2-week course on how to do the surveying. One holds the stick, one puts the laser, and they punch in numbers and they call that surveying. And that's when they're running cable. They need to know how much cable to do, so they say, you're going to do this whole length from there to there. We need to know how far that really is, because we're not just going to drive down the street and be short at the end, and then we don't have an actual complete connection. Now we have a connection that we have to splice in the middle or run new cable. So those guys you see in the little vans out there with the two guys, one with the stick, they're not doing anything special, but trying to do a length for somebody. That's it. They don't even know who they're working it for. Here's your job today. Go do this. Oh, you're on this one for 2 weeks, this job. Okay.
You're a contract monkey. Don't ask questions.
We tell our operators every single part you manufacture, assume it's going to a nuclear power plant. That's our standards. So if you don't assume that, then you can let fuck ups go by, and we don't do that. We inspected too much down the line that nothing really ever gets out. Occasionally, I think it was last one was 8 years ago, and we caught it before it even left the warehouse.
But do you really use the nuke analogy?
Yes, it's on the bulletin boards everywhere you go. These are our standards.
Yeah, but dude, do you like believe in nukes?
Nuclear weapons?
Yeah.
I didn't say this for nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but what's a nuke? So nuke is like nuclear energy, nuclear power plant.
Yeah, I used to take rods way back.
Yeah,
I mean, how long ago I used to drive rods to Ohio State, Ohio State, and it's the one in Columbus. Anyway, they have a nuclear power plant that runs a university.
Yeah, but dude, I think that shit's fake too.
That's fake. Nukes are fake. Nuclear energy, nuclear bombs, it's all a fucking hoax.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I would walk in and out with these rods, and their detector wouldn't go off.
It was like, how you weren't just like transporting shit or something? Like,
That's what I just said. I didn't ask questions. Just go here, pick this up, and take it here. Take from GE to here, from here to GE. That was the run. General Electric to here to General Electric.
You could have been like transporting Jimmy Hoffa or something. You know?
No, you can actually see what you're carrying. You can open up the cases.
Oh, do they look like glowing plutonium rods like a fucking James Bond movie or what?
No.
Would they look like just metal or what?
Yeah, they're metal rods. They go down in the water. What it looks like to me is it looks like they're creating hydrogen to me, but that's just what it looked like. Because he said, oh, you can drink that water. He said, you can drink that water. I said, what? He said, oh, yeah, it's not radioactive. I said, that's interesting. And that was back then. That's interesting.
You got all these people living in Hiroshima and Chernobyl, for like many decades since there were so-called nukes having been detonated there. No issues.
Hiroshima was rebuilt. The next day, they started sweeping the streets because of all the ash from the fire that was actually happened. Because
firebomb.
you don't have to nuke paper and bamboo. It'll just catch on fire with a little bit of heat and gas and an accelerant.
Yeah, Hiroshima was just firebombed. That's why there was no nuclear fallout for thousands of years.
All you had to do was just send planes over a minute before they exploded a bomb overhead, which is most likely how they did it, and they just pure missed the air with accelerant, and that's why it went poof in one big giant thing, and it was over in an instant. A flash of light, and it was done. And then whatever was on fire stayed on fire. If you were outside and got hit with the stuff, you were on fire too. If you were inside, you didn't get on fire. Yeah.
It's possible that the bombs they used for that had some chemical components, which is why there was birth defects and mutations afterwards, but those weren't long enough and the type to be indicative of nuclear fallout. It's just chemical fucking symptoms.
I mean, you don't know what caused that anyway.
Well, I know something caused a bunch of mutations and shit, but yeah, it might not have even been from the bombing. It might have been from something else that was going on at the same time.
They didn't mutate.
Do you know for real, or was it
they
just
were defects? They didn't mutate into something new. It was just defects, like normal.
Okay, well, defects then, yeah.
Yeah, how do we know it was above normal? It's just we're relying reports again from the authorities.
Because we can go to a special hospital and take pictures of. You know what? I bet you just in my city alone, there's a whole hospital that takes care of people like that. I could walk in and say, "See what you guys did," and then people will believe me.
That's true. You sit there and you get hundreds and hundreds of kids. They'll be like, "Oh, they're all
hundreds and hundreds." You haven't looked at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people from there that back then. They only show you the same stock time life photos.
That's true. I only got to see 5 to be convinced. Nukes are just the fucking. It's not even a deterrent for other countries. It's a deterrent for the people to be against their governments because, like, oh well, if we go against the governments, they have the ultimate power to just wipe everybody out
Yeah.
like Fallout.
It just makes the government the god, or more specifically, the group of people controlling the government the god.
Yeah. It's like,
So
oh, they could just go underground into some vault program and do some Fallout shit and wipe everybody out and come back out with a COG continuity of government plan to just reset everything.
Yeah, dude, the Manhattan Project was just a bunch of Jewish guys in the desert, and they were just reading the Mahabharata, like this Hindu text, so they're just LARPing as like Buddhist or Hindu scholars, and they just found that these like magic weapons were described in this Mahabharata, this epic poem. They just took.
It's the same type of shit as in CERN or whatever. You got all these atheist scientists worshipping old Vedic imagery to create future technology.
Yeah, they got the statue of Shiva there, exactly. So it's just like this weird death cult.
Mm-hmm.
But again,
the tunnel opening ceremony for CERN, that was some trippy shit.
That's so fucking weird, dude. Like, there's no one like.
Do you guys realize that was just a tunnel entrance? Do you guys realize that was just a tunnel entrance to the tunnels that connect between, like we have here? There's an entrance. There's an entrance way on the west coast, and they say the truck driver says, "Yeah, this goes all the way across. This goes all the way to the east coast." So they have highways going, and it's not like you can't see it. It's in video. If I can find it, I'm sure that video has been scrubbed. I'm on my probably 7th computer since I saw that one.
Yeah, like why do we have to summon Astoreth just to open a highway? Like what is this? Like,
summon Astoreth to open a highway.
It's like they had this portal and shit. Like this like satanic guy, this like goat guy who was like eating a virgin. Like what the fuck? Like,
for real.
You show this to a bunch of sheeple, no reaction. Like, oh yeah, this is fine.
Well, the same thing happens during the Super Bowl or the Olympics when they do the same chant and the same wizardry. That's not just, oh, we have a choreographer who's going to do a special show. No, you're going to use this choreographer, and they are going to do a special show.
Oh, come on. It's just avant-garde. It's artsy. You're just too scared, you know? Your Christian fundamentalism causes you to be in a satanic panic. This isn't bad symbolism. Trust us.
Yeah, good thing I'm not religious. And I'm a musician, so I know it sucks. I'm artistic, too.
Based.
That is pretty based. You've checked all the boxes. You win the Based Award for the day.
I would be talking to you from the studio downstairs, but if I go down there, I won't talk. I'm in the middle of writing a song, so I'll just end up retracking shit that I'm not happy with, and then it puts me into an endless loop till I get tired, and then my wife don't see me all night. So I won't do that tonight. It's Friday.
How do you write music? Do you use like a software, or do you just like write it down from your head? Because I tried to do some
I
composing.
pick up a guitar and I start playing.
Oh, that's cool.
And then when I like that, I put down that basic melody line, and then from there it determines. I usually go drums next since I'm an actual drummer, because then I already hear the music in my head. So then I lay down the whole drum track in my head, and then I lay it down. I usually can get that in one take. My original track will be one take, and then I'll do the bass parts, vocals if I'm going to do any. Otherwise, I have somebody else do them. Depends.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, I wish I learned guitar.
I just learned it because everybody else had guitars around me. I was a drummer, so I said I want one of those too. Then, so
nice.
Dude, drum seems like pretty hard. I don't know, like it's pretty essential to like most modern songs. Like the drum is kind of the underrated kind of backbone of most songs.
Well, most songs you hear on the radio, unless it's actual musicians, like groups that are still around, are just created by AI.
I thought there was this one guy in Norway who wrote like all the songs, like all the shitty pop songs, like since like the 90s.
You can ask. Well, he didn't write them with AI.
He might have.
I don't even think he was born yet. Anyway, yeah, he did.
Bullshit. Donald Marshall wrote all the pop songs.
Donald Marshall. Okay. No, I'm thinking maybe more recently. I don't know.
I was trolling.
They don't. All you have to do is say, "Write me a popular melody using this," and it'll come up with something. And then what you really do is you say, "I like that part of it. I'm going to put it in here. Get me something at 110 beats per minute in 4/4 time again, and let's change it up again. And let's go to 3/4 time. So give me 110 at 3/4 time, and then I'll mix it together, and I'll bet you I can make a great pop song." Because your 3/4 time is where they can do the wacky go off beat shit, the dancers, and if you keep it in 4/4 time, it's not so much fun. But if you kind of change it up a little, you can make people go, "Ooh, that's cool."
Do a lot 7/4, like in the Lord of the Rings
all the time. I love 7/4 and 5/4.
7/4 is great, or 7/8 and 7/4. Yeah, those are good. Yeah, then you got to rip off classical composers like Wagner, Rachmaninoff.
I rip off composers like the group Yes, the group Genesis.
Oh, yeah, Genesis.
Those real composers. Those composers who know what they're doing.
It's like all these movie music guys like John Williams. They literally, all their songs are just like Frankenstein's, where they just take the best part. He just takes the best part of like a bunch of songs. But most modern, it seems like, you know, the music the kids listen to these days is just like guttural jungle music. I don't know how to describe it. I don't even hear melodies anymore.
I don't even hear that stuff. It doesn't play in my house, so
I have to walk in the street and you hear like from clubs and stuff, and it's just like, I don't know. It just sounds like the brown noise.
Like I don't want to go in that club.
Infrasound. It just sounds like infrasound. Like, yeah, like I just
every
get this
single one sounds the same. I couldn't tell you one from another.
I think it's designed to like activate sort of the primal part of people. Maybe that's why they're doing it.
Yeah, it's basic alpha wave programming. Basically, that's why it's very drony and mumble rappy.
Very repetitive drum cycles. Repetitive.
Yeah.
I don't rate repetitive shit. That's boring.
Very incoherent as well. It's supposed to elicit that kind of transcendental state that leads people to talking in tongues and shit. Except in this case, doing too many Percocets and Xannies and crying about your ex-girlfriend, I guess.
You sound like you've been bouncing around a few of these clubs.
I've hung out with some Zoomers and I had to listen to Juice WRLD a time or two. So yeah, I got an opinion.
Man, my cousins, I can't even. I have cousins who are Zoomies, and it's just like, I mean, if I weren't their cousin, I would just not be able to stop myself from the urge to just beat their shit in. I mean, it's just so.
It was crazy to think about though, like even as we see like what modern music is, like when you go up to us and you're like, what music do you listen to? That is going to be like 70s rock compared to like what's going to come in like 50 years.
Yeah, fuck that. I don't want to. 70s rock is so good though.
It's not going to work like that. That music will come right back again. Just going to go in its cycle again. Just like clothes, people are going to get sick of this all electronic shit and then new younger kids are going to discover guitars that their parents have in their house or grandparents and say, I want to play this.
Oh yeah, there's already a bunch of Zoomers that are wearing flannel shirts and acting like they're into Nirvana and grunge and all that shit. So obviously there's still a undercurrent of Zoomers that can see the problems of their generation, see the appeal of older ones.
It's all about what the ladies like. You know, once the ladies start feeling like old school shit, then it's gonna fucking flip.
For real. It is mostly bitches I see that are into like Nirvana and old grunge and stuff like that, and you got the guys that follow suit.
But what the ladies are into is determined by like the gay fashion designers. That's really what the gay people think.
That's true.
That's kind of scary.
Okay,
for no particular reason.
So at the highest level, women's fashion comes from men.
Yeah, that's weird. Usually gay men, like I don't know, Calvin Klein, gay Jewish men.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. You know, we're live streaming still, so we don't want people crying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just stating what their ethnicity is. I mean,
okay, I'm just making sure we keep aware that we're live streaming and we don't want people in tears.
Hi, Tel Aviv.
I was debating a Glober the other day, and he said that Venus was just a morning and evening star. I asked him what color Venus was. He couldn't tell me. And I told him that you can see Venus 10, 11 o'clock at night, like damn near midnight. And he said that would be impossible. And I pulled it up. He's still a Glober, though. It's crazy.
What color is Uranus?
Yeah, there was a your mom joke in there somewhere. Like, is your mom named Venus? Because I see her 10 or 11 every night. Okay, I'll see myself.
Venus is like a brownish color.
Every time I've seen it, it's white. But I've looked up explanations, and they say like, oh, you can like see around the curve. They make the man like 10 miles high, and they put him in the North Pole so he could somehow see Venus. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. And the location that I had pulled up seeing Venus at 11:22 was in Houston, actually. So not super high up north.
Yeah, things in the sky do what they do. I have no control over that, so I can't even comment on shit in the sky.
I got a toothbrush so that I can clean.
Well, it's just funny that this guy was asserting that he knew when you can see Venus, but he's never actually seen Venus in his entire life.
This can be my.
It's so ironic.
Indeed.
But then before that, we're actually talking of the flower of life, or the pentagram that Venus makes over top of the Earth every, I think, 8 years. Somehow the Venus is going around the globe, which I've actually seen some kind of models to make it look like that, but it's just kind of ridiculous.
It's just corresponding with more of their Luciferian sacred geometry bullshit.
You can make numbers fit into anything. You just change the scale.
Like the Earth could be 4 times as big. It would all we'd have to do is put the square root to like 4.
That was derived from somebody doing it in AutoCAD, and then they figured out the formula and figure it out. That's why it's so close. That's why we can use AutoCAD for comparison. And when I first saw that, not the Black Swan, it was something else. Long time ago, I pulled up AutoCAD and I did a measurement, and I said, "Motherfucker, I can see that."
You know what's weird? My dad is not like a flat earther at all. He's just like an old redneck dude who likes rock and roll. And he told me at the end of the Pink Floyd song, Dark Side of the Moon, there's a version where they go, at the very end, they go, "There is no dark side of the moon."
Yeah.
There is no dark side of the moon. As a matter of fact, it's all dark. Believe me, I know. I just got done listening to the song about 3 hours ago. There is no dark side of the moon. As a matter of fact, it's all dark. That's the quote.
Yep.
You can see the North Star from like 90% of the Earth. And it's so crazy that they say that, oh, it just moves in a way to where it looks like it doesn't move.
It moves in a way that makes it look like it doesn't move.
Yeah, and then they say in 13,000 years, it'll be a different star. I think the Vega star is some garbage.
Well, when's it going to start moving? I'm keeping my eye on it because there's a thing in my backyard. So when I set my camera up, I know exactly which way I'm pointing, and I can just angle my camera up.
Oh,
and I'm usually in frame, believe it or not. So it must not be moving anywhere.
See, I was actually going to ask you all about that. Does the North Star move even at all? Because I've heard some people claims it moves a little bit, but I'm just not. I'm not too sure. Like, I wish I had the equipment to actually test it out, but
on my Star Trails, it's a center point.
Yeah, in my understanding, it's dead center always.
So listen. So the only thing that makes sense that it's dead center, and if we're on a ball, right, and we're accelerating through the universe around the sun, and the sun is going around everything, and all blah 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 blah. We have to be heading dead center for that star because we're spinning and it stays in one spot. That means we're heading right for it. So we're going to crash into it one day.
I think it's weird how like you said, I was just going to say that, how we're spinning, and we're going around the sun, and the sun is shooting around the galaxy, and the galaxy's going around and moving and fucking.
But there's the constellations are consistent.
Yeah, there's even I forgot what it was, not the Easter Island Heads or Stonehenge. Might be Stonehenge. There's like, from like 10,000 years ago, there's a stone structure where like there's a line of sight up into the stone where it's still pointing at the same exact star from 10,000
That
years.
was the Georgia Guidestones, and they blew them up basically after Woods had exposed that you can put your camera right there, and that's the North Star. A couple months after that, they blew it up. The Masons blew that one up. And Stonehenge was created by the Masons, too, by the way.
Yep, absolutely. R.C. Christian, Rosicrucian.
That was deep. What was Rosicrucian again?
The Rosicrucians are like a fucking Illuminati religious order or whatever, and some people theorize that's what the R.C. Christian donor name on fucking the Guidestones was.
No, there's pictures of Stonehenge when it was being built, claiming that they were actually discovering it, but it was when they were putting it together in the 1800s.
Oh, really? So it's not even some ancient Mason thing.
No, it's just a stone. It's a stone crop circle.
It's fucking funny.
I like to figure out illusions, and this is fun for me.
Yeah, hello, motherfuckers. No one here is talking, bitches.
So,
not you.
Let me test and see if this is his real
oh
voice.
man,
He left.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man, let's keep him as a punching bag. Come on, you gotta.
He wasn't here to be a punching bag. They're listening on YouTube and sending people in to try to disturb the live stream. That's just how it goes.
What's the problem with that? I need some entertainment.
Snappers.
Because I can't guarantee what they're going to say and what they're not going to say live on the live stream that we can't hit a 7-second delay on.
Yeah, they're going to kvetch. Yeah, you're right. How is the YouTube chat doing? Let me go check. Where all
always
those
get
rascals
YouTube
up to?
chat.
Huh? Which chat? Where's it? Is Rumble? Where else is this being broadcast?
I would assume YouTube.
I would think that who's ever got the live bot should be putting the stream in your bio, so we can just click on it and go to the stream. Look at my bio. You can go to our server.
Your bio? Was that me? I'm not
about me in the about me.
Oh yeah, I know. Okay, yeah. Okay.
How many clicks are we getting? How many viewers are on the live stream?
I saw him when he came in right before I saw him prepare to open his mic. I had my finger over it and I just looked away for a second. I let him get his word out, and that's why he got muted instantly. Because I watch people as they come in. I know who should be here and who shouldn't, and who's an idiot and who's not.
That's called weaponized autism. It's the eternal bane to the narcissist. I think autism is just developed as like immunization to narcissists.
Well, one of my tags in 24/7 is weaponized autist.
There you go. Yeah, but it's facts. Like weaponized autists are the worst nightmare of these freaks who are trying to control us.
I still haven't found anybody in the server with a funnier username than FaZe George Floyd.
Oh my god, dude. That's pretty good. There's some pretty funny ones I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's see.
They're probably in VC.
In 24/7?
Or in like I just scroll through the chats, like all the VCs.
Yeah, but on the 24/7 server, not the politics server. Okay, let me see.
Oh, you got to link me there.
Oh, you're not in the 24/7, like the actual server.
Nah, dude, I want to be in that. Please.
How do you invite? I suck at Discord. How do you invite people?
Click on my profile, the link.
Okay, who are you? Who's speaking to me?
Doctor.
Oh, you're not in the server? Really? Okay.
What do you mean?
Are you in the 24/7? Like
I'm watching your chat right now.
Okay, then you're already there. So I thought you want me to.
Yeah, I'm a Gold Plus over there, so we can fast pass people right in, just like mods. Same thing, except mods can give you tags.
Right.
You got to give me the test.
I won't go over there. I'm sure you're going to end up in the lobby, so you're going to get flat earthers, and you just flat smack them right back because they'll be newbies unless you see the gold members, and they'll just say, "Go in the VC room." And they'll take you in there, and you'll say, "I just came from the politics room," blah blah blah, and they'll recognize you and say, "Okay, here you go. Here's your tags."
Yeah, she goes.
I just came from Israel. There you go, babe.
Wow, shalom. Isn't it Shabbat? What are you doing?
No, he left already.
Oh.
His name was Trace. I'm watching. Don't worry.
So I was right when I said they're from Israel.
We got two streams going right now. We got two streams going. This one and the other one. The other room's hopping too.
Oy vey.
Hopping because the Globers are afraid. They don't like when I'm in here.
Yeah, you laid down the hammer pretty quick. I think they know who's boss.
Not about being boss. I don't want to hear bullshit. So I just go straight to the point. Here's how it's going to go. Ready, guys? You're going to drop fucking talking about the sun because you already said you don't know what it is, and that's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, anything but the Earth. They want to talk about anything but the grounds under them and the lack of curvature thereof.
All right, how long is it going to take for me to get
okay.
here?
When you look at train tracks,
When you're going to ask that to come in and dare people to mute you?
Oh, I have an over and under right now running on a bet on wondering how.
I'll let you try that sentence again.
How long did it take?
I won.
No, you didn't.
My over under was.
Are you winning yet, son?
How long did it take?
My over.
I didn't hear you.
What was that? Yeah, what was that?
We can't hear you.
Don't care.
You do care because you keep coming back.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, dude, there's a participation trophy.
Care more than me. I already won my bet. I told myself that I'm probably going to get muted under 2 minutes. Y'all muted me within the first 10 seconds.
I mute everybody.
No, don't give a shit. Fuck you, flat earthers. Come on, mute me again.
Be quiet and stop talking. No one wants to hear your voice. Go away.
Dude, that guy was so cool.
that Michigan man.
I really hope I can come into a chat and lay my dick down like you just did.
But that's going to be his prize every time he comes in. I'm going to try to beat 15 seconds.
I literally just came out of Esoteric's VC. He just did that and then came down here. And I didn't even follow him in here. I just came down here to browse through it, and I find him in here doing that stupid bullshit.
Yeah, that was this morning. He said, next person mute me, I'm leaving. I muted him and he left and he came back. Why am I muted? I said, you dared me to mute you. You said if I mute you, you'll leave. So he said it's about 15 seconds. So now I'm just going to make sure as soon as I see his name pop in, it's just an instant mute, and then he won't have a chance to ask.
Yeah, let's beat that record. Let's aim for 11 seconds.
Beat it. Now I'm obsessed to beat it, so I will.
Speed run Globies.
I've got way faster than that. I just let him come in and talk because he was spiraling earlier. It's funny to listen to him.
I mean, these people behave in these despicable, obnoxious ways and then wonder why they're suffering in their life.
Wait, people? What? What people?
Yeah, they're people.
Oh, Globies.
Whatsoever persons who talk like that. Whatsoever persons who behave like that.
Just like Gregory says, that's all on them.
What's it like coming from the esoteric chat to hearing that guy? What was there like did you have a awakening, like a moment of clarity when that happened?
No, it was someone's hollering outside. Anyway, no.
Okay, it's just same old. It's just another Friday. Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with him, but I guess I'll remember him now.
I mean, all the Globies are basically the same person.
I banned him quite a few times, so I just haven't been banning him because for whatever reason didn't feel like typing it in. But he can pop in and he'll just get the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, we need like a mascot. One of these guys will adopt as like our mascot.
It's Manufactotum. He's our mascot.
Oh yeah, right. Forgot.
There's a shift of these guys. Well, who's the other one? Scott. He'll be in. He's on whatever shift he comes in on. That's a little bit later.
Well,
They're on.
Yeah.
They got to clock in. They got to clock in. They got to go to the meeting, and then they got to figure out which server they're going to hit, and then that's how they do it, I think.
They do a shift change. Yeah, you guys debate the doctor, cool guy Jeff, any tries to debate roundy shit for a while.
He spiraled out here yesterday.
Yeah, he thinks because he's a medical doctor of some sort, he's an expert on the shape of the earth.
Oh, he hasn't told me anything yet. I think he's afraid to tell me his credentials and all that because I'll just call him out on everything.
Yeah.
I have medical doctors in my family, like one phone call away, and they're not that smart. So doctors don't impress me. They don't impress me.
Yeah.
They're my cousins, and the smarter one of the one doctor's her husband is an airline pilot. He's the smart one. He actually is pretty damn smart.
Yeah, does he say when he's flying a plane that it's flat as far as the eye can see up there?
I don't even talk to him about it. He doesn't even bring up flying because it's boring to him. It's just a job. He likes building shit in his yard and all that stuff, remodeling. That's the stuff he likes talking about. So that's what we talk about.
That's cool. Embrace the human element instead of rubbing his face in the lie that he might be participating in.
No, I asked him about flying and shit. I told him I want to just hire him to take me up in a private plane, a small one. He'll do it. It's just a matter of time. He knows where to rent the plane, which airport to go to downtown, and we'll go down there.
It's just funny how many flat Earth like interviews are done with pilots, and they're like, "Yeah, is it flat up here? Do you see curve at all?" It's like, "Nope, flat as you can see, like a fucking beautiful flat ocean."
Well, they're going to have to tell you all they see is flat because that's all they see. If they say anything else, they're lying to you.
Yeah. I guess when they're up there seeing all that flat expanse, they're not thinking of miles per square foot drop for the curve.
Yeah, so I don't have to actually say anything to them when they come over because I've got 9 maps on my wall of the ones that we just flash in here from time to time. I have the flight paths on my wall. So say, isn't this cool? He's like, yeah, that looks about right. Just nonsense. He doesn't just fly. He's an airline pilot. So now, the last thing he decided was he just wanted to do jumps from city to city. So he actually just drives to Detroit now, uses wherever their airport is. He lives by me here in Ohio. Just drives to Detroit, like 2 hours away. Does his job and drives back that same day. He does it like 3-4 times a week.
That's pretty cool.
He's like, I would never live in Detroit area. It's like, no kidding. I have to go on my iPod. You kidding me?
We're getting closer to RoboCop or Assault on Precinct 13. It's not a good time to be in Detroit.
No, so I just cross the border, go to the first weed store. I think it's 12 miles up. It's after the Welcome Center. Boom. And now they put one right at the exit. You don't even have to drive cross the highway anymore. You just get off the exit and pull in the driveway. It's just straight. You get off, you go straight across the road into the parking lot. And then you come out, you go up and over and get back on the ramp. I love it.
That's awesome.
No Michigan plates on that one. It's all Ohio plates. This is for this last time, so that was 3 months ago. Yeah, so on that one. And the one before that, they just put that in. I discovered it when I was getting off on the ramp that they just put a store right here. So and then when you cross over, there's 6 more stores on the other side of the highway. Right across this one after the other, boom, 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 all basically connected parking lots and all full.
They know what people are hopping the border for.
Well, Ohio made it legal. It's legal as 2 days ago, so whatever. Yesterday.
Yeah, here in Missouri, it's been recreational all year, so I'm pretty happy about that change.
But they want to charge us different than everybody else, and they want no THC has to be lower and all this other shit. And that's go ahead, do it. We'll just drive to Michigan, give them the money.
For real.
They're gonna have to compete with that and make the taxes even less. Say, well, only 9% then. How's that? Oh, then I'll shop in Ohio.
You don't want that tax money.
Hello.